Good morning, everyone. Hello. It's lower bracket time. Welcome. Kung Fu, thank you so much for the 64 months. Welcome back. Thank you for all your hard work. I hope you're doing well. Good morning. Early hours. It's lower bracket day. I need to get caught up on all the games this morning. I see that DWG is playing OXG, which means that Oxygen beats Eminem. As predicted, my script is running along smoothly today. Greetings, chatters. I really want to play PowerWash Simulator. I honestly, part of me was like, what if I don't watch the Invitational and I just PowerWash things instead? SSG up 4-1 over MIBR. Which game do we watch first?
A team effort, because the biggest thing right now is that DWG are being found in a lot of areas where Oxygen are able
Does anyone know what day it is?
not have to deal with any repercussions.
Why did I read that? Why didn't I just ignore it?
Not mispositioning, but just
why did I
discovering these solo players?
I don't know what day it is, actually.
So
Tuesday?
That,
why did I read that?
Exactly it's
because you highlighted it, you gremlin.
Go back over to AVG here
shows up as red text on my chat thing. Destiny 2 launch trailer. Destiny 2? I thought, wait, what year? Didn't Destiny 2 already come out? Isn't that already...
like we were seeing in the phase game yesterday morning. So at the moment,
there already is a Destiny 2, right? Are they redoing it? They were like, no, never mind. Which... oh, it's a DLC trailer. Witch Queen?
Try and lead out some more of this time.
That sounds cool.
Mainly just on Mute jammers to do it previously, but as you guys probably noticed, Mute has been swapped out entirely.
I saw a tweet, actually, Luke, I saw a tweet that was like, for the past 3 months, I've had a sad English voice in my head that just randomly says, bit sad, isn't it? I don't know why that made me laugh so much. And now I'm just thinking that all the time now. Like, bit sad, isn't it?
So we'll be able to discover some of this intel or rather
I don't know why.
utility on this end. So he's trying to get
Who knows?
One of the discs, but simply can't find it. There's a lot of cheeky spots to put.
I caught a little bit of the Elevate game earlier. Onigiri with 27 kills in one map. I think it's tied for the most kills in a LAN in one map. I think it's then the most kills in one map at an Invitational. Doctor Strange reshoots. Doctor Strange reshoots? Why are they reshooting?
Again, the rest of Oxygen. A slow roll here, and there's going to be a pre-placed Nitro to try and catch the early breach against the trophy wall.
It's the most on like a Invitational or a major or whatever. I don't know what the OGA pit is. I keep hearing people say that, and I don't know what that is.
Fish gonna fall into the trap just as of yet. Yaga will be the first to fall this time, though, as Yas swings back in. So does Rin. Look at this aggression coming out from
nice.
M1.
Yeah, good.
As he catches
good.
as well.
That's what I want to see.
From Yas, and that's it. OXG are stunted down to only Foxay now in a 1v4. He's gonna rush into the site.
Yeah, rush in there. Do it. Run in.
But they've already arrived for the most part here, and he still hasn't caught them.
He doesn't know that there's somebody behind him. Surprise.
Add to the counter here. A perfect response finally being brought in here for the South Koreans, and with that, they will pick up their first round on the second half.
Oh my god, I hate that. Ugh! That sneeze was like, I'm gonna happen. Here it comes. You're gonna sneeze. Just kidding, never mind. Ugh, that's so dissatisfying.
Round 10 right around the
God.
corner. What's the site choice going to be? Do we go downstairs?
Just the worst.
No, we do not. It's going to be trophy statuary.
Just the
instead.
worst.
Yas is going to get rid of the Oryx and move on over to a Thunderbird.
Terrible.
For some more
Hi, Baz.
for these
How are you?
We'll still have the
How is your quest
sure
for all the
and well everything else in between?
armbands? Couldn't remember what the word was.
Mitigate any plants from going on, as well as some throwables coming in for Rin's sake. No big change-ups when it comes to Oxygen side.
So trophy statuary play means that Damwon Kia can approach the early round in very similar ways to what we just saw back on round number 9.
I hate when I'm about to sneeze and I just can't.
Lightly here as gonna have to look for a few new ways to work their way in. Also see a little bit of the pre-opening of the top-down angles here just by the statuary wall that will allow a player to sit downstairs here, waste time, and potentially chuck in some impacts.
Calibration done yesterday. Which one is calibration?
One potential stoppage can come out from them over the
I don't
course
even
of
have
the
those tasks.
They really want to get desperate and
I
try to
assume
move
they're
that
like
in,
at a
so
certain
that is
level
an
or
option
after
too.
you complete
Yeah, this
something,
is a
and so I don't know
certified Siege classic
which ones
right
are
here,
which.
as we usually see some bodies down low when it comes to this strategy.
20
One
kills
that
from
I
100
haven't seen
meters.
utilized in a little while,
Jesus.
but definitely as effective as
So it's
any
basically
other
Shooter
during
War in
the
Heaven,
off.
but
The
like a
biggest
bunch
thing
of
for Oxygen
times.
is they have to really make sure that no one's downstairs
No thanks.
when trying to apply their utility, because it's not really the fact of
Who am I backing? I really want to see APAC do well, so I'm really excited. I think I was wrong about my prediction for Elevate this morning.
In that situation, you really shouldn't be stepping over those holes in the
Oh,
first
never mind. No,
place
I'm not.
as an
I
offender
predicted
without
that Elevate would
anybody
2-0
knowing what's
Rogue, and
going
I think
down,
they
inside of
2-1'd.
Kitchen. For DWG,
I need to
though,
get caught up on
pressured
everything that
couple
happened, but I did
spaces
watch that.
inside of
That was a
this one.
fucking awesome
Now
game.
Rin all
That
the way
last one,
over
oof.
inside of Plains, holding on to things
Oh,
for
at least
the
it doesn't have to be headshot.
Thunderbird
Nice. That's
down
at least
low
helps.
with that nitro cell prepped for the 90 window here. Tape already ripped on that, so if Yas ends up securing that, you know where that one came from.
EU, the only remaining EU team is Empire in the upper bracket.
Not too much to worry about for the time being.
Medic gone from the round, and not a whole lot accomplished here so far for Oxygen. Nitro chucked out there by Damwon Kia's Yas, and it nearly is able to get a member of OXG. However, not only does the shot miss, the shots are returned from the top side.
EU's had just the worst day today.
Instead, as he goes down lower, and will now have to back up, probably play a little bit closer to his teammates here due to the relatively low HP. But keep in mind, of course, on the Thunderbird, those Kona stations are available. With another one just being plopped down onto the
Japanese
ground.
mafia.
So actually be pretty close,
Like a
with Blue
Yakuza?
Step coming in right there to full HP and can now reignite his own aggressive capabilities as he actually will move them around quite a bit here.
Did she just put down a
Yet another
bingo machine? What was
Kona
that?
station able to heal
That's the
him up
Kona
here.
station?
Just
Oh my
a
god, I don't think I've ever looked at it up
full
close.
HP, and there you go. Maxed out for the
It looked
time
like it was filled
being.
with
So,
paintballs.
moving offense now for Oxygen, but they found some map control.
I know
in the
nothing
process.
about
Raga
any
working his
operator,
way up through that
anything. I
90
haven't.
Window repel like we saw before. Currently sitting on Skull Door. Just gonna draw out the site and see if he can try and.
I'm
work
normally.
his way
You want to know
through
something
benches
sad?
with Kino. A nade out will get rid of the
Normally they
initial
ask me if I
advantage
want to
for
play the new
Concrete, but it's
season,
one closer to the door.
like
That's what he's
the
thinking, doing
before.
so.
Like some people are playing it
Munition
today. I saw
inside of
Bikini
this
tweeted that he was
space,
playing it
but
today.
starting to come
They
out
didn't
from
ask me if I
DWG.
wanted to play it
No
this
pressure
time.
inside of Master as well that could be worrisome to Oxygen's offense, as they haven't been able to find a singular frag here going into the last 38
She's not
seconds.
interested.
They're back to drones now and trying to find some extra insight as to
I'm always
what's
like
going on.
curious,
Turning up
but
down low to see if there
I'm
is
dead to
anybody
them.
still
I
inside
know.
of this
It's
space, but
fine.
it's only Yas
Yeah,
that
it's
currently
fair.
has
Like
the
I don't
red
I don't
hallway.
expect.
Hope to suffer from laxing inside of mud, but not before Cat saying refrags.
I have
on
no
the
like
box.
ill
They're
will
still in
toward
equal
them
man
for
advantage here
not
with
inviting
time.
me to
Oxygen
play it
have
at
to
all.
two. A frag grenade in here
Oh my
for
god,
the bomb chassis.
Snade.
Get rid of the
What the
shield
fuck?
and Rin will go down. This is going to open up this entire side. DWG, they fight back.
It's just funny to me.
As well. It's down to laxing. He'll
Nice,
find
Cat
one, but not
saying.
before Cat
Nice.
strikes true, and the defense will stand tall.
That uncertainty coming in again for Oxygen here. Way too detached of a push. So many players trying to make so many different plays in the dying seconds of the round, and no one really meeting
What's up,
being met,
Sella?
rather with too much success. Yeah, 1 or 2 kills being found. From there.
Any other game
Damwon
close to
Kia
this
are one of the
tactical
unique in that
realism and
situation, whereas
FPS?
everybody on Oxygen
This game
seems to
is
be
not
fine, taking
realistic.
care of their own responsibilities.
This is like a
And not really
tactical
supporting
arcade
each other,
game.
not able to trade off of each other due to the low
Realism
timing. So
went out the
huge
window with
checklist
Siege
of
a
things that they
long
need to
fucking time
accomplish just
ago.
to get themselves into the site and get a case on the
So
round, leaving the floodgates open for a
yeah, I've
very
heard
swift
good things
response
about Ready or
from
Not.
Kia, a very one-sided round
I
as
have
they
not
equalize
personally
the
played it.
equation one more time. 2 rounds for OXG, now 2 rounds in response for Damwon.
Can I interest you in
We
Escape
are
from
right back
Tarkov?
where we started here at 5-5 with only a few rounds left in regulation.
Yeah,
Now, this is
Insurgency
where
was
things get scary for
okay.
Oxygen,
I don't know.
especially
That
because
one
of the
was a bit
track record
too.
that we've been talking
It
about
was
here at
too
SI.
military
Close out
realism
games.
for
That's
me.
been the biggest thing. They're able to get these leads, but then when it gets to the tail end of the map, they just cannot
I don't know.
find these big rounds that they desperately
I like
need.
things that are
Looks like
kind
this
of in
is
the
happening yet
middle
again
between.
here.
I love the
Biggest thing
Oryx
to remind you
just
guys about is when that tag pause does
jumping
happen
out of
here,
existence.
DWG called it. Auction talk to their coach too. They can talk to Hopes and see what's going on, what they need to do going forward, all of these things.
Hang on,
So
we need to
in a
open
certain
Paint.
sense, it
Oh,
can
I don't have my
obviously assist the
keyboard on the
opponent
right
as
computer.
well, but obviously DWG getting a lot more traction out of
Um,
that than Oxygen did.
I wish I could just set that to default,
Oxygen
like my
out on the
default
board.
brush.
Let's take a
Okay.
quick look at
There's
they're gonna try and proceed
uh,
inside of the early round.
arcade.
First floor hold, so Not gonna be too
games
complicated
over
to set
here,
themselves up for the
right?
actual assault, but they do need to clear
And
out
then
the second
there's,
floor
like-
extension, as you generally might expect on these sites here. So a quick leap for Oxygen to try and work themselves into Master. That'll be the
Oops,
first
I
point of
skipped
control
the
they'll try to
I.
take for themselves
Realism
before
over
taking
here,
a shift
right?
over towards the kitchen site
And
down below here. Obviously, damn well
what's
clear
over
a lot of
here?
players
That
that
like
position to
SWAT
respond to
game,
this too,
right?
but
Like
they
military
don't know exactly
sims.
where they're gonna be, nor how aggressive they will try to
What was
play
that game that
against
everyone was
Master
playing
team.
recently?
Pressure
The
will be
like,
walking
not recently, but a couple
split
months
quite a bit
ago. I know
already.
Shroud and like
Vertical
Chris were playing
walks
it.
right in, and Yas is none the wiser to it. Apparently, a second kill possibly in the future for
Nope.
OXG. Hot pings on the player by the Astro stairs, but they're not going to stick
Not-
around. At least not immediately. Wookieeman
Squad. Squad was like over here, right?
Being OXG will be able to bank in that opening kill they got against Yes.
That one
Scary
was
stuff
like
here for verticals.
looked
No
very
intel at the
intense.
bottom of this stairwell, so
Siege.
fall
This
down
is,
to
let's
the
say this is
base.
like Call of
Smarter
Duty's
at
over
the
here,
moment.
right?
Does Woogieman find the timing?
Call of Duty's over
Continue to
here.
stare back and forth at this stairwell.
Fortnite is over
As
here,
focus of
right?
Oxygen, they'll continue to try and find some extra insight into this. Yaga
If
has
we-
a
where would we
horrible
put
window
Tarkov
right
on
now
this?
for Skull with
I would put
Foxy
Tarkov
outside
kind
the
of
balcony here. Maxing going to
maybe
apply a
over
drone
here.
towards the top of study here. This is always a solid one, or rather,
A little
towards the
bit.
top of Astro here. This is always a solid one. in
But
order to, get some extra
Siege to
info
me
for you on that
started
flank if necessary.
around
DK, though, they've made
like
their way
here,
downstairs, and they'll be holding on to this
or
for
maybe a
time.
little bit further this way, in the middle. Oops,
Oxygen
R6.
still bleeding down.
Yeah.
All this extra time
2/3-ish, that's about where I put it, yeah. And over time, I think this has gone more this way, where it's still not like as arcadey as Call of Duty, but it's still, to me, has like slipped in terms of like it's gotten further and further away from realism. Oh, the timing of the unpeak, yeah. It's just now it's like, jeez. Easy 1v4, no problem. It's not even about the skins, but it's about the utility that's been added to the game. It's like fucking holograms and I don't know. Oh, they're using their attack timeout. That hoodie is nice. That OXG hoodie that the coach or whoever's wearing.
Such a difficult fight there for DWG, especially given the fact that Oxygen got vertical control so very quickly inside of that one, and they were allowed to just work the map at a pretty even pace, drone things out, make sure that they don't misstep. The biggest one there, obviously, being vertical getting taken
Squad is
out.
similar to BF4, it's not as fast paced. I don't know Squad very well, to be honest. So that was just the impression I got from watching like 20 minutes of it. But
ends up going to the wayside once he rotates
upper
over
lower
towards
bracket
Mud
matter
Mountain,
in
but
any
either
way.
way,
Yes.
Here for OXG is yes, indeed, end up winning
I
that
haven't
last
updated this
round,
bracket
but
down
still
here
feel
yet.
as though they have something to talk
But
about
we've
here.
talked
They
about
do
this
not wanna
before,
miss their mark on close
where
proximity.
basically the upper bracket, if you like, so this is the first place in their group. They got placed into this round. They skipped this first round basically, so they don't have to play this first round. So Team Liquid, if they win this game and then they win this game, and they win this one and this one, or if they win, sorry, this one, and this one, these 3 games, they basically only have to win, after groups, they only have to win 1, 2, 3 games to get to the grand final, right? Like this is the big time. FaZe, by losing, first of all, they were 4th place in their group, or 3rd place in their group, so they have to play this first round. Then they have to play the second round. Then, after losing to Liquid, they get dropped down into this lower bracket, which means after groups, Team Liquid only has to win 3 games to get to the grand final. FaZe has to win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games just to get to the grand final. They have to win 7 best of 3s, so it's basically way fucking harder. Because, I mean, like, this is their reward for doing well in the group stages. They beat all the other teams. They did the best. Cool. You only have to play a couple games. But as soon as you lose and you get dropped down, so like TSM, for example, if TSM loses this, they get dropped down here. So rather than having to win just 1 more match in between this one and this one, they have to drop down, and then they have to win 1, 2, 3 more. 3 more best of 3s. So it just basically becomes like a way more difficult path to get to
Yes, he's more than likely
the
going to
grand
start
final.
things off downstairs.
We'll go for the initial clear in through the basement here, and he's got the Nook
Double
there
limb
as
is
well.
yeah, it's so much better.
Try to go for the cheeky one,
But it's basically like every
Misses it by a slight
team
margin
has
here.
the opportunity to lose like 2 games.
Just in case anyone
But once
in
you're,
Damwon
if you've
Kia
lost 2
managed to
games, then
notice
you're
that
just out.
breach, I'd say it's probably a low chance, to be honest with you, considering
You
we're
get the
on a
opportunity
second
for a
floor
comeback in the lower
and
bracket, but if
the
you
relative
lose another one, then that's it, you go home.
pocket here, but quickly
That bracket I made myself in Google Sheets, but otherwise you can look at the Liquipedia bracket. It's essentially the same thing.
Open here at this point, not going to be too much in terms of blockading, and the drone directly in front of him is going to confirm that as he continues a path forward here. Has himself on the Held Presence Eliminator as well, which is going to hide him from that default camera just behind him in case anybody was wondering why he might have not shot that out.
Well, the most interesting thing to tell you guys about right now is that there's not a single member of DWG inside of the site. There's nobody home. I'm staring at it right now with the top down. They might rotate somebody back in. Yeah, Coded's
That's
top
funny.
main, but he wasn't even
They're
there
all,
previously.
everybody's on the other
There's
side.
anyone near this space. They have everyone out and about trying to slow down OXG, and Yaga able to find Ren as he tries to hop over into red. That's going to be a huge kill here to start them off, but now obviously aware that
Is that a
there
Deftones
is a
hoodie?
lock in play.
Yeah, it is.
Katsang continuing to try and hold on to statuary, and this could be an ill-advised peak if this goes awry.
It
So many
is.
crosses happening in the moment, and Kino just simply not able to land any shots.
Damwon Kia have been called back now after they've lost a player and half the HP on a second one. Can no longer afford to risk this due to the fact that, again, OXG have had plenty of opportunity to drone this out. They more than likely would have realized the site is open for the taking and can very easily call an audible to rotate their players out of north side and in through study to take that control too, with only one member of Damwon Kia blocking off the access point from that direction here. This is where Damwon Kia has had a lot more success in wasting time, though. It's just their static hold inside of the site, and we can already see that becoming evident as OXG slowly creep up on the 90 angle and are able to take control for themselves, but after a significant delay here, still with quite a few of them held up over by the connectors and trophy, and on the approach towards 90 here. 45 seconds left, and OXG are nowhere near ready to work their way into the site. This could become problematic very, very quickly, especially if they're not able to get drones in proper positions to figure out where the final stands are going to be for Damwon Kia. That doesn't even consider Katsang's lurk still going on down the first floor too.
This is what this defensive strategy is all about. It's about delaying time and forcing the opponent into a load time execute, and it's worked out flawlessly thus far. Kino now looking for some presence down low, but doesn't find anything through the metal bars. Knows someone has to be working their way through bookshelf. No shots landed on either side as Foxy will go down. Vertical with some more damage, and Yas will be able to shut down Yaga. A swing here from Yas as he'll get taken out by Kino, but the shots being landed from DWG. It's a 2v2 with 4 seconds remaining. No case in anybody's hand as they'll just all go prone. And we're headed to overtime.
Just again, nowhere near enough pressure working its way into the site in that dying minute or so for the Oxygen roster. They have no problem whatsoever clearing out the extended play where there's not enough utility to support it, but it's like OXG are scared to challenge the utility directly time after time again, and they give so much of a time bank over there trying to figure out a proper path into the site that ultimately they're just forced to go for it, leaving them fairly exposed to the refrags that would come out from the Insight players.
It's very interesting that we didn't see Oxygen try and change up anything in their offense when it came to that strategy.
They did, but it took them like a 45 seconds to even put anybody over towards like south side push, like over towards study and whatnot.
Yes, but like once you understand that like the triple wall's going up and you're seeing the utility set up on the same side over inside of trophy and statuary, you know that extended hold's coming through. You should have cutoff drones.
So for lower round 1, I was actually 4 for 4 on my predictions.
Hey,
the only thing I got wrong was
top
this.
main, and that's literally it. That's the biggest thing there. Is that Oxygen?
The only thing I got
into
wrong
Damwon Gaming Kia's defensive
was
setup.
the score of the Elevate and Rogue match.
That's why that worked out.
I thought it would be 2-1. I thought Rogue would take one map.
Can't do anything. They can't push under the site in any convincing way.
Oh wait, no, I was actually, that's right, isn't it?
It's just
or no, I predicted 2-0 and it was 2-1 the other way.
They really didn't change up anything. Once again, in their offensive strategy, it was just the same push into the same area with Yaga trying to.
I did watch some of the end of the third map, yeah.
DWG are still allowed to fall back, and Oxygen still takes the same amount of time to clear
that was really
out
exciting.
that space while they're trying to get
a
into
music
ABG.
video that Valorant have done for Jet.
There's a big problem for Oxygen in that they have to go for that same attack immediately after they just whiffed it.
I don't really.
Heading into overtime now, meaning the
sorry to tell you this. I know this is going to be hard for you to hear. I don't really pay attention to like Valorant
same site where things have been going swimmingly for them, especially
social media stuff.
Unless OXG can find a way to abuse Damwon Kia further in the early round, the prospects look very bleak right now, and the possibility for Damwon Kia to steal the lead away is looking strong.
Please set a cutoff, Oxygen. That's what we need to see here. We need to see them.
Why am I not
deal some
rooting for
damage
NA teams?
to DWG, force them back into their opposition. There is some bodies over here. And yes, the team effort being fantastic, but we definitely need to see them try and get some more dastardly things done to this defensive strategy. There's definitely holes in this plot that you can indeed abuse. DK, though, this has been working out flawlessly thus far, and it will continue to do so. Still have the reinforcement here, played for Yas as he'll hold the cross for Bathroom. Plenty of yellow pings coming out as well from both sides to see what they can possibly do with this space. For Oxygen,
because I don't think that the NA teams are better than the other teams.
Intel in the area. Yago will be able to hold on to Skull Door here as Woogieman trying to challenge it back. It obviously will be able to pre-fire in through the
I think they're good teams, but I don't think that NA is like the best region right now.
It ends up getting caught up by the disc at the bottom of the windowsill instead. And John, they've wasted half the round.
Yeah, so much time being bled away here. And again, OXG cannot seem to find a quick way to get access to any of these extensions for Damwon Kia, let alone clear them out. Damwon Kia are just sitting on easy street right now, and in fact, they feel satisfied enough here. Rin will eventually fall, but that's a tale we've seen happen time and time again. That is not going to be the siren call for the end of the round here, let alone any success for Oxygen. Kino loses a lot of his HP from that fight, and keep in mind, of course, Yas still has presence inside.
Rin's been playing Tarkov. He's going for the leg meta.
They don't account for this. He can still cause some serious problems.
Oh no,
the drone wanders right past. Might have looped back around, but oh my god. He's going to go full control on this one. Does correct it quickly after a moment of pondering whether there was going to be a second player coming through, and thankfully OXG get their hands on the wheel pretty quick too by immediately exchanging that back out. They hold the player advantage, but only by +1, and once again are only approaching the assault on this site with minimal time remaining, only coming into the half of the map with about 35 seconds left, so they have no time to clear out the interior site setup, let alone properly drone the positions, as you can see here, of the members of Damwon Kia.
5 of the 12 remaining teams are NA. Okay.
Won't finally be able to get rid of that Banshee, but with only 20 seconds remaining, DWG, have they done it yet again here for the AVG setup? Yago will rotate over towards.
I still don't understand why that means that I have to root for them.
Self-control.
Like, why can't I?
Now being pressured. Yaga down inside of Study. They know where this push is coming from, and Damwon Gaming, they've getting so much damage dealt inside of this situation.
Oh, the case is down. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, the discipline to get that first kill and then not peek the second one.
As they take yet another defense.
It's close, but again, not enough early pressure.
That was so good.
The push is not happening early enough in the round to play it out in the fragging way that they want to there by just brute forcing their way in. If they want to play like that, they've got to do it. They've got to make that final push with
Clear your
30
corners.
seconds up on the clock, not
Damn.
10. And maybe they'll have a chance to back up and reinsert in a situation like this, where Coded could simply, pick up the first trade, and he's at risk of dying for the second one with literally less than a second on the clock. He can just dash away, and assuming he dodges that, he will
literally just sit there and do nothing.
AVG,
Great.
the selection for OXG now, as Mute will go to the wayside, and Valkyrie will be adopted into the lineup. As for everything else, it's pretty rudimentary when it comes to this one. The Malusi will still come in for OXG, but more than likely it won't be going for an extended hold here. It'll probably be all on to site, as we'd seen previously. For Damwon Gaming, though, they've got some interesting pieces to the puzzle here, specifically the Nomad coming in for Woogieman to make sure that they can lock up this flank and prevent Oxygen from getting anything done in a meaningful way if they do want to end up playing a player down low. They will obviously have an opportunity to prevent things still with some nitro cells if they so choose, so could see that info game come in later on to bite Damwon Gaming. But now, only 15 seconds left in the prep phase. We're on the precipice of seeing if they can possibly close this out after running up so many rounds on that defensive half.
I know, I see so many shots with the SMG-11 that I'm just like, how?
After this one,
how did you do that?
They're even able to close this one down, have to return back onto the attacking side and have to deal with that same set of issues yet again. Members of Damwon Kia, they too will have their work cut out for them, however, as they struggle a bit on their attacking sides themselves, as they're now trying to work past another basic setup from Oxygen on the inside of their AVG hold. Will be sticking around here for quite some time as both teams feel quite confident in their plays here. Cameras out and about for Foxes. He's placed those, peppered them, you could say, across the map, and trying to see where exactly Damwon Kia are going to try to go for their initial control. Looks fairly similar. We're actually going to have quite a bit of presence. I'll correct myself. Never mind. I thought we were seeing a north take, but I misread the silhouettes. It's looking like.
Why is everybody coming in here being like, you're not cheering for OXG? Why aren't you cheering for OXG? What?
Into the site.
Is there like...
aware that Kano's going to be playing the angle there for the main stairs, but
Who did-
past that, this will more than likely look
Did someone like
extremely similar to what we've
tell
been seeing
all their
before, and
friends on
SMD
Discord that I
gonna come right through
am
the wall,
hoping
so decent the last
DWG do
time,
well,
more than
or
likely
what?
some frag grenades to be delivered to the floor directly above them here in just a moment.
I don't understand.
Yaga will be able to
Yeah, but like,
continue to hold on to
where
push
did
up
you
for a time, but we're
get
still
that
early
information
days
from?
here
And
inside
also,
the
like, why
round.
does
We
it
haven't
matter?
gotten to the
Why did you
halfway
put USA
mark.
Canada?
So use
I
that
don't
Gemini
understand.
to
Like,
see if you
because
can
I'm from the
discover
US, I
anything
have
up
to
the
root for the US
stairwell.
team?
Not too much just yet. Obviously,
don't get
checking for
it.
the angles up top there, like we discussed before as well. But obviously, with no frag grenades, nothing too much to worry about. Katsang's going to go fishing, but won't be able to find much inside of the space.
Catching up on top of main stairs here, so Damwon Kia have cleared out the initial positions for
Yeah,
Oxygen
people
as
don't
they've
really
fallen back into
play
the site.
Cav
We're gonna
in
just waste the time down from there.
competitive.
No north presence, so that leaves a lot of rotate capability open for OXG, in addition to pressure that they could
I
throw
know,
from
that's what I'm
90.
more for the.
Damwon
I think
Kia,
that's a
of
better
course,
way
they
of
really
putting
wanna
it.
try and
Truly,
pressure from the bar
I like
door
the
as
underdog
well.
teams,
They
and
won't
APAC is
be
like the
able to get an
underdog
adequate
region,
number of
and so I'm
openings.
really happy for them
These-
to do well.
This 90
Basically,
wall set up here. Flashes go over. Need to follow that one back up just in case.
I know it's just you're like the third or fourth person who's just like randomly shown up and been like, why aren't you rooting for NA? Oh, nice nade.
Yas's nade lands true, however, against Yogg, and we're gonna see these X-Kairos get eaten up
They're
quite nicely. One
impact
full pellet
nading
pack
the-
going away there. The rest are used.
It's an
and they are able to
awkward.
get a successful
They're gonna have to
opening,
crouch
but it's
through
a
that
lot
now.
smaller than they would've
Ooh,
liked. Good
ooh,
overwatch
that
from
almost got him.
Katsang, though, as he nearly catches Foxate trying to swing out from Study, leaving him at low
Nice,
HP.
good.
And open for Rin to finish him off as he now enters in from the north side.
This is the dagger that they needed. Oh my God, Rin! Kino able to finally take down Yas, but can Rin find him? Impacts the wall. Kino slaps him inside a 90. Oxygen making a grand.
This is
stand
such
at
an
the
awkward
moment. Kino
hole
can't
now
land
because
some
of the
important
impact nades.
shots. It's a 3v2 for Damwon Gaming.
Oh, full
Wookie Man to
blind.
take down
Nice
Laxing,
job.
And Kino falls. Damwon Gaming take their map in such a
Makes sense
convincing way
in, like,
overtime.
It makes sense in sports where it's like this team comes from your city or whatever, but like, this, I don't know. But also, like, I just don't really care. The SMG-11 is so hard. I don't know how people do anything with it. Nice job. SSG took the first map against MIBR.
And Oxygen, after surviving earlier today versus M&M, are up against the wall, facing possible elimination themselves if they don't come back in map number 2.
I honestly cannot believe what I'm seeing with my eyes here. The amount of times that we saw Oxygen with some very serious capabilities inside of the round to get something done, especially on a lot of those AVG.
Somebody give Foxay a lint roller. Damn.
Happening.
What happened? Alright, other stream.
Recheck in every single corner, because if you don't, there could be someone creeping around in a corner. We've seen
Is that the
so many
biggest
times
map?
at this event.
Villa?
We see Rampy now sort of dining, they're taking
I don't know
control. There
actually.
wasn't
I
a
have
lot there, so
no
it's
idea
still
which
coming
maps
out
are
here.
like.
It's a
I think it's one of the bigger
basement
ones.
quite far off
They've
the bomb
changed
site.
a lot of those
Got a
stuff,
bit to go,
so.
with a minute left in MIBR. They're still playing inside of dining hallway, playing inside of
Small
bar
little
itself.
cameras.
Rampy nades
Small
pops
little
out, there's an
cameras.
explosion in the team, most
I don't know
likely.
which ones you're talking
See
about.
anything outstanding in that position, and now we're gonna be working our way down the staircase and gonna be working the trench side of things. With
Villa or
44
theme park? Yeah, maybe.
45 seconds left. Be SSG who has to break the bomb site. They got Hibana, so they can breach open the walls. Jammer has been cleared with that nade earlier, and that'll now grant them entry into bomb site with 30 seconds to go.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, here it goes. Skies, goodbye. Too busy on drones, nobody calling out the nitro cell at all. That's an unforced error at the moment, and boy oh boy, SSG are gonna hurt for that one. Because of the
Tower-
disadvantage they have
skyscraper?
right now and Rampy upstairs, that leaves just 2 players to pull off the execute. And it's Fultz and Han Cole to do that. Diffuser going down. Fultz surviving it for the time being at the halfway mark. Down goes Rampy as Ray Duck gets a kill, will now drop in the post plant. It's Fultz, but no! They get cleared out. Falls miraculous.
He's
and the
just
rest
sitting
of
there.
IBR do some significant damage. Space Station really
Wow.
falling apart at the seams, and like that, round 1 goes to MIBR.
Yeah, Sky down to the C4 really ended up punishing SSG. They only had one person able to cover
I
the
think
planter,
I
with
just-
the last person
most of the
really
time I
up
just
off
root
covering
for
himself, and that was it. Really not
teams
a lot of guns
that
available, and, well, they got the plan
are not
down,
expected
but
to
that's really
win.
not enough.
Or,
Looks good
I don't know,
in
it's weird.
statistics.
It's a weird
Well, that's
balance of
all you're
like,
going to get. And it wasn't even
I
the
think
Skies
Liquid is gonna
ability
win,
to
and so I
grab
root for
most
them
so
because,
far.
I don't
That
know,
just
I'm
means that
excited for
his
them
stats
to
won't look
win.
any better, unfortunately, in that top 5, where he is currently #1 in plans overall and a single player.
But
That is a basement success.
I also root for teams that I think are not expected to win
Making our way to
versus
kitchen dining
teams
next.
that I
Reduck
just don't
gotta kill that
have
round,
strong
however,
feelings about. I
and
don't
now
know.
it's on to Rambi up above, so he might have heard
Yeah,
our conversation
Twitch chat
saying
does
that he
do
should
a lot
get
of that
more
where it's
kills
like,
because
it's a lot of like,
1-for-1.
my region is the best region,
Matching the same amount of kills as
you know,
the
EU
talked about.
over NA, whatever. It's like, people are
That just does come down to
people are pretty vehement about that, and that's not really how I am personally.
She goes to pull out the nitro cell. You should have heard that. We don't know how deep into the bomb site it went, but if you don't hear that, you need to
I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it.
Nobody is swinging on that opening, especially with Skies going on to drone.
There's a lot of memes, and a lot of the times, like, I like the memes about it, but at the same time, people get really toxic about it too, and I think some people can take it too seriously, as with anything, you know. Anything that is a joke will be taken too seriously and too personally by some people, and it becomes really toxic. It's just that there's been so many people today for, I don't know why, like randomly, just because we're watching like OXG and DWG play, and I was like, saying how I was excited for DWG to do well, and they did really well in their groups, so I kind of expect that they would do better, and they didn't do well yesterday. What is this scope? What am I looking at? Oh, that's an LMG on Finka, that's why. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like feeling like I am expected to root for a certain team just because we happen to come from the same region.
Rather slow in the beginning of the round, but they'll have to speed up towards the half end. That's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, the scopes are bugged out. I was wondering, I was like, this looks super fucking weird. It's just because the bugs.
Oh no,
they're gone.
Look at this.
The scopes are bugged.
You know what that looks like?
What?
That looks like the
Oh,
classic.
they fixed it.
The rocket launcher from Quake.
I see what you mean.
It looks exactly like it. For those of you that know, and by the way, feel free to use that and make memes out of it, and then let us know how it looks. So, Fultz is going to be playing with the brand new loadout, leaking content. Fultz, shake my head.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Pro players and leaking content at these LAN events. They are on a LAN build where you have certain skins and certain on. What a nade! Did that actually clear? What a nade from the basement! It was all the way up to 2 floors. That is a beautiful toss, I will say. Nicely done. Fultz here on the balcony, holding down the angle, but falls. Gets a big kill to Rambi. That will be your finger off the board again. Not bouncing too well. Belly box. Oh, a
What
good
the?
punishment for Fultz jumping in that window. 2 players there from MIBR.
Why did he jump in?
Played by MIBR to read this out. Both opening picks going in their favor right now. SSG having some real difficulties getting into the building. Losing both Rampy and Fultz. Not where you want to be to start this off with. We've lost the sights again. I actually don't think I've ever seen this.
It looks funny.
The attackers do not have access to it. Falls is completely blinded. In you go. So some control for Bosco. 2 big kills immediately. The team's back at dead even. He might have cleared up the top floor, but the bomb site is on the bottom floor. I promise you, it exists.
Gotta update my spreadsheet with the scores for this morning.
On the guns
Yeah,
at
the
present
scopes are
moment.
bugged, I
Actually kinda
guess.
like the look.
I like the look as well.
It is actually kind of cool. I mean,
It does look cool. I agree.
it's probably not balanced, but it's still kind of cool. Look at that.
Hot and cold rotating, trying to find a way inside the building. He's been outside the entire time pretty much. Will make his way in through West Main on Philly Box. Well, if the timing goes in favor of one or the other, that's going to be a freebie for you. With 20 seconds left, Skies making his way through the standing hallway. They're going to try and plant.
All right, and here you go. 15 seconds to go. Sky's getting the diffuser down. There goes Fellapox. Raps and Rayduck needing to get back to the bomb site.
This looks weird.
Oh,
nice. Stops the defuse.
Great play by Raps now.
They're gonna have to plant.
Get it all in, but Bosco loses hot and cold, and that's an easy pick.
So funny.
SSG getting taken apart at the last.
Better than the sword
possible
bug, yeah.
second. MIBR so miraculously played. The shotgun play upstairs gets them the round, and they're up 2-0.
Somebody asked me why I love Rainbow Six Siege. I think this round really speaks volumes as to why that might be. The depth of this game and what it can offer. You saw, you know, upstairs, the hatch was reinforced. You're thinking, oh no, it's closed. What am I gonna do? Well, when you have a shotgun, when you're playing the mute like Raps is, you can just make a hole in the floor, take the assumption, take the guess of where SSG might be planting. It made the most sense to be exactly where Skies was. And this is kind of the argument that people make where, well, the best thing often isn't the best thing because it's the most predictable thing, right? So that often speaks where, well, if you plant in an unpredictable position, even though it's not the best position itself to be in, because
So much cafe today already.
you can argue it's harder to play against. And unpredictability is often also we speak of when it comes to aggression. And aggressive teams and aggressive players are very hard to play against for that same reason. It's hard to read the game and the pace. And if you're playing a predictable playstyle, well, all it takes is one shotgun shell in the right area, the floor above, to take you down vertically.
Man, I'm excited for Elevate too.
That was such an unwinnable round for Space Station. Suddenly becomes a very winnable round for Space Station. Then the last second becomes unwinnable yet again. Think about it. Those first two opening picks onto both Rampy and Fultz. Usually the 2 points of your spear, potentially 3 points of your spear available if Hot and Cold is doing well. And SSG immediately lose those two potent forces. You lose a lot of explosives, you lose the adrenal surge as well, and it puts you immediately in a very deep hole. Bosco walks in, plays that Solarium position very, very well, rappels in, right in the midst of the smoke.
Rappels. I hate when people say rapple. It sounds so weird.
Not a lot of the clock left to work with. And SSG,
I hear that a lot actually. It's like rappel. You rappel. And I think it's like, it looks like grapple, and so people say rapple.
After SSG had to surrender that, and what was the big reason why? They didn't have two very important players that could sit up top and watch over
Space Station
from MIBR retook.
No.
Yeah, we see Raps in this classic corner of library. We've seen some good memes in this corner from a couple teams. Maybe I believe there's Elevate Dark Zero, where Dark Zero's
Villa
like
7-2,
and Sapper just would not die and barely take damage. He'll toss us a C4. It won't do any damage. Hot and Cold sticks his ground, but that means that Raps gets away with his life, which is rather good for him. Once you're stuck in that corner, it can be hard to get out of it. But successfully, he did.
Only game you struggled with on your 1080 was Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk struggled on everyone's computer.
As we touched upon, and you said in the very first round,
that wasn't your computer. That was the game.
I don't know who actually got hit. There goes Lucan. Oh man, I wish we could have seen that. What on earth happened?
What does that happen?
Upstairs, I don't know. Maybe he got hit by the air jab as the Rotero drone went off. That's something that we will not be able to see. Hopefully, these replays get uploaded at some point so you can go back and witness exactly what it is. But this is the strength of those Rotero drones.
He died to a Rotero
and also
drone.
The strength of those air jabs. Good drone work from Space Station now on that early kill. They've got Rayduct under drone as well. Here we go again.
Yeah, I haven't seen many Rotero drone kills at a major event before. I mean, sure, if somebody's injured, that's one thing, but now I believe Luki was very much alive and moving around, so it's a first for me.
I would actually love to see how many Rotero drone kills there have been so far in this entire event, because I bet it's not in double digits. It's probably a handful.
Handful at best. Shields, however, different story. Tons of shields have fallen, ABSs, etc. But kills, not quite. Hot and Cold will try and make his way now through library. We see Reduct here, still getting active on top floor. It's a bar defense with SSG in control of library and up above. Doing some vertical play, trying to get open the hatches, and now making the way through down the staircases as well.
Well, with Luke off, the rest of the team is still upright. 9 players in the server, 30 seconds left. A very slow and methodical round to attack this bar gaming bomb site by Space Station. They need to ensure they're not losing track of the clock.
The scope bug looks so silly.
Goodness, 2 players from MIBR coming awake at the final seconds.
Yeah, we finished the fire station last night.
Not a single death. Walking in and hopping in, there's the Finka, but an adrenal surge almost gets Rampy right back up.
Oh!
Siege timing clear as day.
Oh!
We'll have to scramble to find the last 2 players, but
that's what it looks like when I play Siege. The timing.
Because for the 3rd round in a row,
so sad.
Space Station making some very puzzling decisions and blowing opportunities to win the rounds, and MIBR graciously accept them.
I think it might be time. Take a breather, talk it through. What's going on?
Heartbreaking.
More importantly, SSG, your approach to the attacking rounds have been a little bit puzzling so far. And yep, we just
the drone goes through the wall. The Rotero drone is like a special drone that blows up.
SSG. It's a good
So,
time to
I don't
do
know
it
where you saw
because,
that,
well,
but-
the first half is over. The first 3 rounds have been played. And, well, if you look at the scoreboard, or just before we turn to the page here, it is a 0-3 in favor of MIBR. So SSG haven't found a single round. They've only really gotten 1 opening pick. That was the first round. It was traded back really quickly. They also planted that round. That's all they've done so far. They lost the basement attack. Then they
What
lost
monitors
the
are
kitchen
you using?
attack. Now they just
It's
lost
Predator
the
or
bar
something,
attack
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, that's a tough one to be in. And I don't want to say this to take away from MIBR because there will be cries of bias casting if we do, but MIBR on a couple of those rounds have not necessarily been the more structured team.
No.
It's that SSG have made really sloppy errors. Uncharacteristically sloppy errors, by the way. And this is something that's happened to a lot of teams. It's that SSG not droning, SSG looking away at the wrong time, not communicating effectively, not
the timing of
playing
that
with
was
one another.
just
How many
really
times have we seen Space Station
unfortunate.
be unable to gain proper information before getting into the building?
Oregon.
That is something that does not play to SSG's strengths. They are usually so meticulous on the drone work. It's not like there's a good lineup from MIBR stopping the drone work. It's just Space Station are really struggling on it. And this is a map that's been played by both teams, so it's not really that SSG are unprepared. MIBR have played this map twice. By the way, both losses here at the 6 Invitational.
Yep.
A loss to Damwon Kia, a loss to Na'Vi. In regards to Space Station, they beat CAG 8-6 and then fell to Na'Vi 3-7. So both of them have experience, both of them have practice, and yet despite that, it honestly looks like this is a map that SSG is approaching for the first time in a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say they both lost it, right? Neither team is extremely successful on the map of Chalet, and it kind of shows a little bit messy gameplay so far. And you spoke about how SSG were struggling with their droning and making uncharacteristic mistakes, but I'll also say MIBR doing a good job at capitalizing on these openings granted to them. They're not just letting it fly by, they're taking them, winning gunfights, being very active on the map like they were on Villa. The only difference is that on Villa, well, SSG looked like they knew how to attack, whereas now in Chalet, it really doesn't look like they have the most experience, or at the very least, the things they're trying to do are a little bit unorthodox, and it clearly isn't working yet. But the beauty of Rainbow Six Siege, we have 6 rounds on each side. They will now have time, especially with this timeout, and we also have a rehost right now, so we're extending it for a little bit here. Have time to discuss, well...
Alright, well.
Back, assuming that their utility, if anything, would have bled out the remaining time on the clock. Big mistake, as Damwon Kia are able to make it work in their favor instead and pick up that first round through that mistake.
And once it comes down to load time, you really want to see Oxygen use that.
Do you think
man
Siege is
count to
dying?
try and nip it in the
Everything
bud.
dies.
Bully them a little bit.
You okay, Boxa?
Exactly. You want to see them set these guns on fire.
You
and just
good?
Trying to take some fights, but we don't see any of that.
Zabibi, thank you for
They
the 2
simply
months.
sit
Shadow
still and see
Fox,
what
thank you for the
DWG
7-month
wanna do
resub.
next. Maybe they can get some cutoffs.
You
maybe
alright?
they can do this. Maybe they can do that. But we saw how that worked out for Vertical, especially. There's so many people around.
That's
them,
true though,
there's
every
no
game
idea which side to possibly challenge,
ebbs and
he
flows
gets
in
shot in
terms
the
of
back of the
popularity.
lobby, even though he
I don't know
knows
any of the
presence is
stats.
there.
I know people like to
It's
talk about
extremely
the
unfortunate for
player
Oxygen
count and all
in
that stuff.
moment because
I feel like
these
competitive Siege is in a
defensive
really good
rounds, I mean, they're
spot.
worth their weight in gold when you can get them on Coastline.
So, big mistake from
It's
Oxygen.
cool
Now
to
they're
see an
gonna
event
shift
like this
perspective
where all the
away from
regions
Kitchen,
are
which, to be fair,
more
is
or
an
less
overextension for some teams. They
competing,
don't always play to that
except for
exact
EU.
sites that may have just been Oxygen testing the waters
Just kidding.
for the
But
first
kind of.
round and seeing how strong they can possibly hold positioning. Now we're gonna fall into one where things are gonna be
I think
a
it's
lot
taken
more
this long for
straightforward
APAC to
here. It'll be on the
finally
hookah billiards
have
field for
teams
Oxygen
like
next. Mute Jammers to block off the intel for the top cool vibes area, which is
competing
gonna
at
be
a
an
top
anchor
level,
point for
you know,
Oxygen
which is
play
nice
into,
to see.
and
It's really
further
nice to
emphasis
see.
on the usual positions,
But,
especially over here behind the couches at Small Bar inside
I don't know.
billiards.
For Dan 1, they feel as
It is year
Flores,
7?
yeah, he got
We're
some
going into
stuff
year
done,
7
but
of this
for Rim,
game.
I think it might actually end up assisting just a little
For-
bit more.
oh,
The initial
God.
drone gone and possibly some intel coming in. Yes, indeed, but it's right around the corner. Fantastic angle here from Rin. Could possibly find anybody. Nobody able to rotate back into billiards any longer with this LMG just lying in wait.
In terms of like FPS games, I feel like 7 years is a reasonably long time, you know? What else besides like CS? Call of Duty, there's a new Call of Duty every game every year, so that doesn't really count, you know?
Drone or something of the sort. They'll continue to hold on to space as Ren just saw the barrel of that MP5
Have Empire.
peeking
Yeah,
out
one
behind the
team out
wall.
of how
She
many?
simply awaits the arrival of an Oxygen member.
It's really a lot of NA and LATAM
They've gone
teams.
from the round, and again, And not going to see a whole lot happening
Since
here. That has been the way
3
this
EU
series
teams
has
got
generally
eliminated
played
this
out
morning.
So far, so no huge surprises there. But Rin, man, not moving an inch on this lurk here. And
There you go. Nice. Good pick. Good pick.
Get at least one other member of Auction out of position, and Rin will capitalize on it.
And that's the Wamai too, which means no more discs.
Clean as it can be here on the opener, and as well as some top-down EMP charges coming out there, as we'll see a rare Thatcher pick come into the fold here. They were hoping it would have taken care
How
of
many
all
teams
the
are
ADSs,
left?
but there's one more snuck away on Cool Vibes that does save Kino's life in this instance here, allowing him to keep positioning, but he still has to back away from it as he's a little nervous of what the follow-up could be onto his specific spot behind the deployable shield. Thankfully, the EMP has now
2, 4,
expired, and we'll see those
6,
ADSs
8,
reignite.
10, 12
So
teams
we'll be safe to go
remaining.
back up there
1
in just a
EU
sec.
team.
Already got the Selma charge down, though, so this makes Vase a heck of a lot harder to play.
1,
Kino, luckily enough, that ADS too low
2,
there,
3,
just not within the distance
4
of the
LATAM
EMP. They have
teams.
to toss that into the actual hookah space in order to get rid of that, so it'll eat up both of those grenades. But
2
now they know
APAC
exactly where
teams.
Kino is as well. And if you guys have been
The rest
watching
are
the
NA.
series at all, you'll know that DWG are no strangers to applying pressure to locations that they know that they can, and this is exactly what's going to happen.
Can EMP
We'll
from the
be
roof?
pushing through the
Yeah, it
smoke.
goes through
They
the
wait until
through
he
the
gets
floor.
through to activate the Finca, and that's a dead Kino. Nobody paying
Nice.
attention to any push at all. Coded started the plant.
Nobody
Auction
paying
with
attention
no
to any push at
response to
all.
this. We need to see
Two
the Nitro
Nitros.
here, but the plant,
Nitro?
it's already gone down,
Nitro?
John. What
It's
is
too late.
happening right now to
You're too
Oxygen?
late, and they're covering
At
it
the
too.
moment,
Nice.
Walking blind, it seems, inside of these defensive scenarios. They knew they had Cool Vibes.
So
as their
many
extension
bullets.
of that hookah.
Oh,
But
the
now, at the same
timing!
time, Damwon Kia
He just
not
followed
giving
him
up just
on the
yet.
other side of the wall, but just a couple pixels too slow.
First kill from Vertical might be the only free one he can sneak off here. They've got to fight for every inch of this retake, as it's in such a tough position. You can
He's
see
got him on
Oxygen
both
has to turn the
sides.
wrong way.
Nice.
They don't account for Coded being right outside the doorway.
There's
let alone
2 of
the
them
repel
there. There's
position.
nothing you could
Any
do.
initial platform
They're on both
positions
sides,
too.
and one's on the
Fox might
repel.
be the next to fall, but in fact, he wins the
He's
duel
outside.
versus
He's
Patrick.
outside. He's outside.
As he's ran outside to take the duel, trying to pinch this,
no.
it won't work out. Wookie Man and Cold and hold on to there.
Those runouts don't work
It's
super
another
well anymore
successful
because of
take here
how
from Damwon Kia, as they're racing up towards 7 with 2 rounds already in their pocket.
That wasn't even that creative. They just set the early player on the double window and then secure Sunrise downstairs. Use the EMP
they
to
just
try and
walked in.
clear out the player here for
They
Vase,
changed it
and
where
they
the
successfully
timer
do
now,
so
it shows
in a
like as
sense.
soon
They
as you
push
step
Kino
outside,
down into
basically.
vibes with the ADS constantly protecting him from those grenades. So what's the answer? Well, it's Damwon pushing through the toxic smoke. Just because that smoke's there doesn't mean I can't push it. And that's exactly what DWG do. They push through, and then after he gets through the smoke, they activate the adrenal surge to give him that extra HP for that fight as well. That was fantastic coordination there from DWG, and Oxygen gobsmacked at the moment. They even have Pulse, and they can't get anything done. I mean, even Foxy, not knowing that anyone's inside of Sunrise in that moment, it's just extremely unfortunate for the time. That's going to be 2 rounds for the offense.
Damwon Kia with solid control of 2 separate rounds here. This time, Oxygen not even really able to argue that they had it in the early round either. They just canned over so much positioning on a silver platter, especially their Cool Vibes player just not able to respond to it, and no one backing up said Cool Vibes player either. Once he's dead, that's it. Hookah is just handed over to Damwon Kia, and they can go for a default plant with 0 resistance. And as we mentioned in the middle of the round, that's with Oxygen having 2 Nitros in their pocket, which never came into play at any point during that one. So much utility just wasted there for OXG, as they never even get a chance to use it.
Yeah, Coastline is a great map, but when you pick it, that's the problem, is because you don't get to choose the offensive side. You're more than likely going to start on the defense, and this is how things can go. DWG, they've looked so dynamic so far inside of this map. Oxygen have got to get defensive rounds in the moment. DWG, more than likely, able to muster quite a few rounds here. If they get anything at 5, then you really got to start getting worried for what can happen. Really looking for Oxygen to possibly get 2 defensive rounds on this half, but anything past that for DWG, likely all for naught. Either way, though, Coded now will start shooting in towards the positioning of one of the members of Oxygen, but luckily Laxine will hit the deck and behind the luggage boxes and be able to stave off elimination. VIP access now gifted to DWG from these Selma charges. They'll break up the entirety of that wall. It will be a penthouse defense here for Oxygen, and this is looking quite similar to our previous round in a sense. They've already got a player out here on the double window. He'll be able to man this for a time with the other players starting to rotate in. Coded going to drop drop off towards the outside of the building, not the bathroom drop here. So he'll begin droning out that basement floor. For Rin, it's just going to be onto the angle hold here for the VIP hallway to see if they can secure an Oxygen member rotating back towards the site.
Once again, in action from both of our teams inside of the first minute and a half. Okay, I'll take that right back as Coden's going in.
Hello?
And Overwatch from a second player
OXG? Oh, C4. That was so close. Damn.
The big window repel. Also, Rin rotates back in, takes Aqua control, and takes 2 kills.
Even man count.
We're still even and down 1.
They still have a minute. They just have to recover the case inside, which is unfortunate.
But they've got even player count, so they're not out of this one just yet. The biggest issue they have to face off against now is that they've dropped the case in the site, and they're not going to be able to get that back unless they frag their way to a win.
A minute remaining here for Oxygen to hold on, and that's all they need to do. But can Woogieman possibly deal some serious damage to them that they won't be able to recover from? Currently inside a guitar, awaiting his teammate to try and assist him. The adrenal surge out from Rin to try and assist from, well, a wider berth, as Yas will try and propel himself forward. Stuns out to Burn and stuns out to Blind as he'll move his way in. Somebody needs to pick up this case. As Foxy, he's all the way over inside of Vase. Yas with the fake here. The smoke goes wide and he'll begin his plant.
Planting
Rin
again.
Trying to look for the man.
No more
C4s.
The cover. Oh no, it's just the planter.
That's gonna be a simple frag, and Oxygen finally get a defensive round.
Hamon Kia finally overstepping their attacking strategy just a tad here with the direct swing.
Your smoothie had a wood stem in it? That's how you know they got the smoothie straight off the tree.
They test the defenses right out for Oxygen. And finally,
freshly picked.
For the first time
freshly picked smoothie.
2-1 is the
When I started watching in pro leagues, recently, but it's just me. There's no females on any of these teams. There are.
On the 6th round here.
I don't think there are any female players on any of the tier 1 R6 teams, at least not in this event. I have a vague feeling that there's like, I think there's a female APAC player, but I don't know. There used to be Goddess on what is now Sonics, right? It was Cloud9 before, and then she like retired from competitive play, I guess, and is like a content creator or something for them now. She does like, she works with the org still, but she doesn't play anymore.
For Oxygen, we're back down into Kitchen, and if you guys do remember, this was a pretty close one as they were able to slow things down, but never actually hop 2 inside of the round, and that was the biggest deal. They never took it to DWG, who inevitably was able to bowl over them in the dying moments and get a plant down that was nigh impossible for Foxy to stop.
Nigh impossible.
In control at a 2-1 lead here, but finally the cracks are starting to show. And OXG, this is a site that they controlled the pacing inside of the early round, but handed over
God is with Immortal. I don't know, dude.
There's
like all the orgs that change every year, and the players change every year.
For our defenders here, so time to see if they'll make that same mistake again, or if OXG will
lineups change every year, multiple times per year.
Out the potential plant that was allowed to sneak through on the previous play.
A different version that allows them to watch where everyone is. Watch where everyone is.
Lobby positions as well as any supporting spots in Kitchen this time.
Do you mean like a stream that is just a top-down view and like nothing else, or?
Montero drone out, and it'll get rid of the deployable shield out here, covering the rotation into the main hallway. Yet another one out here for Yas as he'll continue to deliver the onslaught of explosions. It'll blow up this Banshee inside the main lobby space, but I feel
like he could have got.
To deal with the laser gate.
Can you get the laser gate with the
later time.
explosion from the fluoride drone?
Of DWG as they still begin clearing out this map. More Rotero drones in and more utility gone here. That's gonna be the name of the game here.
Is this now in the game, or the broadcast having a special view?
Done inside of this
players.
One.
I feel very confused about all of your questions.
Do
the players have the ability to view this? Not while they're playing,
too much going on,
but they can watch replays after.
For their entry point.
Yes, the floodgates are open with all that utility being deleted here. Still one Rotero drone left as well. If Damwon Kia want to try and knock something else out, that's on top of two
Spectator
of the lifeline
mode.
characters
I
being
mean,
available here for Katsang. So things looking
but they're
quite
asking if the
confident for
players have the
Damwon.
ability to
Going
view
the
this, and that's
last
what I'm
minute
saying.
and a half. They're
That
gonna throw
no,
a
they
couple of
don't.
stun charges here to try and flush out a few members of Oxygen.
But
force some
there's a
rotations, but
spectator.
nothing
You
going
can have a
to be
custom
spot
game
on
basically,
too
and then you
much
have
as of yet.
5 players on each team, and then 1 person who's a spectator, or 2 people who are spectating. I think max, and then
by Coded there to open things up on the inside of service.
oh jeez.
Breaching charges down as they begin to break up the flooring above the B's site, searching for Kino, but obviously he's all the way
Rin
deep,
Rin
tucked
is
inside the kitchen,
male,
trying to
yeah,
play
on
his life
DWG.
out. As for the rest of Oxygen, they're all off of
Just
sight
has long
in
hair.
the current moment, which could lead to a possible rush coming in. Nobody inside
There's no
of
female
that
pro
space.
players
Jaga
at this
goes
event.
Down. Now, with the initial pick here, how does DWG
Yeah,
want
there's
to
spectator
continue
mode. The
this
players
push?
don't see it. They see,
Actually,
like, this is what the
holding
player
on the
sees
white
right
stairs,
here.
one inside of this
He doesn't
space,
see
and
the
left
outline,
side
but
drag coming the way
oh, that
of
was
OXG.
unfortunate.
They'll take down Katsang, and they'll be able to equalize.
Oxygen quickly
That's
learning their
unfortunate
lessons
timing.
here and having a much more successful swing,
No.
but oh no, biting off a bit more there, laxing O2 Bold as he tries to rotate into the front desk itself and gets cut
Default
off by
cam,
Rin.
yeah.
Rin, of course, now being spotted as he enters,
Oh.
and in comes the wild swings
It's
from
back and
Kino
forth.
that has been plaguing Damwon Kia's entry attempts here round after
Oh,
round, but
you
only just a
missed.
little bit on this one. Coded
Sad.
able to get a rare exchange against him,
Oh,
but
yep.
Coded overstepping his own position here, no time left. Woogieman, the only
Woogie
player
has to
remaining
plant
here,
it,
will be
there's
able
no
to
way.
start the plant, but should be a quick interruption as
Yeah.
the rest of the team swarms it against him. Foxe will catch
Yeah.
a glimpse of him just through the wall.
These
there,
matches are best of
shutting him down and now
3s.
equalizing the
The
scoreline
grand final
at
will be a
2-2.
best of 5.
And that's the 2 rounds that Oxygen desperately
Yeah, you can
wanted on
spectate
this
in
half. It was
in
looking
custom
very
games,
bleak
and then you could
early
watch
there,
replays.
especially for DWG's 2
Sella, thank you for the
rounds as they
gifted sub
continue to
for
pull over
Boxa.
Oxygen, but luckily enough, they bounce
Thank
back
you,
in a
Sella.
pretty convincing way and also keep their tack timeout as well. So fortunately, this is starting to look like they could pull this one out. DK, though, obviously starting to fire on all cylinders, especially for Rin's case, as he's continually been the thorn in the side of this defense. So look to pull ahead here in round 5, as we will see double bar for the very first time.
Replay system is in, yeah.
OXG
It's pretty, yeah, it's pretty busted, but it's technically in.
It's not going to be anything earth-shattering, just Foxe moving from a Legion over to a Malusi there, so
Technically it's there.
for utility that honestly won't be too surprising for Damwon Kia here, especially considering we're going to go to the double bars. Malusi is almost a necessity for teams inside of this one, as you do need to slow down that rush that can sometimes happen through the pool door.
Oxygen will break up the blue bar wall, as we're used to seeing, as well as start applying a healthy amount of utility inside of Sunrise. Mute Jammer for the wall, as well as a Banshee on the single panel to make sure nobody can rush inside, as well as
it
not destroy
works.
that, like putting on off a soft wall or something along those lines, where it would instantaneously be blown
It's
up
a-
along
it says
with
best of
that
3.
soft wall.
Yeah.
As the reinforcements will be
DWG has won
dedicated
1 map. That's
upstairs
what you
to
can see.
try
This
and
like red
assist
bar
with
here
slowing
is supposed to
down the
indicate that
Damwon
they've won
clear, especially
one
for
of
VIP
their
space, where we've seen them
the
start
maps.
quite
They won the map that
often
they
on
picked,
their
but
ends.
only
But now, as
just.
soon as
They
we
won
say that, round
8-6
5
in
will
overtime.
commence. Prep phase done and action
That
phase
was
starts
close.
now.
Probably a little bit
Things get
closer than they
started,
would have
and
liked,
it's gonna
but
look a little bit
Oxygen
slower
has looked pretty
time
strong
for
this event.
Damwon Kia. They'll work their way forward out from spawn, being a little bit cautious of any potential pop-outs here from OXG. Not going to see too much in terms of any counteraction, however, from the OXG side of things, as they too have to be worried themselves about what could happen if they take too many risks here. Quick little Thatcher EMP working its way in with some X-Kairos also to open up the first access point in through the pool door, and that should go off without too much of an issue, and there you go, blows up the Mute Jammer in the process as well, so now they've got the capability to open this hole up even more so, if they would so
I got,
like, with the EMP expiring
use
just
my
in
eye drops.
time
I
there,
got
so
LASIK
lights
last
switch
week.
back on.
It's been, actually no.
Get that wall open.
Oh no, it's been almost exactly a week. It was, today's not Wednesday. Tomorrow will be a week. Since I got my LASIK done, so I have to use eye drops frequently to, especially when I'm on my computer, so that my eyes don't freak out. Whoa. Cool. Wait, can you guys see this? If I, hang on, this is more important than the game.
For Oxygen, continue to spin up
Wait,
around
I need
this
the
map,
camera to focus
Laxing will
first? Camera?
climb the white stairs here.
Camera?
Gonna see if you can find anybody
Focus on my
inside of
hands.
This space. So look out
I believe in
towards
you.
Guitar, but nobody
You
home
can do
for
it.
the time
Camera?
being. Rin has made his way into security here, and this is going to be a solid
My
cutoff.
camera
That could
refuses
bag
to
him a frag
focus.
a little bit later
Hello?
on, as it'll actually come through right now. Does he start moving towards security? Oh, this is going to be so
Yeah.
very close.
Look at
Oh, and
this.
it's going to be a freebie. Yogg walks right into the close.
Oh no!
LMG.
I'm so sad. There was a little bubble on the top, and if I like squeezed it, it went like in and I don't know how to describe it.
Yet another death going
Sorry,
in his pocket.
ADHD
Only
things.
one
It's fine.
assist so far in the game for him, and 5
And then
deaths
it went
aside
away
from
by the
that,
time I
so
got
not
the
the
fucking
greatest
camera to
start inside of
focus.
this matchup.
Tragic.
Lagging behind a little bit in
Anyways.
map number 1-2. Rin follows it through with a second one from inside of security also. Things looking a little bit more confident in the site
Anyways.
itself. Both Foxe and Kino striking true because Foxe still maintains top presence here in Aqua that for some reason has been completely ignored by Damwon Kia. Vertical and Foxe
Didn't get
however, now the
blue
only
light
two
filter
left
on my eyes
remaining
when I got
here.
LASIK.
So we'll have to look for
No,
some rotation
actually.
to
Do you
get
guys think
themselves
that I
back
could make
downstairs
blue
here in
light
the next 30 seconds. As here we go, another
filtering
plant and finally
contacts?
gonna be made.
Oh,
The
Jesus.
hop down
Just
is
fucking
made, but it's caught.
appeared.
Foxe dead in front
Oh,
with no
nice.
HP. He has no
Nice job,
dot in
Rin.
the fight. So we will see Rin absolutely shredded apart with 4 kills.
Do you think I could
inside of
market
that round.
blue light
has been
filtering
an
contacts,
insane
or
close
would that
line
be like
out
a
of
Valkyrie
Rin.
situation?
For Damwon, they have to be feeling themselves after that round, able to
There's
work their way in
there's blue
towards
light
blue and begin
glasses is the
setting
thing,
that plant
right?
down pretty early. That's obviously going to be stopped out.
That
from
odd
Oxygen,
yellow.
since they
Well,
didn't
I mean,
do
the
it on
yellow
their
is
time, they were able to
purposeful, right? They have to
reconvene and see what
block.
they could
It's like
possibly do with
sunglasses
this
being
space. They'll
dark to
adjust
block
it
the
across
sun,
and
you
force
know?
Oxygen to rotate
They can't not be
downstairs,
yellow.
and ill-advised
Just
hop
have like a
into the
weird yellow
courtyard
tint
for
to your
Foxe. He
eyes.
gets tagged
Gamer
up.
contacts,
Obviously,
exactly.
the last remaining member being vertical on literally a sliver's worth of HP, so practically impossible to win a gunfight, I guess, unless you're coded from Villa.
So Damwon Kia in control yet again with already over half the rounds on the attacking side controlled and the possibility to really lock in the advantage at 4-2. But at the same time, OXG to make a return where
Blue
we've seen probably their most
blockers,
successful
that
hold
don't
yet
have yellow
upstairs
tint?
inside
Okay.
of theater.
I just use
However, remember, if you
I use
weren't
Flux
watching
on my
our previous
PC, which
attempt
makes
here,
my
it was mainly
computer
the fact that
very
Damwon Kia went for a
weird
rather
looking.
bold plant strategy.
There's a lot of
Just
color
slid
options
right
in
to the
Flux
window,
that I don't
allowing
really know
the
why you would
characters
use
to
them.
clear out initial
Like dark
utility
room
placed
mode,
in that part of the map.
it makes your whole
Very
screen
quickly
red,
respond to that, shut that
and
down,
it looks
lock the
terrible.
diffuser
I don't know
inside
why
the
you
site,
would use
made the rest of
this.
the round nigh impossible for Damwon Kia. So a quick switch up on their own strategy,
About-
and we could see a much more successful attack be yielded here on the final round of the half.
What is
Actually,
macular
all about the
pigment? What does that
hatches
mean?
For transitions in between the top and bottom
Nothing
floor, as well
changed.
as an extension made out towards Hookah.
Gotta turn off dark room mode.
This will have a mute jammer for the right.
What
and
is
ADS for the
macular
left
pigment?
panel here, just to try and assist the player playing this position. Rin not going to take any heat, but will send some shots towards the
It doesn't do
sunrise
anything.
window
I
just
don't know
to
why.
ensure that none of the Oxygen members
Oh,
can
wait.
possibly
It is
try
changing?
and take him out as he transitions towards the roof.
It's
Woogie will
weird.
clean
I don't know how
out
to
the
describe
service
it.
door here for Yas and make sure that
It
nobody
looks
gets
like there's an
pulled up in the
old-timey filter.
process.
I don't
Trying to
know
move
what's...
this
It's
around
not
and make
sepia,
sure
but it's
it's
weird.
a little bit better in order to make sure that it doesn't get taken out on the door once they try and clear this space out, but also could just reapply it somewhere else. Doesn't seem like
Emerald
they're
City.
too worried about that in the overarching strategy. And yes, indeed, not gonna actually.
It
yes,
looks
he will reapply.
horrible.
Are we
I feel
applying or are
like
we not?
I'm
What are we
attempting
doing
to
here?
hack into the
Finally, we're able to get
Matrix,
Claymore down
but
on
the Matrix
service
is
door,
actually
and,
like
it'll
a
stay there
Kmart.
for a time to guarantee that
What is
no
that?
runouts happen as
terrible.
DWG start things off on the VIP balcony.
Dark
Openings
room
being
mode
made
would be
now
great
for
for playing on your
Damwon Kia
computer
to
while
flood
developing
open
film.
the position
Oh,
over by
interesting. So
VIP.
you could have a
OXG
computer
have setups on their
in a
own
dark
guard
room
inside of the hall
and
to
use
counteract that.
like
So
a
it's
computer
not gonna be a
screen.
clean
That
opening
makes
just
sense,
yet for
actually.
Damwon Kia. All it
That
does is
doesn't.
enable the capability for them to take fights. Doesn't
That's not
necessarily
bad.
guarantee that they'll get the room, as we can see Yogg now in
Himalayan
position to fend
salt
that
lamp.
off, but Yogg's not a guarantee here. Keep in mind the scoreline for him has been quite rough
What?
this series. He's been struggling
Civil
unlike
Twilight.
the first match of the day
Flux,
versus
what are you
Eminem.
talking about?
So things are going to be a little bit tough for him
This
to
is very
contribute here
blue.
if he ends up in an
I like the
direct
salt
1v1.
lamp one though. It's kind of like a pinkish.
Slow and steady for
It's
both
not-
of these teams. No one wanting to overstep.
It's
in the
kind of
current
a
moment. As
orangish
this grenade will get
color.
eaten
I don't
up
know
as
how to describe it.
Inevitably goes off there. I thought initially the ADS got
It
eaten
says
up, but
dark
no, it
room
did
mode.
indeed get that deployable shield, so making things a little bit harder here. But now DWG really need to focus on this timer. They have to try and get through Kino's smoke utility, in which he has an abundance of at
My
the
screen
current moment.
is
Is coded,
doing
trying
something
to
weird.
pick a couple of these members off over on the west-hand side. Rin starting to pressure the VIP space, or rather the hookah space, with Yaga inside of Vase. Tries to double back here, not able to find the kills in any significant way just yet, as Coded trying to look for this plant spot. All the smoke's coming in. They've wasted so much utility in this area. He'll double back over towards Guitar, and so much time for them to try and work this out, especially with the pick onto Fox. A DWG looking good in the moment.
Rest of Damwon Kia here. Still looking for ways to swing outside of VIP. They do have a route to plant inside of the corner of the bedroom, and that might be what Coded is working towards now. But he's also going to have some trouble trying to isolate out the player from Oxygen. Not only still sitting down the hallway at VIP, but the one still sitting in the back of Theater too. This is Damwon biting off a little bit more than they can chew by not having dealt with the players in the back of the site here. Kino just ripping them to shreds. Vertical goes down, but it doesn't even matter. With the presence still alive at the top of Cool Vibes here, Damwon don't have a hope of getting any cleanly, and
I put it on reduce eye strain and it made my monitor brighter. I'm confused.
Yes, indeed. And Penthouse being the saving grace for Oxygen as they find more than 2 rounds on their defensive end.
Wait,
2 of those
24-hour preview
from that defense. It'll be
wait,
Hookah
go back.
Here for Damwon Gaming
Stop.
as they start their defensive half. And actually, no, they're going to switch it up on me. It'll be Kitchen Service instead. Yas initially going to dedicate himself to the Vigil. Will we see a change up in this? We will indeed. It'll be on over to the Oryx here, as everyone else will obviously have to stick their ops. Kino moving away from the Thatcher and onto the Flores. This is something that we see DWG not go for on their side. They kept the Thatcher in the entire time, and honestly, it got quite a bit done for their utility game in a bunch of different ways. They did not
What
have
if reduced eye
these
strain
jammers
just
directly.
turned your
They
monitor
were
off?
dropping
It's like,
EMP
get off your
over
computer.
whatever wall that they
It's
wanted
funny
to,
because
and
I had my
keep
French
progression
lesson,
through the map. So
and
we'll see
it's
if this is a
in the
struggle
evening,
for
and
Oxygen
so
or exactly
my
how this ends
monitors
up
have
going
like
for them.
turned down the blue light because it's close to nighttime, right? And so my monitors were like kind of red, and so when I got on the call with my French teacher, she was like, why is it so red? Because like, she's like, something is weird with your camera, because everything, my monitors are all like kind of red and they're reflecting on my face, so it just makes me look very red.
And then we'll have Yaga bringing the Finka into the fold.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just for my,
surprisingly didn't see a whole lot of from Damwon Kia. The Sledge being picked up by Vertical here, which is going to make
it's just for my eyes.
A little bit easier than the breaching charge route.
Ooh, MIBR. On match point. Wait, let's watch this because it's on match point. Dumb mistakes, damn.
A key part of why you make dumb mistakes.
Dumb.
Value your opponent.
Stupid.
Don't think that they can punish you for those. SSG getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves in some of those rounds. It costs them. And when it comes to 1 or 2 rounds making a huge difference, look at the scoreline. That's really all it takes.
Every single round is so important in Rainbow Six Siege. It's 1st to 7, so 1 clutch, well, that's a massive amount of rounds in comparison to how many you need.
Oh my god, these quick peeks.
Getting active, getting aggressive.
That didn't work.
Jump out, 1 swing, but look it once again.
He has 1 HP.
So lethal on Chile, 9 and 2 right now. Has the majority of his kills off this side of MIBR.
Oh my! SSG look lost at this point. This is so easy for MIBR. Oh my, a very free matchup.
Dumb, stupid mistakes. I remember when there was like the CCS Women's League that they were upset about the caster saying that they like
Factually true.
they target banned one of the players on the other team by banning Twitch, which is like a really weird, that's a super weird ban, right? Like, why would you ban Twitch? And so, wait.
Once again with the
Oh.
mathematics, we are wearing that math teacher.
And so one of the casters was like, it seems like a weird choice, but like maybe they have a plan, I don't know. And the players were like pissed because they were like, why, like, you guys are supposed to just be casting and like not being like toxic toward us and like criticizing us or whatever. And then you watch Pro League and Parker and Kicks would just be like, what are you doing? What a stupid mistake! It's like, you idiot! So funny. It's just the way it is. Oh, so many grenades.
With 30 seconds, it might be you can. Spare claw in the pocket.
Spare.
Of course, we have
Kaid Claw.
We have 1 more from Sledge. That's the
They
last
basically have to
one.
like
We'll have to
push
go
through this
victory
one door with 2 people watching it. Yeah. Oh, they survived. Nice. Why are you
Swinging on
peeking?
in, it's Falls and Rayduck against Rampy. A single
Why
player
did you
from
peek
Space
that?
Station, but Rampy's looking the wrong way, and Rayduck will
Nice.
punish it.
Why did they
MIBR
peek that?
Punishes SG.
I don't know why you would peek that, but okay.
Tears Oxygen to shreds. Their
I'm not a pro
offensive
player,
side
I don't
not
know.
coming together in any convincing way just yet.
7-2 MIBR. My prediction was for Space Station to 2-1, so we'll see.
Down one, but they need more than that in the moment, and finally Yaga will push forward. He claims yet another life. Laxian will push in as well behind him. They know that there's a Kegs player. They have so many bullets in this LMG, but he slipped through the cracks.
Oh my god,
They don't
he's
know where he
gone.
is. He's moved to the other side, and they have to plant.
He
the
ran
top
so
player.
far, you
Where
just see the
is he?
smoke,
Where
like-
is Rin? Rin, you need to get here. He's just
Rin, hello?
sitting inside of the site. He can possibly find a frag if he crosses here, but I don't believe that I'll be able to see him. And Rin letting his teammate out to dry here.
That was the second. Oh shit. That was the second map
A round that looked like damn one. We're gonna be able to secure early.
for the MIBR SSG game. SSG took the first one, and MIBR just took the second.
For where maybe they thought Oxygen were going to go for a plan or something else. To be fair, we didn't have great vision on what was going on upstairs at the time, so there's a few things he might have been working towards, but either way, from our POV, we can see the player in sight just left out on an island, unfortunately. They're coded, trying his heart out to delay, and more importantly, keep himself alive, but it's all a futile effort as OXG bully their way
Both those
in
maps
the
went
final
7-2,
seconds of
yeah?
the round due to the great entry power
Correct.
coming into the two remaining players, and they take the lead now as they move into the second half.
Oxygen's gonna be happy about this, especially with
7-2,
the two early
2-7.
frags coming out from DWG.
Now they got a
You
bank.
thought it was theirs for the loss, but obviously not able to work things out. Ended up actually securing that loss, unfortunately enough for them. So almost dishing that out towards Oxygen's direction, rather. So either way, after those two initial frags, not able to win it out, and Oxygen now up and on to the lead for the first time here. In the current moment, though, Oxygen able to at least get some very serious frags on that re-entry and assist themselves in getting that plant down. We'll be looking towards Hookah Billiards this time around, but they'll have to work through a couple of different pieces of utility. And
The,
also they don't have access to the OSA
Horizon
that
game
they
comes out
really
Friday,
enjoyed
doesn't it?
using in their previous matchups on this map. We'd usually see it go down inside of the billiard space,
The new one?
which would just signify an aqua plant that we're all so very used to.
Both.
But that position is going to be a little bit harder to stick now because if, well, you try and go for the fake, there's going to be an angle right across your head over here from Hookah. So we'll see how Oxygen try and deal with this situation minus the OSA.
Oxy with the edge. Now can go for a very slow rolling attack here again. Only against the Hookah Billiards defense from
I know, I hate
Kia.
using controllers so much.
Just going through the usual
I
motions at the
really
beginning of the round, so nothing too
Did
surprising.
not enjoy
Two
playing the
around
first
break
one
here in the same
because
set
of just
for
having to
round
use the
one. Kia
controller.
set, as they're going to bring the usual spread of utility. Two mitigators.
It's crazy because
Mute chamber to deny
I-
some drone presence, but most of that is going to get immediately bled away.
I
That
used
mute chamber
to
actually staying alive.
play everything on
Definitely
controller.
under the
Like I used to
explosive
just be a
radius
console
there.
gamer as a teenager,
Deny the wall for a
and
little bit
I
longer. Coded
hate it.
position will remain stalwart.
Yeah, the low FPS and the
Oh,
nice.
Work their way in and try and get rid of
Jesus.
most of this utility. A new hole made underneath the rotation as well here as Woogieman is holding things down currently inside of Sunrise. We'll be continually playing this count, but there's so much pressure inside of this area now.
He's getting
might
pushed
be dead very
so my
soon as
god,
he's
the amount
trying
of
to
people
find some
pushing him
safe
right
haven to
now.
work and has that case down
Holy
outside,
shit, they're
although
both
it
just
comes down to him, it's just up to Oxygen to come
Oh,
forward.
if you just
man.
left clicked a little bit
Well, took a
earlier.
away from removing Yog's head,
Sad.
but, well, the shoes
That was
on
so
the other foot
close.
in the current moment, and Oxygen have found their frag.
Oxygen looking strong again.
I know there's a lot of new
Sentry
characters.
powers,
I still struggle to keep them straight. And also with they say the new PS5 controller is basically like a mouse and keyboard. Who is they? You? Is that you just saying that? DB alone at home is just like, I'm gonna say this thing out loud and then tell Anne that I heard someone say that. But it was me. Oh, wait. I'm always hearing Siege players complain about mouse and keyboard on console. How do I do that? I mean, I'll just play. Nice. Oh, the timing. Tragic.
From behind the small bar. Kino will trade on to Rin and regain control over the diffuser though as he moves to the inside.
Can I just
of
like hack my PlayStation 5 to
Here
use.
and past that,
People are always whining about that. Why not
utility in
me?
order to deal with the situation. Yas with a big kill. A Sunrise is allowed. No drone.
Come on,
down
close it
there.
out. Close it out.
Oxygen side, but we continually find an
They got a
equalizer
plan.
for the
Let them come in.
offensive
No,
team as
fucking
well.
stop.
Yas looking
Plan.
for the kill
Stop
here.
peeking.
How he find it as he begins to be pressured. Foxe will get him through the couch, and they'll be able to pull ahead by 2 rounds.
So the strategy from OXG of just kind of sitting back and waiting for their opponents to make mistakes, finally working out. In that
Mouse and
round
keyboard
as
console
well,
player?
where it
Yeah, but if it's
wasn't
only
really
single
playing
player
too
games, it
well on map number
doesn't
1
matter.
for Villa, constantly leaving them in positions where
You
they
know?
just had to brute force their way forward, usually with lackluster results. It's working out a bit better this time as Damwon Key are giving them these fights and giving them these early kills here with only limited trades being found. Damwon need to find a way to cool this off a little bit or some other way to control.
I just realized I don't know how to set up my
OXG
console
on a
with my new
solid run
audio.
all the way up to 7 rounds. We're going to go into a tactical pause from Damwon Kia, but it may extend itself a little bit further past the usual 60 seconds.
I just had the, like-
If that's going to be the case, is we do have a member
I just
of
had the
our
realization that I
issue as
don't
well.
know
And don't
how
worry
to do
about
that.
either. They will obviously cut off Houndbird's time as well as Hope's time at the inevitable mark. So
Okay,
still won't
wait,
have
this
an
one's on a break.
extended tactical timeout.
Well,
It'll just be going into a
either
tactical here
of the
at very
line
tail
in
end.
inputs
Hope
on
and
either
Houndbird having some
PC.
inspiring words for his team as
Line
this is
in
looking very
input.
bleak at the current moment. It looks like we might be making our way to clubhouse.
Like
very
one of the
soon.
other
Not a whole lot
one of the other
responses coming
3.5
in, and it's only
millimeter
gotten worse, really, for
things.
Damwon as they've tried additional sites. They're going to make a rerun back downstairs into kitchen and service, and we have now reignited ourselves into the game, by the way, so no additional time needed to fix the technical issue. We are back in game, so throw that bug off the screen. Let's get back in game. Let's see if the results will show true for Damwon Kia, or if Oxygen are going to continue.
I'm gonna
to
start
make a
PowerWash
really
Simulator?
flawless run here for the attacking side.
Just right onto the
It's a
motherboard.
6-pick
Okay.
Here for Oryx as
Okay.
well, or rather,
And then
a 6-pick into Oryx here for Yas as he'll get away from the
Got it.
disc-wielding Wamai. No frisbees inside of this one, just pure unadulterated aggression as we have the wall-bursting man himself into the fold. Yet another
Oh.
defensive strategy looking pretty solid here from DWG. This is the exact rotate that we saw the last time that ended up keeping Coded alive for an unbelievable amount
The
of
Xbox
time.
controllers
It's
feel
very
so much
unfortunate
better,
that he was
yeah,
not
in your
able to
hands.
have
I don't
Rin
have
there,
my-
as Rin is
I don't have the
indeed top right
PlayStation
at
5
the current
controller
moment,
unboxed,
but just
but
a misplay in the moment there
the,
for them as they were so close to securing their very first.
I feel like
defensive round.
Xbox has
Oxygen obviously counting their
nailed
rookie stars
the
now,
ergonomics of a
as it
controller.
was very, very close,
I just
kept
still
moving
don't. I
back
don't like
and
using
forth time
thumbsticks to
time
try and
again, just like
aim.
we saw in the previous round. as
Fucking
these two
Oryx just throwing
continue to
himself
bare
through the
knuckle
wall.
brawl
It's so
inside of
funny.
these ones.
The same size, but it's
Damwon
not the
Kia
same shape.
Continue to look for ways to yield results on this defensive side.
That's the
Only being able to
difference.
translate even numbers in their first half on the attack, failing so far in every aspect of their defensive end of things here. Able to delay things slightly, but yep, this is the problem here. You got to avoid getting tripped up by these drones. It's only a distraction. Usually a member of Oxygen. Not
It's a
gonna
lot
be too
more
far behind the
Xbox than
drone
any other
itself. Boogeyman
PlayStation
realizes
controller
this
thus
and
far.
backs away to securities. He does not want
Can I
all
open
the
it?
aggression being thrown at him from OXG.
Now I
This
want to
early on
know.
in the
I want to
round
open
here.
it.
Pivotal. They try and keep their player count alive for a lot longer than they have been up until this point. So Woogieman going to continue to give over respect. And
Oh,
finally,
Woogieman!
results here. Foxe tries to take the duel outside of Lambo, but it's Woogieman that aces the headshot against him
Nice.
instead. And all right, now
He
he's back
knows.
into it. Even respect.
Oh,
He's
no.
on drone. He's on drone. He's on drone.
Forward.
What?
No.
Don't use your C4.
For
For what?
Chase him down there
What?
with their Taro drone. It's not going to work. And look at the bottom left.
Why did he bother?
Until it finally runs out of time and explodes.
Why
back
did you
down.
use the
Woogieman,
C4? What was the
he's
point
gonna
of
be
that?
Careful. He's still in a hot seat as he backs away towards the bathrooms and still looking to fight.
They
as
don't know where he
peeks out
is.
through the
They're still
drone
trying to
hole
find
see
him.
if he can find
Holy
Laxing's
shit.
feet.
These might be some of the strongest.
I think he maybe
timeouts
was
we've
gonna throw
seen
it
from
further
any
into the
team. Time
room,
time again
and then
when they
saw
do
the guy on the
rotate
left
these,
corner
they
out
are
of the
able
corner of
to
his
pull
eye and just
themselves
like
out
just
from
threw it
the
anyway.
depths.
Yeah, I
Has
think
to
he was
go
gonna
down
toss
here,
it
but they
further
dealt
into
some
security
serious damage to Oxygen.
because there was
Although
also one
they
further
do
in
possibly
security.
have the refrag here. How's it
Oh
work
my
out?
God,
now
Woogieman
the
with the
kill
triple.
last second, and
Nice.
Woogieman, I mean, I don't know who is blessing this guy in the current moment, but he continues to find his mark as he's found 3 in just this round.
What?
Get off
I
the
didn't
rappel,
even
my friend.
see
You've
them.
been
What the
busted.
hell?
You've been served as it's all down to
What am I
vertical to
watching
try
right
and
now?
get
I didn't
this
even
point.
see a
Playing
person there. He just like predicted and killed him. That was nuts. Oh, above you. Nice.
We nearly see Vertical get a good one himself there, but he's
Holy
gonna be
shit.
It's Rin on the hatch drop to shut down the round and finally give us a confident defensive win here for Damwon Kia. That's gonna hurt OXG here, but at the same time, they still maintain a lead with a +1 advantage.
Came into my
they're not
office just to
necessarily
disrespect
in a
me?
bad
That was
streak too
rude.
early just yet either.
I gotta know.
I don't know. I actually don't think he was
Alright,
gonna panic
guys,
on that
well,
one. That was
listen,
weird.
we
Oh,
need to
now you
kill
see it.
4
No, that's true.
people. That's what we need. Listen, you're gonna run over to security.
Fromage came to my
and you're gonna
office
tell
just to tell me
everybody.
that it was easy to see that person and that I should get LASIK.
Yes, indeed. That Sonics game was
I
absolutely
did not
insane.
ask to be
And
disrespected
honestly,
in my
for
own
the
home.
Sonics' sake, that was probably one of the most incredible games of Siege I have ever seen them play. I know I referenced it earlier, but if you guys did not see the Kansan clip, first things first, you're living under
No,
a rock.
go
And
away.
secondly, please go watch that
Nope.
because it's some of the most disgusting SMG11 play I've ever seen in my entire life, and I've been playing
Nah.
this game since beta.
Nope.
So truly insane stuff happening inside of that matchup, but I mean some incredible things happening here as well, especially if you're a South Korean Siege fan.
No,
Kino's
I'm a
been
dog
lining up
person
some
again.
heaters over the course of this series too, as he's been on point with his own SMG accuracy here. Once again, say
Oh, that
go-to
reminds me
weapon
of,
for so
wait,
many
that
of
reminds
our
me of something I
defenders,
wanted to
and
tweet
at
this
least one
morning,
or two
and
of our
I forgot
attackers have
about it.
access to it as well here, just because it is the highest
put it on my
DPS
alt
in the
account.
game, the lowest TTK
Oh no, I have to sign
possibility
in.
of all weapons, if I remember the stats correctly.
It's very, very close. I think
There's like one more that's above it, right? But like no one uses it because the spray pattern is like too hard to control or something like that.
I don't think the SMG-12 beats it out. I think the SMG. I think you're right, but like there's definitely a couple ARs that are like
She did try to win me
close.
over with
the
Nova, yeah,
AK-12 is the
she brought her
scariest
in.
gun in the game in
Like,
my
look how
book.
cute she is.
Past that, obviously, it's literally any LMG that you can get your hand on because, well, you just have more bullets than everybody else. And if there's one thing you love inside of Siege, it's having bullets.
Yes.
Yas able to find the drone here inside of Office. And speaking of guns that are pretty interesting, we are going to have Kino here. Not with the DMR, he will have the V308 here as we're going to have Lion adopted into the mix.
And for those who missed it, it's a good thing that Yas finds that drone too. You saw him kind of creeping up towards the door. It was looking like he was thinking about going for a run out, but obviously second guesses it when he manages to spot that drone. So great overwatch there. Good, really like high IQ play from him to be able to spot that one out and second guess his decision there, because that could have been an easy first kill going into the pocket of oxygen had he just full sent it out the doorway. Vertical though will want him. Okay, on this window repel, and very quickly gets a nitro thrown at him. Thankfully it's very easy to telegraph one, so gets himself out of there. It only takes a bit of a sliver of damage there, about a third of his HP being removed as he tries to back away from that one. Kino now primed and ready to take on a challenger should one swing out from behind the bar, but at this point Damwon Nets don't necessarily have any reason to try and bait into those early fights here. Just fishing for a kill, and I think the lake is empty this early in the day.
Yes, indeed. Likely all asleep, as my grandpa used to tell me. Yas now looking for the initial frag here, but it'll be Rin instead to reconvene here and bring us down to the 4 versus 4. Beautiful shot from him, and Vertical with the possibility of a frag on Decoded. He'll be able to secure that for his teammate as Lacting takes down yet another. It's a 2 versus 4 now for Damwon, but will they have the ability to fight out of it? Yas, no prevention down low, so that case down. They'll have to pick that back up and look to start this plant, but looks like the kills might come before the plant does here as Yas starts to peek out from inside of Vase, and yes, Yaga with a beautiful frag here. Sees the cross and the plant begins, waiting for this player inside of the space, but not able to land his shots. Fox will find the frag, and they'll find match point.
Way too much intel bleeding over into OXG's side of things, and unfortunately for Damwon, way too many players too eager to take a fight there as well, trying to jump out and take challenges versus the members of OXG. That's exactly what they want, and within most cases, them having the advanced intel of where they were in the first place, they fall right into the trap, giving over kill after kill to our attackers here, and yet another successful attack going into their pocket. OXG sits at the precipice here, 6-4. 1 out of the next 2 is all they need, and we'll be forced onto a map 3 to truly decide the winner of this series, and more importantly, decide who gets to stay in the tournament.
All right.
There's one thing about these NA teams. When they're backed into a corner, they are going out with a fight.
True story.
That is what we're seeing here
This
from
morning.
OXG. As once again,
Nova really likes to go in my
forces
closet and then
on
just like
over
stay
the
in there,
clubhouse,
but
which
I want
would
to close
be
the door so
the
that she
last
doesn't
map
like
in between these two.
chew on
Something
stuff while
has to
I'm
give.
not
Somebody
there.
has to go home in between these two teams, and obviously Oxygen does not want it to be them. It's going to be a double bar setup for our defensive team now as we'll begin setting this up. No real interesting characters working themselves in for either side. Kino will be keeping the Lion and his EE1Ds in play, so we'll see if they can continue to lock up the damn Damwon squad.
Damwon now looking to rebound here as their players, aside from two very bright shining stars, Woogieman and Rin, have been struggling to a massive extent inside of this game here. Katsang, as we can see specifically, he's been...
I realized this morning that because we had an issue with her where she, not like an issue, but she didn't like to be picked up for very long. And so I talked about it on stream before where we like will basically like only pick her up sometimes, like we'll hold her for as long as she's not upset basically, and then put her down quickly before she gets upset so that she is like kind of getting used to being held more, because she would get like annoyed at being held, and she's gotten way better. But I realized that I've started out loud saying to her like, please don't be mad, I have to pick you up. And then when she doesn't get upset at me, I actually say thank you to my cat out loud as I put her down. I'm like, thank you for not being mad at me, Nova. I just put her
grenades and everything of the sort to try and deal with that. Biggest thing is that they would have to do it on timing as of right now. Trying to add more into the pile here, but the Wamai discs catching as well as those ADS is still dedicated to that shield. This is a beautiful setup for Damwon as of right now, and a frag grenade will fall on the floor as Yas takes out Yogg right outside the sunrise window.
Good start here and a confident win as well, one we certainly needed to see here from a player that we just talked about that had been struggling here. So that's a great pickup here. Much more confident hold.
I know, it is just good manners, yeah.
That eliminates him. Still have the line in play here as Kino will be able to use that utility at a later point, so possibility to swing back off of that, but at a 3 versus 5 now with virtually no inside presence gained as yet here for Oxygen. They've got a lot of makeup work to do as his first 2 fights falling away from them is going to hurt, but thankfully these fights are taken much earlier in the round. That was a point that we talked about during the last episode. Kino taps in, isn't able to find the full spray though, he doesn't really want to go for it. I think he was hoping that first shot might have been the headshot.
How do you get on an esports team?
Right, so he's given the very serious one to back away from it. Foxy now caught in a lurk on the interior bathroom.
Depends on what game you're talking about, probably.
Exchange is found from Kino to take out Yas, but that still only brings us down to a 2v4 with a little under a minute remaining.
Oh, Woogieman, very aware of what Laxing more than likely wants to do with this space. He's just awaiting his
if he
arrival.
shoots that just to open it,
oh
my god.
Woogieman more than likely will be able to hear him crawling through. Hi, Laxing. How you doing there, buddy? Kino now the last remaining member, and a lot to do for him. Not able to secure the frag. Obviously knows where that member is, but really can't get too much more done past that. He'll stand on top of the box, awaiting the swing once again. Katsai getting tagged up, but giving just about as good as he's getting, as the damage is about equal in between the two. Case currently over on the mudroom side here, as he'll be forced to double back, as Oxygen more than likely just chalking this one out in the moment. Really not too much for him to do, and Coded will end that round.
I heard them start yelling.
Time the next.
Much more confident win there is really no positioning lost at any point in the round by the members of Damwon Kia. They're able to fend off Oxygen at nearly every single entry point, so a huge contrast to what we had been seeing. That's what Damwon want to have occur on every single one of these defensive rounds. That's what they're hoping to have happen on their upstairs holds as well with some of these aggressive challenges they've been taking for Oxygen. Unfortunately, just never seeing the rounds play out that way due to the instability of the frag capability from their other players. OXG still have their timeout saved, so they're going to save until the very last round and bust it out now to try and discuss what the winning strategy will be to assault the kitchen and service, where once again Damwon will be able to spread their wings nice and wide on this site, going all the way across, at least on the horizontal hold and to some extent the vertical hold too, and trying to waste out the time of OXG. This however has worked out quite well for Oxygen, be able to clear some of these players out due to the fact that quite a few of the defenders end up on an island when they spread out like that.
Now this is where things get scary, mostly because of what defensive setups we've seen from Damwon inside of this space so far. Oxygen's been doing a very bang-up job of clearing out this site and making it look pretty easy in the process. I'm honestly surprised
Who am I rooting for?
Damwon go back to this place, but maybe they don't have the best.
I would really like to see Damwon.
No. As for Oxygen, though, they'll more than likely be excited about what they can possibly do with this site. This should be a fairly straightforward affair for them.
I would really like to see Damwon take it.
Get 2 rounds in this.
I'd actually be happy with either one.
As we are coming down to possibly our last round here on
my prediction was that Damwon would make it further than they have.
Damwon, do we have overtime for map 2 just like we had on our first?
let's find out if that's going to be the case as we're heading back in game now. And the operator selects aren't going to yield any huge surprises here. Yeah, we had a 6 pick, but it's things we have already seen before. The Oryx
Thatcher
coming in for
6
Dom
picked
one, so that should be
onto
telegraphed
Thatcher.
pretty quickly by
Or not
Oxygen.
Thatcher.
And
No, it
technically
was
not even
Thatcher,
really
yeah.
6 pick for the auction side as they just go from a Thatcher to a Thatcher, so no changes there.
Now, you have two Thatchers now, right? You have like multiple, you have double the EMPs. That's how that works.
The clone of Thatcher.
Could you imagine if that's how
Almost
that
everyone on the
worked, if you
top of the
doubled
ranked
up on
leaderboard tends to
utility
get
when
an
you
invite to
6-pick
trial with a
the same
team.
That would
In
be
Valorant,
the most
yeah.
absurd
I mean,
thing.
I don't know, you
Honestly,
just said
I
on
would
an
love to see
esports
game
team,
mode in
and there's a
Siege
lot
where
of
you just have
esports,
endless
so I don't know.
utility for every operator.
Depends
That would
on
be just so
a lot.
absurd. Like
I think a lot of
unlimited
the
reinforcements, unlimited utility. It'd be so.
a lot of the stuff in R6 is like there's like tier 4 teams or whatever.
Well, it would because I would just play like Ella and I'd just be chucking Grish mods everywhere.
So there's tier 1 teams, which are all of the Pro League teams. So any of the teams that we're looking at right now, basically.
Crazy, but we don't want to get off too far off subject here, boys and girls. As
OX,
we are so
G,
very close to seeing who can possibly
Empire,
take this map, and for Auction, if they're able to
Liquid,
get it, we have
whatever.
the
You know, all these teams are like the tier 1.
They can break
There's the tier 2 teams, which are what's that thing called?
and see out towards Vibe.
I'm forgetting this phrase,
Initial frag coming back and, oh, is he gonna be
but
working out the angle? Please do be. He sees it.
why am I having trouble thinking of what the word
If
is?
he shattered the window on that initial volley, then he more than likely would have been able to secure the kill onto Kino. He just simply couldn't see him.
A little scared there on that peak.
I'm totally forgetting what the word of it
It's
is.
been risky when they've gone for them here. More often than not, leading into an early kill for Oxygen instead, especially with the Finka boost.
Challenger
coming
League,
back
thank
out
you.
there.
God, my brain was like, what is that word? I don't know if it's called Challenger League anymore. I don't know. They've changed a lot of the esports stuff. No, I think Challenger League is what I was trying to think of. Nice. Nice entry.
Utilizing that Oryx's vertical mount ability to get himself back up on top through the office hatch, and now abuse the first entry from Kino, one of the strongest contenders inside of the server right now for Oxygen, dead on the ground, and that'll be a loss to be surely missed in the last minute and a half of this
National
round.
leagues are,
For
well, it
Oxygen,
depends,
it's not
'cause
about the scoreboard
some of the
anymore.
teams
It's about
in the
winning
National
this
League are tier
round
1
in
teams.
any way humanly possible. The drone game now looking for some extra intel onto the
Or like the
Down 1 members as
national-
they seriously need to get a
Yeah,
frag
because it's
back
like French
into
League.
their
Vitality was in
graves.
French League
Drones
versus
in towards
BDS.
site to see if it's
And both
possibly
those teams are
solved
tier
this
1.
time around, but no, Katsang as well
Or
as the
were,
smoke
anyway.
player inside of this space will begin
I don't know how
smoking
that all
off
works
the
out.
kitchen door. Frag grenade out for the bulletproof as well as Yago clean that up, but now we're down to the dying minute.
60 seconds left. Oxygen frozen. This is not what we want to see from them here. Needs to be decisions being made. and
Timothy,
no
what's
delay
up?
On that. Only up for drone
Thanks for the
intel,
2 months. Welcome
fine.
back.
Waiting around for a pick. That's not good. However, it seems like it was the
Hope you're
earlier
doing
of
well.
those two situations. Vertical as he lines up the nade versus Coded, evens out the player count here, and now Dom1 have to quickly draw their own players back to prevent the kitchen plant. This is a great cross from Yas. The timing's off.
Oh.
He can't necessarily kill
Oh,
anyone
he
immediately.
downed him.
Anyone who gets
Shit.
the confirmation onto Vertical. Instead, it's going to be Rin who does it instead. Laxing leaping down to try and quickly get Vertical back into the fight, but on top of that, he's found another kill as well. This was winnable for Dom1, but a missed opportunity now gives one over to Oxygen instead. As Laxing moves in, they're going to try to res their teammate, and Laxing the Overwatch
Oh
to
my
save the day,
God.
but now he's got to get Foxay back up as Vertical was lost, but Rin was traded.
They killed Vertical and downed
inside of the
Foxay.
1v2. No Overwatch in this
Come on, they have to
kitchen
plant, they have to
position just yet,
plant.
But he fires out too early here. Gives
Too
away the
early,
plant
yeah.
opportunity. Laxing has to stick it here. Katsang just has to sneak in.
No! Oh my God, that was so
Sneaks off the
close!
headshot. We're going to map 3, ladies
Why?
and gentlemen, as they close it
Ah!
down with a round of
That
regulation.
pixel! Come
Very
on!
close. And
That was... I'm upset. He was like shooting the arm of the planter. How?
Overwatch.
He shot too early. Yeah, just a little bit too late to catch the first guy. That was the right idea. What the fuck? Okay, so first he's shooting the metal thing. What? How? What sucks is you can't see his HP here while he's planting. Yeah, that's that is it's tough that they don't show you the HP. What the hell? I don't understand how he didn't get that. I want to download that, so I'm just gonna make a clip out of it. Wow. That sucks that you can't see his health. I feel like they should make the plant bar a different thing so you can see his HP. Like, how do you not?
I wouldn't even say that either team has set the tempo or the pace. MIBR is still trying. SSG is trying to match. And so far, it is dead even in the middle. SSG, they keep playing slow on their early round. They want to keep that man.
I'm just gonna put that here so I can grab it on my other computer.
It's a very big map. Losing players will slow us down and will gain so much less map control when the execute comes out in those last minute or 30 seconds.
I mean, he wasn't shooting the outline. He was shooting. He was shooting the player.
So much verticality you have to account for. We see the drones top left. There's only 6 left. That means 4 has been shot in the first minute, and SSG are all basically outside the building. They've just entered in ATMs, but that's all they got so far. With almost half the round over.
Well, this open area, and the nade from Fultz drops onto the head of Lukid.
At least 5 or 6
even
hits.
from below.
Yeah.
Nicely played. So hey, Fellapox gets spotted.
I don't know which
by
gun he
the
was
main
using though.
desk
I'm
and tellers,
gonna look
by
at it
lobby.
in
Several marks over towards the main doorway leading to ATM machines, and
I'm gonna look at it in
ATM,
Premiere,
there's
to be
Falls
honest.
Now as well.
I just
Nice
wanna-
shot from Fellapox on to Fultz. Still, the yokai is up, by the way, and will now ping the Jackal before heading back. Hot and Cold is on the roam, looking for those feet, those marks, but he can't find anything just yet. MIBR now all very close to each other, in close quarters, inside of open area.
He's looking for what, sorry?
No.
You said it, Parker, not me this time.
I said feet,
Yep.
not feetsies.
MP5.
Okay, is what I would say. But
No.
meanwhile, that happened. That nice nade from Force, even though Philippox had a nice shot as well. Rambi took top floor control over CEO. That means vertical play is in their control, and now we're making our way to stock. You see Rambi right now opening up the floor, trying to look for feetsies once again. Cannot
Feetsies.
find him. Nade comes out, it'll get tossed. No idea surely in this position. There isn't, and Redot suffers the consequences. He gets naded. Once again, 2 kills, 2 nades, SSG.
Open
Overwatch
area, the most played bomb site here, and the one with the highest win rate from what I recall as well of your stats, and things are just simply not going well. CEO Lounge, by the way, technically edging it out by 1%, but it's effectively a wash. A third nade goes down, and now Falls is finished off after some damage is done by Hot and Cold. MIBR trail. They've only been able to get Fultz, that's it. Now it's Fellapox in the line of sight, in the line of danger. In he goes. Sky's in the midst of the smoke. Fellapox nowhere to help. Raps can't stop the diffuser from going down. Rampy finished off by Fellapox. Raps will re-engage from inside of admin. Diffuser will continue to tick down, giving SSG some breathing room. Bosco scrambling from upstairs. He's got tons of openings that were created earlier on. Fellapox on 6-1, feeling quite himself in these last 2 maps. We'll need to do significantly better than that. At the moment, they're just kind of rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic Disrupt. Oh, nice shot from Raps. Hot and Cold is punished for it. They still don't have any information. Sky sees one. Connect, there you go. He finally gets it. Bosco from above also seals the deal, and the round goes in favor of Space Station.
Good discipline, good post plan in that 2 versus 3. We had Bosco up above playing, you know, the insurance policy. If both my teammates down below, they somehow fall, well, I can play the post plan from above.
Oh my God, it happened again.
That's the third round. Oh.
We have casted 5 maps today.
What?
And at the end of the 3rd round, in every single one of those
Something's wrong with
5
the
maps,
OBS window
a
capture.
team has taken a timeout. In this case,
It's not showing you
MIBR
what
to
I'm
earn their
seeing.
timeout
I don't know why
early
it's
on.
doing
MIBR
that.
starting on defense, on bank, might not be the side that they want.
It's been doing that
We
a
know the
lot
stats
recently. When I try to add a
really
window,
attackers
it's not
are
showing
favored.
you what I see. It's
MIBR
showing,
clearly
it's
don't
like
where this
missing
is going.
elements.
So far through these 3 rounds, Space Station have the opening pick in all 3 rounds. They have the diffuser planted in 2 of them. And it was a very sloppy end to that first round where the diffuser almost got planted again. That round number 1 could have gone in favor of Space Station.
Yep.
So I understand settling your team down, talking through the strategy, talking through the issues, and maybe getting your team back onto better footing because you have not let this matchup slip away from you yet.
Yeah, and taking it early is really a good idea because if you get too far behind, not
One,
only will the vibes be worse,
two,
but it just seems
thir-
more unrealistic
maybe not
to
3.
actually be able to clutch or come back rather. So taking it early and just happening to be in the 3rd round, which is absolutely crazy. That's happened like so many times. It's a wise choice. And while MIBR can talk to their coach, SSG can as well. Both teams now have this same timeout, although it was forced out by MIBR. That means SSG still has theirs in their pocket and should get 1 timeout for each team per map. So in a best of 3,
3, 4, 5,
that's how it is.
6.
We've seen a lot of them being used today. I feel like as
I don't know how to get rid of this
further
blue
into
dot.
Invitationals we've gotten, teams have
Can I
been
just
using
move it?
their
I don't know what that is.
timeouts
Get out of here.
more and more frequently, but also earlier and earlier in the game. In the first couple days, it was like match point. People would take timeouts. So like, you know, like 5-1 score lines. And here on playoff day 2,
That's either
it's
2 or
been like
3
that
hits, and then he
3rd
shoots
round,
this metal
4th
thing.
round. They've been those areas where people want to make sure that now we can really get back in the reins, talk about the problems, adapt. And then
That's
go next.
more blood right there. So even though he's not shooting him here,
Second
blood is
time
coming out of the
against Fort
character.
MIBR. Last time SSG came out on
4,
top, it was
5,
Fox and
6,
Rampy in that 1 versus 2.
7.
Planted on the A bomb chassis.
I don't understand how he doesn't kill him there.
Same shield setup.
But I really wish that they would show
the
the HP
last
because
round, SSG did not destroy the shield inside of long hallway where the mine was playing. They didn't. So they
I really wish they would show
6
the
flashbangs and 4 grenades and 2 smoke grenades, and this shield
Laxing was full
still
HP,
stood when the
so
round ended. So that's kind of wild. So
I just wish they would show the HP at the same time as the planting, because it
that's
kind
the
of sucks
first
that
point
it
you gotta look
doesn't.
at. That shield was not cleared.
I don't
The
know, I don't-
precision, well, you struggle to take control over it. And if you want to go for the similar
I don't
attack,
understand
you
that.
just gotta do it better, do it a little bit cleaner. And Hard and Cold has brought out the IQ to figure out how many exact flashbangs
Because it's
and
on land,
grenades
too.
do we need to toss, as you can count. 1 ADS, 2 ADS, 2 magnets, etc. And
Will it
make
show on the
sure
replay after the
they're not
plan
gonna
is
be
completed?
wasting utility.
Absolutely. So,
this
even
is
though
really-
CCTV
No, because he
Lockers was
dies.
open again, by the way,
Laxing never
they're gonna go
completed the
upstairs
plant.
to that CBO bomb
Fox
site,
A
which again
kills
is 1 and 2
Cat
with
Sang
open
before
area, 48%
Fox
win
A
rate for the defenders.
finishes the plant,
On
so.
CEO, 47% win rate on open area for the
3 hits
defenders.
with the
Not only
MP5
does an
should do
ideal
20
bomb site
HP.
for MIBR
Yeah, but he shot
at
him
the
like
moment,
6
but
or
at
7
least
times.
You're going to go with one of the 2 that tends
So-
to win out more often than not. A lot of this bomb site really comes down to how you juggle utility to stop those hard breachers from getting open the walls, and if your numbers get narrowed throughout the course of this match, because you will almost always have a team be in position for an execute, and you need to be ready for that.
And here we see it. IQ scan it, toss out the flashbang, toss in the grenade. It does a lot
see.
of damage, but almost like a body block from Mudok. The shield somehow once again survives. It's still there. It's
Standard
still standing.
damage,
It just will not go down.
27
5 Philippox after that Nick
per
cleared it the
shot.
first time, and that denies the wall from getting breached. Well done defense from MIBR. Once again challenging the opening from SSG.
Again, and it was Rayduct in that position before who was watching that same angle. If you recall, there was a mute jammer guarding it, not necessarily the Electroclaw being so crucial.
As the player
to
is
it.
killed and the round
so
is over.
MIBR, as you said,
All right, let
sometimes
me
it's
look.
not sexy. Sometimes
I'll go
it's
frame by
not the
frame and
kill.
check.
Sometimes it's just preventing utility. And even if you don't get any kills off,
Because they
of it,
also
you
switch
can
to the
stop a
player
defender or
cams,
you
so
stop an
it's
attacker from getting in, keeping a wall hard, not allowing them to shake off an Electroclaw, etc. You can win the round off of that without having to touch a single opponent.
Yeah, see,
He's still
it's an
almost
FPS game,
half
but it
HP.
plays kinda like a
You're right, it
MOBA.
does
There's a
show
lot
it at the very
of
end.
moving parts, a lot of depth to it, decisions to make, and the map plays a big role in it. Utility, how you put that on the map, where you put it, how you use it, how you counter it, etc. And right now with Hot and Cold, he's finding the locations of the Yokai Drones, the magnets, the kite claws, etc., sharing that information with his teams so that when SSG hit the site, they know what the layout looks like utility-wise, and they can make the right decision. Skies and Smoke
I
also play a massive factor in
don't.
the intro
I
here.
don't know.
The first one goes out,
Solidan,
Davidson
thank you so
goes,
much for the
Scout
sub.
goes in.
Welcome
And
to the
they're
armory.
right
Have some
in. The Skies will have to
hamburgers.
shoot against that hard wall. Diffuser in hand. There
It
goes
wasn't
Hellfox.
suppressed either,
In the
right?
post
So
play.
that's
MIBR
27
seems to like
damage.
Rampy pivoting. What a shot on his end. Diffuser goes down, but so does Skies. And Bosco has his teammates' coverage. Oh my goodness, that flick at the top.
Even if
of
he hit
Sawyer
him, what,
Stairs,
3 times?
That really just
That's
seals the
81
deal
damage?
on the round. Space Station up 3-1.
Rampy
Hit him way
activated,
more times
and
than
these
that.
last 3 rounds have been what I would call flawless rounds of Rainbow Six Siege. Not because they weren't that they were perfect, they were a little bit scrappy, and yeah, it wasn't like a 5
I
versus
don't
0,
know.
but you've gotten the opening kill all first 4 rounds. The last 3 rounds, you've gotten a plant, opening kill, and the round victory. It really doesn't get much better than that. And even though there are some areas that can be worked upon, like the first time they attacked CO, they couldn't clear out Redux position. Well, the second time, they couldn't either. But they adapted, right? It was on those window repels, hot and cold from below with the IQ, cleared out a lot of utility, probably shot most of those yokais to the floor, and then the smoke grenades came out with the flashbangs. You got into side, you started planting. The cover was really good. You forced them in VR to challenge you, to get out from the cover. You found 4 kills. C4 came out, but Skies still got down the plant at that last millisecond. So it didn't matter if he got injured. He did the duty. He did the deed. He planted the diffuser successfully because SSG, they play around that objective extremely heavily. They have so many plants. I said it earlier. Skies, before this match started, had the most plants of any individual player in this entire tournament at 24. And 3 maps later, I mean, it's probably 30-31 by now, if I had to guess. Lots of plants. I can track it, actually.
Please do just that.
So I've calculated 6 plants so far in my mathematics. That would mean 30 flat, if that's accurate. But I might have missed 1 or 2. So 30-31, I would say pretty accurate assumption.
Man.
There you go. So far, objective play for Space Station.
I feel like they got kind of robbed there.
Say that based on the numbers again.
I don't understand how that didn't kill him.
Advantageous side of this map. So
Tiger favorite map.
the thing that we need to watch is the side swap. Number 1, first steps. Can MIBR close this gap? Can they pick up 2 big rounds? Or will they go at a deficit into that second half? Number 2, no matter what happens.
Oh God, her whispering freaked me
Then
out.
start winning on attack the same way SSG is.
So there's a bulletproof inside the lobby here, and Foles is using this plant as cover, and I don't think it saw him, so he's gonna use the gadget again. Walk on up. He is now past the first line of defense, the first cameras. Jackal track comes out. This player should have no idea he's coming, and the gunfight comes out. He drops the hatch. He gets away. It looks
and
like.
You're dead.
And Foles from the second player roaming about Redux actually finds him instead.
Wow, what a missed opportunity from Fultz. Just poor aim on his.
That music is in the game?
Finally collapsed upon by the 2 players from Space Station. Down he goes. Lukid's still surviving too. Scooting away from the bomb site, scampering, some would even say, down towards lockers and CCTV. A Vigil does not necessarily want to sit in this bomb site, so look
It's
later
Pengu
in
and
this round,
Intero, yeah.
with a whole 90 seconds still to go.
One of them is Pengu, you're right.
Try to retake the main stairs. Try to retake if he doesn't make it to the bomb site. Still right now camped out inside of open area with gadget active. This is going to force SSG to continuously drone.
Sounds like Pengu because it is.
Yeah, you're never gonna know where this Vigil is. There is no IQ on this side of SSG this time around. Of course, if Hot and Cold can get the scan on him, you will know his somewhat whereabouts as those tracks come through. But right now, Hot and Cold used all 3. There's none left to go, and with 2 players hiding, they don't seem to know. Easy kill for Lucas.
Oh my God! Oh! Oh my God! If you got the triple there, that would have been so nice. I mean, 2 was great, but Jesus.
Wow, what a play from Luke
Nice.
inside of open area. We saw a clutch there earlier in the event from Kansas.
Almost
But this time around, it's another player to do just that. Remarkably well played.
Wow.
And that might completely derail this push from Space Station as nades go down blindly inside of red tunnels, stomping any of the defenders playing in those very common positions. Now another one that has Falls' name on it, but it goes off a little bit too early. Bosco and Rampy will work together. Hatches opened up. But where is the target prioritization from SSG in regards to this bomb site? Where do they want to go? Looks like a drop from both hatches. Felipox sees them both, easily greets Bosco.
Oh my God, he almost got the 180 too.
2 players from MIBR in 10 seconds. This is dire. Rampy is not in a good position. He's also a single bullet away. He sees one, but now
he has to go for the kills, yeah.
Fall says no, I want the kill, and I want the round, and he gets it.
Lukid really being the star player of that round. I'm not exactly sure what happened for SSG. You have the Jackal, and you somehow thought open air was entirely clear. Even though Rambi was on that vertical play, opening up the floor in stock, you could have gone into stock yourself with the Jackal, checked for the feed, gone main stairs, checked for the feed, see if there was anyone else there. And Lukid, getting that first kill was easy, but then impacting the wall, running through, almost taking 2 more players with him, absolutely ridiculous. That is the impact value that you have as a roamer. And imagine, if Vigil did not have it, he would be stuck in a corner and SSG would be closing in. So secondary utility, we spoke about earlier, the map and how you play it, it plays such a big part of Rainbow Six Siege, and Lukid really making good work of the dynamic use of the impact grenades on Chalet, and now once again here on Bank. He's been phenomenal on the roam on both maps, finding ground for his team. 3-2 scoreline. We go back to open area. Alibi, Echo, Wamai, Melusi, and Echo on the board. We're seeing more and more information from MIBR. The bulletproof from Philippox, the Yoka Joan from Falls being brought out again and again and again. They need information to counteract SSG, and it's why Hot and Cold picks up the IQ again, because they want to make sure that information is on their side.
Absolutely correct. So, very final defense. Down to open area they go. We have not seen Teller's archives. It would be a little bit odd to see that show up again. That bomb site only been played so far 10 times. Bad. Are you saying bad, or what is that noise?
That's the gremlin that disapproves of bomb site. Bad. That's what Teller's is.
I feel like the social media folks are going to have a really good time with that one.
Bad bomb site gremlin.
Bad. If you were the goat.
Or a sheep.
Yeah, if you were the goat or the sheep, you'd say bad.
I'm not the goat.
Who is the goat?
If you ask me point blank, I would say Nesk. I would. But today, it's only Geary.
I don't disagree with you at all, by the way. I absolutely think he deserves it after the performance today. Elevate are back in action against FaZe Clan in the next series that will be occurring.
That's crazy.
We also have DZ versus Furia. So there are 3 LATAM teams in action from now till the remainder of our matches. And yes, I know it's been a long day for those of you that have been watching. These have been matches that have not gone quickly. Even the 2-0s that we had to start the day went quite long and just about landed where we wanted in terms of timing. This is what happens when you get this deep into a competition. Yep. The teams that are playing against each other, Nick,
there's only been 2
2-0s
2-0s today.
So evenly matched that you will almost always need a third map. And I don't know what Fultz was doing. He looks in the wrong direction, and Raydux says, "All right, cool. I'll take that." First pick.
Fraxinus, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the armory. Have some hamburgers. Thank you.
Have lost their finca.
Just casually walk into Janitor's closet without a drone. I mean, there might have been a mute jammer there to deny the drone, but that's a bit of a risky move, if you will. No Jackal this time, and it punishes you, right? Nate comes out hot and cold on this IQ, might make his entry, but a second shotgun from MBR is there to greet him if he chooses to walk on in. It will not be easy, because
the timing.
It's hard to fight against.
And look at how much damage was done from a single blast to that shotgun.
They
SSG
both
having some difficulties now on this roam, but it's Bosco to the rescue.
IQ now.
There's a down that's gone on in, and now Bosco capitalizes from the back. A second kill from Rayduck costs the Nitro Cell, though. That was Hot and Cold, who'd been downed earlier on. MIBR in a 4v3. Just under 1 minute left to go. This is an open area execute for Space Station, and for the moment, MIBR are still holding off site. They've got way more map control than they need at the moment, and that is very good for their chances moving forward. The exothermic charge goes off, though, so some
Impact
of that
nade
map
missed.
control now lost. Rampy punishing Falls inside of Archives, going into small office.
Echoes down,
And
which
now
means no more
continues to sludge
drones.
away. There's a flank watch as well for Raps as he heads upstairs. Nice shot on the Bosco. He didn't stand a chance at all. Grenade goes in. There's a rotate. Rampy's watching on flank. He lands his shots. He's feeling pretty good, feeling pretty fine. Sky's lit up. Lukid with one angle. Philippox the other. Diffuser getting planted. Nobody going after Skies. Rampy has his attention. Can Skies pull it off? Both players from MIBR swinging in. Skies has no chance at all. Neither do Space Station.
Who have I got to win? I think my prediction was
MIBR triumphant on the retake.
was a 2-1 for SSG.
It can't be any closer than a 3-3 scoreline.
No, it cannot. And Attacker Fair Bank can go out the drain, because that's not the case here. It is dead even for both teams. MBR got the first round, then SSG found 3 in a row, practically flawless. They got opening kill and the plant and the round. Then, the last 2 rounds we saw, it was MIBR who got the opening pick and converted that opening pick into the round victory. Very, very close, especially this one we just saw. A 3 versus 3 became a 3 versus 2, became a 2 versus 2, became a 2 versus 1. MIBR in a 2v0 with the plant down had to defuse. Spend those 7 seconds, but wisely. It's a very nice value. You spend 7 seconds holding F, and you get a whole round worth of money. It's pretty good. Raps will now 6-pick from the Twitch that was banned previously on the map of Chile, and will go on to the OSA instead. And this is where I'm getting both a little bit concerned and also a little bit excited, because MIBR, when they played OSA against an IP, they started losing rounds. MIBR, when they blinked it against SSG earlier, I believe they also lost that round. So it's an operator that doesn't really statistically work in their favor necessarily for win conditions, but they have a very clear plan in mind, obviously, on this bank attack. And I think if you're expecting basement,
Smile.
it kind of
Pan,
makes sense.
thank you for the
You can take
89-month
Garrett with the
resub.
shield, set up that deployable shield, now you have Garrett
Less than a
control.
year
You can
until
go to
we're all
server,
100 years
same
old.
story. When the bomb site execute comes through, you have ground to cover. But then you look at the defense from SSG, they're doing the SSG roam strat, but on bank instead of clubhouse. The full mute jammer in effect, full castle barricade, the vigil, it's practically a one-for-one replica of the clubhouse roam, except Skies is playing Warden. So that's a bit different. Usually you play Warden on that server stairs, you can tank the flashbangs and survive. As you can see, nades of course still take you out, the glasses don't cover for that.
I mean, we have seen Warden play inside of the bomb site. If your goal is to let them take that blue and server control and go for an execute, then that's exactly what you want to do.
You see those smokes as well.
And I mean, exactly. And when you look at this bomb site, the old rhythm
The professor
of
got COVID, so the
CCTV
exam is
locker
canceled?
attack was
What the
open
hell?
up the panel.
Why
and
wouldn't they just
try to
have
put out
a
smokes
like a
and
proctor or
nitro
somebody
cells.
else
Monty
administer
was
the
perfectly
exam?
viable option in that meta because you could tank any of those explosives. The only thing that would be your undoing would be those smokes. So it really depends on how SSG wants to play this. There is flexibility there from the Warden play, though. I do like it. He's got the MPX, not the shotgun.
Yeah.
Shotgun would make a lot more sense at the top of blue, like you talked about, but instead, it's going to be a very different style. And I really like the Osa pick from Raps as well. Having a shield at your disposal that can work like a Monty or a Blitz or, God forbid, even a Fuse shield, if it really does come in,
See it right here, it
is
makes
very
sense.
strong. So open up this panel directly in front of you, and now, as long as that wall gets opened up, which is soft, you've got a huge line of sight in that can protect your diffuse planter when they go for it, as long as you bait out that utility.
Once you open up that soft panel, you could even take the second shield and replace the wall with the shield and plant behind it. You actually have a ton of options.
Low
on this
attendance because of
particular attack
COVID
because
means less
SSG
staff.
isn't holding servers. The Osa was a 6-pick. This could very well punish SSG if MIBR they can read the situation and figure out their approach. Because
Why don't they just
well,
cancel school
there is
altogether?
no smoke from the SSG
Just give you
to
your
get inside.
diploma.
That hatch is not going to give you enough cover if you plant
Fuck
on the
it.
soft panel wall.
Plenty of time. being
Siren
taken
Kate, thanks
now
for the
as
18
both of
months.
those walls are soft, as you
Nothing
know.
really means
Both of
anything
the
anymore,
walls from
you know?
server into the CCTV bomb site are
What's
soft,
even the
doors
point?
barricaded.
I feel like you're
Could
just
this
going
be
through the
SSG
motions.
trying to lure MIBR
Why
into
do
a
an exam
trap?
at all?
Because it's been opened up. It's almost like
It
they
means
wanted
nothing.
them to take that. Rayduck
Sees
also
you on
sees the
drone.
rotate, and he gets an easy pick on the Rampy. Excellent drone work from above. Bosco trades out on the Lukin. Top of blue control was MIBR's. It's gone. Raps will assume that position and try to hold on to it a little while longer. Diffuser, meanwhile, juggled by the door to CCTV, picked up by Raps, and in goes the Osa shield. You talked about this. A smoke will go, and planting behind it is Raps. But you need
What?
to ensure there's no nitro cell. He doesn't like it. There you go. Tossed
Oh
out.
my god, he
Great
knew.
bait, mate.
Nice.
Raps looking
Good
for the
timing.
defuse
Oh,
play.
they're coming behind
Bosco
you.
hot and will retake. Down goes Raps. Things
Now they have
not
blue.
working out for MIBR. They thought they had a sound strategy.
That was a
The
cool
Osa
idea,
six
but
pick,
it's
they
not
were
gonna
just
work.
running headfirst into a wall,
Yeah.
and Skies gets the final 2 picks. Like that, SSG regains the lead.
Good aggression from
Yeah, it's like a
SSG,
free
choosing the
upgrade.
right moment to strike.
You know, like
3
when Siege
players
goes down
in
and they are
position
like,
into
here's some
MIBR.
R6
But then
credits.
again, MIBR, I feel like they could have planted like a minute and a half earlier. The
College is
second those
canceled.
two panels
Here's
are seen as
some
soft,
college
you
credits.
sledge them out. Instead of planting default like most teams
Why
would
not?
do, you can plant on the soft panel using the Osa shield to
Every-
cover that
almost everybody
red
cheats during
rotate,
online
and
exams.
you can shoot the C4 midair. It's
Yeah.
relatively easy on the land build.
I
And
mean,
I feel like that could have been a very
I have a
quick
hard
round for
time
MIBR, but
saying,
they
like-
seem to struggle on breaking apart the defensive side. They
I
went
mean,
for
why
a
not?
default plant, had to bait out the C4 and take their time. Then
There's
they
like
had
not
to
really
go
anything they
with
can do
SSG,
to ensure that you're
found
not
3
cheating.
hits, and the round was over. So MBR's fundamentals
So-
in some areas of their attack, they seem to have a very particular execute in mind, and when that doesn't become available, they seem to kind of stumble around looking for the next possible option. I thought
It was an
very
in-person class,
obvious,
not
but then
online.
again,
Well, yeah,
at the
I'm
end
just
of the day,
saying
as you
for
mentioned,
that
Parker, we played
person
the
that
Monty
said
from
that
bomb side. And when that soft
when your
panel
classes
opens
are
up,
online,
you just put a Monty there, plant behind him. The default plan doesn't matter.
how are they
The
supposed to
hatch
ensure
control
that you're
doesn't
not going to
matter.
cheat
And then
on like an
offside is
online
actually
exam?
in your favor because the defenders had to wide swing the bomb side, try to get around that shield, and SSG only had a single C4 and no smoke on the board. Skies now on the post on this open air defense. I like this. because you're gonna be expecting MIBR to take the floor above you up top. And with the pulse, you have not just the C4, but you have information. Then you have False and the Mossy with a second C4. You can play together as this duo. False and the Mossy can use the first C4 with the live information from Skies, and then you can run away and, you know, do whatever. And then Skies
All your
himself
classes
can use
are
the second
hybrid. Half of
C4
them meet in
when he
person, while
wants
the
to
other
do
two
it.
are online.
It means MIBR, without the IQ, as they're choosing not to bring it, will have a hard time. The C4s will play a very big factor if they choose to go above, and they're not really gonna know that this will happen until, well, C4 comes out and they might just get
Man,
it.
I'm
Well,
glad that I
back
am
into as close of a matchup as we can see
experiencing the
between these two teams.
pandemic
Again, a lot on the
as an
line.
adult
These
and
teams
not
will go
as like a
home. We have to keep
teenager.
reminding you of
I
this,
feel like
because if you're
that
just tuning in, you might not know about it. That's okay.
is so much worse.
MIBR had good drone work in the previous
Because like
round.
I'm an
Very good
adult
drone work
with a job that
offsite.
allows
You
me to
were
work
the
from
rovers were
home.
for Space Station, or at least
I
they
have
were
my
one
own home.
to two of them were, and that
I
was
get
the
to
pick that we
choose
saw
what I
in
want to
K1.
do, when I want to do
But
it, where I
did
want to
not
go,
matter.
etc.,
MIBR,
etc.
despite getting their third
But as a
opening
teenager,
in
it's
a
like
row,
your life is
did not amount to much. They got
thrown
beat
for
by
this like
bombs.
crazy
Again,
loop,
Space Station really did bait
and
them into this, whether there was
it's
an
not
OSA on the board or
really
they were
under your
expecting that.
control at
Were
all.
you expecting an OSA to show up in round number 7? There you go. In the post round, if SSG wins, there's a question for you, Desk. I don't know
Yeah, and
if
those
you're
are like
listening.
super
Feel
formative
free to
social
ask as well.
years
I'm sure
for
you probably
like
had
teenagers,
that, already in your
preteens,
mind, but just in case.
even
It's always fun
college.
to mention operators that we don't see very often.
I loved
Oh,
like
the
being in
timing here. That is close. Seeds timing. Mossy Spider on the door. Jammer on the window.
being in
It's not going
college
out this area.
and
This is
like,
G. Again, they're providing
socializing
these
with
or setting up
people
problems
and
where it might be able to solve, and they're struggling to solve them.
They don't know that Skies is right now inside
all
the
that stuff was
towers,
like
as
very.
he was in there waiting to see what Fultz can do, because this is an open area
I don't know.
bomb
That
site.
was those were
You
some like
have to be very
important
wary of
times
the
for
avenues
me,
that get
and have
into the bomb
if you took that
itself.
away and just made
That's
me
what
sit in my
MIBR is doing,
room,
working
do online
around
classes
the
for 2 years,
exterior.
man, that sucks.
Still in this position, your first goal is to get the hard breach on that triple panel wall that leads into the staff area. What is happening here?
We're vibing.
Job from home thing is
Just
more of a
vibing
difference
together.
than
It
age.
is. Now we're gonna try and gain a little
25.
bit of map control back.
Wait,
because I
job
think
from home
SSG are
thing,
too
more of
happy
a
to
difference than
bust
age.
in entirely.
I mean, it's
Capture
not
side
really, because
explode,
if you're
count up the
in
basement, Nate comes over, clears the Jammer. Actually, Jammer stays alive. C4 comes
If
out,
you're
goes wide, doesn't
a
find a single
teenager,
point of
then you're in
damage.
school, so you're not trying to find a
MIBR, they wanna
job.
beat out this wall. Second Nate comes out, that does it. And with 35 seconds left, you gotta go soon.
Wall's been opened up. There's a deployable shield as well over by the staff area. That's where Bosco is, tossing out a toxic canister. Hot and Cold is above. He sees at least one. He knows that there's two. Easy pick, and he could potentially get both. Tons of damage done to Falls. Now up on the stairs, Hot and Cold flicks, and he wins the gunfight. Matthew Stevens, are you kidding me? Falls and Raps in on it. Raps, in fact, doing great, but Bosco is still in this position. He's the boss goat. Fultz will need to clutch, and he's done almost that. Playing keep away. Fellapox with only 3 seconds left.
Oh my god, the mid-hip,
What is that play?
mid-vault
Fultz should've
hip
won that,
fire.
but he doesn't. That's a
Wow.
stuff. And
Nice
like
shot.
that, it's tied up.
I can't. I mean, we take those, right? If you remember, we take those. That should not have been your round to win, but what do you know? Absolute explosiveness. LMG finds 2 picks.
That's crazy.
Box found 2 to follow it up. The 1v1 came out. Bosco ran away, ran away, but this hipfire kill, headshot, almost first bullet. It doesn't get better than that. When RNG is on your side, that is like the luck factor, basically. Well, this happens.
That's
Fellabox and
unfortunate.
Rampy tied up 10 kills each. 5 deaths on Fellabox, 7 on Rampy.
He was out of ammo.
This is as tight as it gets. 4-4, just like we saw. 3-3. Upstairs we go again. SSG's first time defending this bomb site. They'll be quickly putting their minds to different things, and Skies consistently bringing out the ward. And I do think, after our conversation earlier, that this is simply a factor because of that smoke grenades that can be brought by the Thermite, which both teams have been using almost every single round. In fact, with the Twitch now being bought from Raps, there's 4 smoke grenades on the side of MIBR, and Skies on this Warden is the only operator that has a arguably clear-cut counter towards it. And it's the same way that SSG won their attacking rounds. They would set up the execute, throw in some flashbangs, toss out the smokes, and then just plant in the smoke. It's that simple. The only counter is a C4 or if you have information available, which is quite rare because Valkyrie is banned. So I think that's what Skies is doing, playing that MP5X as well, getting a good scope. It's Hot and Cold on the shotgun, as well as Bosco on the bailiff, making those rotationals and setting up the bomb site. MIBR gonna take a breather here. Gonna go on the windows propellers, falls drone in the skyline of all things, trying to get the drone inside the building. Or just peeking for information. There we go. On the beam he gets. And this is a nice little flying drone from top and bottom square.
I still can't get over that.
I know.
Nick, I still can't get over it at all. I am dumbfounded. Final second, Fellapox breaks 10 kills with that.
Yep.
And it breaks the hearts of SSG fans. That could have been 5.
No hesitation either, right? They just go for it.
Exactly. He knows where he is, isolated, and he just vaults right in. Space Station still have a timeout available if they want to use it, by the way.
Yep.
Bringing out the Warden again on this steadfast defense upstairs. Once again, the site rotation seems to be CCTV, Open, and CEO in some order. Both teams have brought in those bomb sites depending on how they see fit. In this case, No Teller's Archives, again, I wonder if this will be a cheeky pick for Space Station. Every now and then, if there's a team, every now and then, they love to bring in these pocket picks on bomb sites that don't really work. Very limited footage on them, so maybe if they decide to go to it, it might just knock you off guard. Same focus now from MIBR to take that wall inside of stock. Trading, open things up. Raps' drone will get spotted.
The Warden pick is so good here, actually. Like, this is actually amazing counterplay from the skies. And even if it doesn't work out, the fact that they're playing it this way, they clearly are prepared for this attack. And MIBR, with 3 players on the side repel, they have no way in but they repel. Smoke comes out. Now we'll see, can Skies do it?
Big kill from Hot and Cold as he immediately drops, and that's Fellapox down. Now Luke will join as well. Oh. SSG want this. They need this. Skies 2 kills. Bosco's the only one to fall so far. Everything for MIBR not working out. Rayduct on the hunt. There's the Warden, and he manages to tear through. It Fultz his teammates back. SSG trading out effectively, leaving Raps inside of the bomb site, by the way, but no diffuser to his name. And there will be 3 sets of eyes from Space Station looking in this direction. Tons of time for him to work with, 35 seconds, and he doesn't see any of the players just yet. Being watched by the Evil Eye cam, even though Bosco is dead, still there, still gaining surveillance. A potential clutch for Raps. The F2 in hand, we've seen it happen time and time again, but it looks extremely unlikely. Position continuously being given away, and Space Station over the last 20 seconds have done absolutely nothing, just sitting and waiting. Everybody from
They don't have to do anything.
watching Raps. He's going to expend the ammunition, reload.
All they have to
5
do
seconds left.
is
This
wait.
is going absolutely nowhere, as he might even live, and they'll let him. SSG so graciously let him live, and they hang on to the round. Back and forth, these teams seem to be going over the last 4 rounds, but SSG have again taken the lead. MIBR have not led since round number 1. They have been fighting to keep themselves at the same pacing as SSG.
You know
I got logged out of my...
This all confirms for me regarding SSG, Parker?
What?
They
Which
are the
account?
absolute best team in 1vx scenarios on defense, establishing crossfire.
Oh.
They were dancing around Raps, not giving me a single 1 versus 1 at all. The discipline is unrivaled, unmatched, and they're playing so together. And then the second phase is the adaptation. That's the second thing. From Skies, from SSG, the Warden is countering everything from MIBR. They're relying heavily on the smoke grenades, and the Warden cuts right through it, because once you activate the gadget, those smart blue glasses, well, you can see right through the smoke grenades, and you cannot get flashed by a flashbang. Ram taking a bit of damage as he will start opening up some walls. Once again, SSG doing a roam game here on basement. Last time it was MIBR going for a direct server attack with the OSA, opening up the soft wall, putting down the shield, trying to plant, and SSG, they played very nicely around it upstairs in the roam. They found 3 picks by flanking the server hatch. That's all they really needed. Even
Well, I was talking to Fromage about it yesterday, and she was saying that one thing that she really likes about SSG, and this is true with stuff like that last round we just watched, they're like really disciplined. And in situations like that, it's like it could be very easy. You're in a 3v1, the player's already hurt, you know where he is. It could be very easy for them to just like rush at him to try and kill him, and to get over eager, and then to throw the round. And it takes a lot of like discipline to go from being like really aggressive to understanding when to slow down and then turn it up again and go back and forth, you know?
Absolutely is. I always just, I hear like this music played in my head when I see the Oryx dashing. Anywho.
Is it the circus music?
No, it's,
No, it's not circus music.
It's speed music.
Oh,
so.
it's this, okay.
Anyway, you'll have to flesh out exactly where the Oryx is playing from above. Another thing that we need to talk about is the hard breach gadget being brought on the Buck. There are already 2 hard breachers from MIBR. There's a Thermite and a Hibana, but just in case, you got backup with those 2 can openers.
Insurance policy, really. And we're going to see a different approach from MBR. This is their adaptation. They're going top floor, clearing the roam from top and down. Now the can opener, secondary hardbridge gadget, gets used from Reduct, and that's going to make HC's life a little bit more difficult because this covers their drop back to side from that A hatch. They're going to stick around for now, C4 in hand, see if they can bait out a kill because they want to play this timer down. That's how they're going to win this round on the roam game.
There's also 2 sets of smokes from Falls and Wraps.
Yep.
So when that diffuser goes to get planted, which almost always happens on this bomb site, most teams at least attempt to get that diffuser down, there will be an ability for MIBR to have that diffuse be concealed. Not that it matters at all. There's really only 2 spots that teams plant in that bomb site, either right on the bomb chassis or next to the door where the wall gets blown open. So if you got a smoke canister, which by the way, not there for SSG, but you do have nitro cells. That's where they're going to go. And already one of the panels has been opened up.
They have
You
3
talked about the warning
nitros.
before. Likely will be an incredibly important factor here, but as will be the 3 nitro cells. 3 nitro cells is not seen all that often, but for Space Station, that's an insurance policy as well.
Yeah. You want to juggle them out, so when the first C4 comes out, he will have to run away. Second C4 guys comes over. You rotate 1 by 1. You don't want 3 players stacked in the same position, but you don't want to not use the C4s either.
So they're still clearing out this map. It's a huge map, and you want to make sure that the second and first floor are totally clear. MIBR don't know this, but there are still off-site players from Space Station. 1 fewer as Hot and Cold is gone. Sky's taking a lot of damage as well. There's Raydock picking apart Bosco. We talked about how they go back and forth. Rampy sees 1, cannot
This is
connect.
literally just back and
Diffuser
forth
being
every
planted
round.
by Falls, and Rampy
Oh.
will now flank going upstairs. MIBR is cleaning house. A flawless round unless Rampy can do something about this as the diffuser is planted.
And
It
they
certainly
know where he
seems good
is,
for
yep.
MIBR, and good becomes even better. Last kill goes to the Buck. A flawless round to tie us up, guaranteeing every single round here in regulation. SSG looked like they had good structure, but MIBR learned
It is
from
just
the
back
previous
and
rounds,
forth, back
and
and
they
forth.
prevail.
They pass the test, a complete 180 approach to how they want to deal with that roam game. And it might just be a lack of familiarity with the strat where they saw the roaming, we're not exactly sure what to do. The easiest solution is to go for a direct, simple attack with limited hold. And then once they saw the setup and they died to it, well, they recognized, guys, we can actually pick this apart. You pointed out that Buck being played from Reduct with the secondary Harbridge gadget, the can opener. I really liked it. It speeds up the entire process. You don't need the Hibanets or the Thermite to be in a particular position.
Yeah, we
The
see
Buck
Oryx a
only
lot
doing
recently,
entry duties.
in
They
Invitational
got
a
to the
lot.
hatch, opened it
People
up
have been
to
playing
do
him.
vertical play.
Him
They
and
made their way through the
Finka,
map,
since
cleared
she's
top
been
floor,
changed.
Cleared second floor, and they got to the basement eventually, and the execute came out. They found the opening kill, they found pigs to follow off as well, and Skies that time around could not just counter with the Warden. It wasn't that simple. Back to open area. SSG. Kaid on the board to try and trick the walls. Last time they got breached, and that is what the attackers will intend to be doing. It's the only real thing to breach besides the hatches up above if those are reinforced, as most walls here will be soft, used for angles and rotations for the defenders, because open area... Oh, we're seeing this strat again. We saw this the other day. They reinforce all the walls and janitors, and they play, I think it's either Ramby or Force. I think it's shotgun player in there. And you play in there single-handedly, and you play this like suicide position, if you will. You open up the floor here that you see from Force, and then from below, you can destroy the Hibana pellets or Thermite charge vertically so that you cannot breach the wall. Because the Mute Jammer might not be enough, the Kite Claw might not be enough. It's the Force indeed, with the shield, with the shotgun, with the ADSs. It's a full-on, full commitment.
Her
all
heal
into one
is permanent
basket,
now,
and
yeah.
if he can hold janitors, it makes
Rather
your
than
life
it
so
just
much
being a
easier
temporary
because you
boost, it's
keep
actually
that hatch
permanent.
control to side.
And what did I say? You blow up the basket? Put all your eggs in one basket, and then you
blow the basket.
up the basket. That is the strategy indeed. This couldn't be any closer between these two teams. The first 2 maps, Nick, go very decisively in each other's favor, 7-2 and 7-2. Now, we will see a far closer matchup. The teams adapting to each other. It was originally SSG on this Nook to go through main lobby. Now, it's MIBR. Felipox will be ever invisible, continuing on in the hallway. Volts will be the first one to confront him.
The gadget won't matter because, well, You're not on a camera if you're false. You're activating your gun. Oh, this nades the drone hole, but there's an ADS, so it's gonna get saved. In fact, oh!
No.
Look at not now, not ever. It's 5-5. You gotta show up. It's time.
Oh, and Fellapox getting choked away from the smoke as well. Another nade is in there, not cooked.
He killed himself
appropriately.
trying to throw the
That is a
nade
huge
under a
blow
drone,
to
I think.
MIBR.
Drone hole?
And there's an ADS. Even if that nade went through
Oh,
the
yep.
drone hole, which it did not, it
Oh,
doesn't
now
do
you're gonna
any
try?
kind
Oh,
of damage.
God.
It really wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things. And Fellapox now finds this out as he tries his own grenade. This time, not taking out himself, but it's wasted utility.
Rayduck now as this adrenal surge goes
Okay.
off over by square stairs. This is an open area execute for MIBR.
I tried to throw it through the drone hole
They've
and
got
just
to work the clock
rolled back.
appropriately. They've not been able to clear
It's hard
out this
to.
top floor,
You can't
not to
underhand
their
grenades in
own
this game,
liking.
so.
SSG have managed to rebuff them and keep them at bay. Fultz getting back
They
to the
wasted
bomb site.
2
We
minutes
talk
with
about
that.
soft timers. Here you go. 1 minute
And
left,
accomplished
you
nothing
need to
except for
try
to
and
kill
get
one of their own
every single one
players.
of your players and your ducks in a row. Rayduck is still staying on the stairs. They've opened up the doorway in the staff area, but they haven't opened up the wall just yet. In fact, one of those wall panels actually
Two of
looks
them are
soft.
soft, yeah.
2 of them are soft. Again, SSG almost baiting them in as we saw on this bottom floor. Falls from above, he's got the diffuser. That's not where you want to be with 30 seconds to go. Rayduck punished for it. Bosco taking damage. Down Bosco goes. They trade. Diffuser being planted. Bosco is down, so SSG now will need to get on in. Falls off the diffuser. A single kill. 10 seconds to go. Back on.
That was so
Case
close.
control for MIBR. But Fultz will creep up and
Yeah.
through the cubicle. He gets the kill. Match point and a sigh of relief from Lycan as SSG now stand 1 round away from eliminating MIBR.
If we keep this up, Parker, we're gonna go 6-6 because it's 1 round at a time for each team back and forth. The strat from SSG was obviously extremely specific. It worked out in their favor for all the wrong reasons. Luke tried to be cute, as Parker would say. He saw a drone hole and thought, you know what? This is an easy task, easy solution. I can toss in 1 grenade. Little did he know that 1, there were ADSs on the other side of that drone hole, so it wouldn't matter. 2, he did not account for the trajectory, if you will, of the grenade. It did not go all the way through the drone hole. It, in fact, I think it might have bounced back in his face.
Yeah, the overhead view
And,
can be
well,
kind of
unfortunately,
confusing
Luke
sometimes.
was no longer with us from that moment forward in that round.
So upstairs
Because they show you
go.
the
I was
outline
just,
through the
getting an update
floor.
on the game that's happening on the other screen.
hard
I'm
to
not gonna give
track.
it for you. Yeah, we'll talk about it if. All right, fine. Plug your ears. 5-10 seconds. We'll update you on the other matchup going on. Auctions up 5-1 over DK. Dom1 Kia only 2 rounds away from
That's-
possibly being sent home.
Okay. That's that. Spiral over, in case your sound is back on. I can't signal to you with your hands, but there it is.
If OXG wins and SSG wins here, this will be more regions losing their teams while all 5 NA teams remain. That is pretty remarkable.
And I was making fun of NA. Now I feel bad.
You and everybody else. I mean, I think I tweeted at some point during it was either the Mexico or the Sweden major, NA sucks. Like, they were doing so bad.
They did, though.
They were getting absolutely smoked. All 5 NA teams are still in action, still surviving. We have not said goodbye to a single North American team just yet. DZ plays against Furia later today. That was a hard-fought victory that DZ had in their matchup.
It's
earlier
not
that we
going
saw.
well for
Are they going to be able to
DWG.
survive against a ferocious Latin
I'm
American
worried
team?
for them.
We'll find out. The other match to go on is FaZe Clan, who will be playing up against Elevate. So that will also be happening later today. Onigiri tying the most kills on a LAN ever and breaking the record for most kills at an S-tier event with 27. That's it. We can talk about that once this matchup is done. We either have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left, or we have about 10 more minutes to go. But we are very quickly accelerating towards an end here in map number 3.
It's building up.
Oh no,
The
Rampy.
pressure is building.
Rampy's a worm upstairs. Oh, there's a grenade ready. It does a little bit of damage, but nothing really else. Hatch will also be opened up inside. Oh,
No,
no, apparently
close.
not. He doesn't cook it enough. That is unideal. Fultz could have been able to drop through that as well if he wanted, but they still stand pat. The only player from SSG who's taken any damage was Rampy on that nade. Lobby control at the moment for MIBR, but they will quickly run up against the aggression on defense from SSG. Flashes go out. Nade ready for Fellapox 2. Hell engaged, and there's the nade ready for that elevator, and ooh, Whoopsie daisy. Takes out the protection on Kanto's spawn,
and
but
this
that's about it. Finally, the hatch
OXG,
gets opened up from
Oxygen.
the buck below. All of this time being used though.
Oxygen
and MIBR
are
spending all 2 minutes in
currently
this
on
round.
match point, map
Folks might be
3,
the first
so
one to see
they're
the
one
nuke.
round
He
away
does see
from
the head.
eliminating
He goes
DWG.
further rotate. Rampy taking even more damage. Early fights breaking out. These skirmishes all over the map. There's the Nook trying to sprint away.
Shooting him in the ankles.
And the call has been made, but they'll stand and wait. Again, just a reset. Very calm. Both of these teams know what's on the line at the moment. A second player will head up the main stairs on to Fultz. There goes the Nook, and he knows that there's another. Can't get away in time. Traded out by Falls. MIBR
Both games are on match point, map 3. I don't know which one to watch.
Seconds left. They could be going home. They know the clock is
Since
running out,
3
but
minutes.
shots like that will keep them alive. Persevere. Rampy taken down. Space Station trailing in a 3v4. MIBR have the diffuser at their disposal, but not a lot of time left for them. Only 20 seconds for them to get into the bomb site. Sky's holding and standing ready. A cross could come in, and he'll be eagerly awaiting them. More damage done to SSG, but nobody from MIBR is able to secure a kill. There's Falls in the bomb site, faking out the diffuser, committing this time. Hot and cold punished. Skies needs to stop it in time. There goes Bosco. Skies needs to stop it. He doesn't
Oh my
see
god,
it.
he didn't see him!
This goes from bad.
Oh my god.
Of Garage here loses about a third of his HP. Still wants to challenge though, as he maintains
All right,
control
well,
over the outer stock position by the front door, but will more than likely end up giving that up in a few moments.
Well, Yaga, so very
Right.
aggressive in this
Other match
space.
is going
He's
to
just
overtime,
trying to throw it at
6-6.
him right now. He wants to make sure that damn one knows that he's in this area as he tries to waste time. Fantastic utility usage here from Oxygen as well, as they'll be able to get rid of one of Kodad's Electro Claws. Now nades out following a stun here to make sure that there's no ADSs in the space. It's actually a smoke instead, as yet another Electro Claw, or rather Thermite Charge, will go down. No Electro Claw to try and answer that. They have the bathroom wall electrified right now for Kino, so he'll be able to hold on.
Need a miracle here,
If
yeah.
they do find an answer to that. He's still got a mute jammer in this
It's
space as well.
not
to
going
limit
well.
some intel
That sucks because I
gathering.
really feel like they got
Halfway through the
robbed
round
on
now with zero
coastline
damage
of the
dealt,
at least the
all except to
overtime.
Yaga for Oxygen here, as Damn One look to see where their entry point could possibly be to the site.
So kitchen access, or rather bathroom access, more than likely not going to be a thing here for Domlin because that second Exo got bled out. There is still a lot of juice left in Boogeyman's torch, but I'm not sure if it's enough, and I'm not sure if they're even going to have enough time to be able to open that up for themselves. Okay, though, no one watching the main hallway. Look at this, Yash just walking right in. Huge misstep from Oxygen, and it's going to continue to bleed out the player count. 4 kills in a row as the defensive matrix is
C4.
non-existent in the site for OXG, and Fox is left alone to fend off against the entire world here. Won't even be ready for the push on main stairs, and it's a quite sudden, flawless round from Domlin.
I don't know which stream to watch.
Big mistakes being made there from Oxygen. It's going to cost them the first of 5.
Well, I guess walking at them is a strategy, as we just see the Twitch walk right through.
MIBR had that pocket strat.
They're both. This one's so close to ending, and then this one's also in overtime. I just don't know.
What they were really doing
I'm gonna watch both of them.
Position,
Both at the same
towards
time.
The windows and sticking around the front of lobby by that area that you refer to as Trump. So it looked like they were treading water, but in fact, they were swimming in a direction that we hadn't seen coming. SSG will go back onto defense. This is the side that they've been on for the last 6 rounds. Right now, it's dead even. 3 rounds apiece. No discernible advantage whether you're on attack or on defense. So it is ultimately a coin toss every single round. Of course these two teams need to go to overtime after 2 decisive maps, 1 in each favor.
Both are clutching up. They both want it so bad. They can both feel the terror of having to leave this tournament and to be going home. We've said goodbye to some teams already, and each and every single match you see from now on and forward, well, they also define the fate of who gets to stay and who gets to go home. But damage traded back and forth, but it's Lukid who comes out on top after an unfortunate grenade kill on himself earlier on a few rounds ago. Hot and Cold might see for the flank here, has no impact, has no C4, he's stuck inside of Janitors, but he's creeped past the line of MIBR. They're not gonna know. This drone is jammed. Oh my god. Hot and Cold could do some serious damage here. He has to buy the time, buy the right moment, get as much value as possible. He doesn't just want one, he wants more. Ice cold. If Sledge opens up the wall, oh, he does! He doesn't find it. Hot and Cold deflect the turn around, finds Luki, but now they know where he is.
And he's about to run into another player. Wraps nicely positioned, gives MIBR the upper hand yet again. SSG cannot find anything besides that. So, barricaded deep inside of the bomb site, they will look to hang on for exactly 1 minute. 1 minute of play. Creeping through the openings that have been presented to them by their own defense. SSG of Rampy by Copier. The other two players from SSG right now just waiting inside of the bomb site. MIBR still have lots of utility at their disposal. Tons of flashbangs. 9 flashbangs currently in their hands that can be used, and each of those, not necessarily on gadget denial or clearance, but to find the kills. MIBR will be called into action. Rayduct calling the shots for this team on this round. Still, they have time to go. From above. Falls holding on that to Diffuser, and there he goes, dropping on it. Beautiful shot on the skies. There goes Rayduct. It's all up to Rampy. He takes out one on the ground.
Oh my god.
It's a 1v1, but he looks the wrong way. Falls. Brazilians are fired up.
You now have the
Oh
cross
my
set up
god,
as
oh
Moonlight
my
Beauty trying to work
lord,
and
it's too
negotiate
much.
for Garage here in just a few moments, and that'll be up to Foxy to try and hold on to.
I don't know why
Latching
it's not
the
giving me the
electric
like
pocket, but
split
yeah,
view.
Way too late
Yeah.
on that one. The
I do that?
exothermic
Yeah,
charge
there you
just
go.
so happens to be our fastest hard breach when it comes down to it. Well, that and the Selma. The Selma beats it out a little bit, but the exothermic definitely making quite the larger hole when it comes down to it.
Actually gonna belly flop into the basement here now over by Oil Pit, and surprisingly is sticking around. I'm pretty sure that drone over on top may have spotted him if the angle worked out well, but
Oh,
that
no.
one's certainly going to see him. I'm not sure if they spotted Yas, however, so he's gonna be able to creep back up here and potentially walk right up to be able to find Laxing in the corner. Oh no, not looking
No!
the right way. He's
Oh,
right.
no way! You checked
Beyond
one
the
corner, but
maintained
not the
position to
other.
find
Why
a
didn't you
frag
check the
against
other
Cody as
corner?
well. Massive losses sustained from
Oh,
Down.
no.
Oh no! Another run out from Fox.
Oh,
and
it's
catches
over.
Woogie Man from
Oh,
the lower level
God.
of Garage here. This is so bad for Down
This
One.
is really
it's
bad.
Now to Kat Sang and Rin to clutch it
This
out.
is
No!
not
Another
gonna
run out
happen.
From Fox A's. It eliminates Rin. APAC is going down.
Oh,
The
no.
last member of the squad.
He's been
Sad.
showing up at this event because he deserves
Well, I was wrong.
recognition for how good he's been playing each and
Damn.
every single day at this event. We can hear craziness on the other stream right now. Twitch.tv/Rainbow6. There's a crazy game going over there.
You're telling them to go. We're on match
Yeah,
point.
well,
Nick. You can't tell the
You gotta
people
watch
to turn-
both, Parker, because they're
You
both
can't-
amazing.
You can't tell the people to turn away.
We
don't
stay
know
here.
what-
All right,
don't know what's
2-1
going on
for
right there, but
Oxygen, which
MIBR,
means Oxygen plays the
they
winner
win
of this
in
match.
round number 1. They have
Oh,
not
that sucks.
led
If
since
SSG wins,
until
then
previous round
NA has to
where they
eliminate
take
an
it.
NA
At
team.
that point,
I guess it has to happen at
SSG
some
wins
point
3 in
because
a row.
there's mostly NA
It's
teams
3-1
remaining,
Space
right?
Station.
So-
MIBR trailing or tied, one of the two. Finally getting a couple wins on the board, and now
Another
here we
APAC
are
team bites
with
the dust.
MIBR on this map.
That means
Now
all
looking
of
to
my
send
predictions are
the
going to be wrong
2020
now
SI
because
champions
I thought
home,
DWG
the
was going to go a
world
lot further.
champions from 2 years ago. MIBR already knocked out the defending world champions, and Nip, what's another trophy for the wall? Well, they sit on defense.
Damn.
So they just need to wait. That's it.
Yeah.
Space Station, they're the ones with the diffuser. They've got the action needed. And if they can't pull it off, that's all she wrote. The first team from North America will go home if Space Station are unsuccessful here.
Hot and cold, picking up the Jackal. I think it speaks to how they want to make sure they have time for the execute, want to roam clear efficiently, and not have any chance of
6.
mis-droning anywhere on the map. It is how one of those rounds where, well, Hot and Cold didn't find defeat. Well, there was in fact a roamer from MIBR. It was Lukid. He did a ton of damage, and therefore MIBR got the round. This time, we're playing it nice and tight. Both teams playing slow. Skies open up the hatch inside of Lobby, asserting as much pressure as possible. You got the Maverick and you got the Thermite. Limited reachability, no secondary hard gadget in hand at all this round. VDOT has the Kaid and Claws. They have been placed, both of them, nothing in pocket. Hatch is being opened up. That's the Maverick doing good work with the torch. We see Lukid with the Warden playing server stairs with the shotgun, so he will hold this with his life.
A very different Warden than what we saw from Space Station. They wanted the MPX played deep inside of the bomb site. Lukid now off-site, holding those stairs, able to do maximum damage. The most coveted part for Space Station will be that deployable shield at the top of blue stairs, but SSG might just decide to bypass it.
Yeah.
We saw this in the matchup with the Sonics yesterday, was that eventually it was Damwon Kia who decided, let's go for a vault drop, and that might be what's getting cooked up for Space Station. Nade goes in from Rampy, and now he drops Adrenal Surge as well will go. Houghton takes the other elevator. So both players from Space Station will push to the bomb site from the same direction, but a different part of the map. 30 seconds left for Space Station here. Have they droned out the players from MIBR? Felipox drops Fultz, and he might be able to pull off an Adrenal Surge as Fultz will crawl to safety, and there you go. Back up he goes. Felipox taken out. Hot and Cold the very first pick, but Space Station cannot stall out. Diffuser in the hands of Skies. He's overhealed. Falls doesn't see, as there's the Fultz and the Finka just inside of the bomb site.
Uh-oh.
Pivots. SSG
It's gonna go
looking for the
all
knockout
the
punch.
way.
Flawless, undoable as Raptor
I
kill,
hate when it comes
and we're
down
going all
to
the
this.
way on Bank.
I hate when it's a 7-7 on map 3. It's too
Once
stressful.
again, when one team finds a round, the
Ah.
other follows along. Statistically, looking at the map in front of us, if we follow the script, spoilers ahead, MIBR should win because they just lost the round, means they win the next one.
That's
But that's
yeah.
not how it works.
It's
And
been
I would
going
say
back and forth
SSG,
every single
they
map.
surprised me a little bit.
That's
It
crazy
is
that it was
so
7-2, 2-7, and
important
now
they
it's
get
going
this
all the
round.
way
It's
to
the
15.
final one before this one, and it's only because they came out on top. They showed no hesitation. Rampy
49 deaths.
leading the charge for his team.
10,
tosses
10,
out the
10.
grenade, drops down the hatch,
10.
and then the round
10, 10, 10, 9.
opens up. It's a standstill for a short moment. Force gets injured, but MIBR, they do not know that this happened. Adrenal Surge comes out, bringing him back to his own
Yeah.
feet, and Hot and Cold
That's
opens
why
up
people play the
overkill of
Finka
round
now.
inside of computers. Almost a flawless round for SSG. The absolute final round that we will see between these two teams will be
Yeah.
an open area. That's where it ends. This is the final one. We see
the end
punish
regardless
set
of who
most
wins
likely,
it.
because I only see 2 reinforced walls inside of open area. So will it be the Janitor's
Yeah,
Code,
honestly, this
or
has been a
do
really
they
good
have
matchup.
something else in
The
mind?
first 2 maps went really quick.
Right now, the attackers are the victors.
No,
in
there's
overtime. Both
Team
rounds
Liquid,
so far, opening picks
Furia,
and the
FaZe,
rounds going to MIBR and SSG
and then
on their respective
MIBR, right?
attacks. Space Station need to break that trend here.
Yeah.
Space Station have also not taken a timeout, and I wonder if the reason for that is
So
because
Team
they
Liquid
don't
is
wanna
still
give
in the upper
MIBR
bracket as
time
well.
to get their heads back in the game. Maybe Lycan has full faith in his team that they're not going to call that timeout.
And
We
that
will
hurts.
see. MIBR now have the responsibility on their shoulders. Look in the top right corner. 2 sets of nades, 9 flashbangs, not a wealth of different gadgetry being brought. Oh, none of those hard breach gadgets, no smokes, nothing. So this is just simply going to be a frag and forget.
EU
Flash
only has
in,
Empire
clear out
left.
any denial that might be there. There's a Jaeger on
Empire
board.
is the
That's
only
what you're gonna have to
remaining
deal with.
EU
Other
team.
than that, those explosives will go onto the castle barricades and ideally to clear out any of those electric claws and players from Space Station.
Same factions before. MIBR, they failed to attack it last time. They have a very different approach. Last time they attacked head-on onto Janitors. This time, it's more of a spread-out attack, trying to, I guess, assert presence on the map, as SSG will not have that much information to know where they're coming from. They got the pulse on Skies, playing below Antelo's archives, helping Force up above with information, and possibly with a C4. This makes MIBR's life extremely difficult because gotta
One team
juggle
could
that
be enough,
hard breach,
that's
juggle
true.
the wall, juggle the verticality, the C4, 2 of them on the side of SSG. One is pre-placed, Skies can call off Dog, he says.
That is true.
And off the C4 will go. Lukit knows something's going on, plays it very safely. Tossed out a grenade, maybe take out, or Redot rather, tossed out a grenade, maybe peeling off that C4, but no, it's still there.
They still have a C4,
Luna,
yeah.
one more left from SSG.
They know that there's one in here, by the way, and they might be able to get a second one too, but there's a vault over. Skies trades out hot and cold. Fultz sees the wall open up. At least we think that the line has been spotted, Nick. Oh, there you go, but maybe he didn't. Fultz
He looked
might
right
not
at
be
it, but I don't
aware
think he
of
saw it.
Confusion from above, and there's no calls.
No,
to
there's
be
still
had.
2 matches
The
after this
smoke
one.
is down for the count, and Fultz is no longer available.
It's the last
MIBR,
match of the
when
tournament for
Fultz
one of
goes
these
to
2
play, as
teams.
he likes to do, he's going to
But there's
need
still two more
maximum
matches
coverage.
today.
The pulse is still in play to give calls, though, and we'll be able to look up at all of the players and give information as to where those heartbeats are from the attackers.
But you're in the basement, there's one less gone. If MIBR read this, they can go hard on side with only 2 players to defend it. Soft wall to square, soft wall to Archive Stealers. Redot making the move, rotating over, setting the pace here, 35 seconds. Once they go,
This is stressful. careful.
We're gonna go really fast. 2 players inside. Sky swarming. Nate comes
Too early.
Oh, that's a little bit early.
Too early.
That is actually really dire. They've got 2 more from Lukid, but where are they intending for those nades to go? Falls has done the same thing every single time.
Don't drop.
From
Don't
the
drop.
hatch,
Don't
and
drop.
it's Rampy watching, but all of a sudden MIBR sweep right through. Bosco will need to clutch. There's a reason we've called him the clutch minister. 1 kill, diffuser going down from Falls. Bosco has no intel. Will he be able to find those 2 kills? The answer awaits us. It's no. The first
Oh,
North American team
jeez.
and MIBR
Upper brackets tomorrow.
world champion to banish from the 6 Invitational.
Oh,
An
God.
incredible run for this upstart Brazilian squad. They want another top 4 finish. They did it last year, but the
GG.
victory of the SI eluded them this year.
Damn.
They're already starting to put together their impressive run through the lower bracket, and it continues.
Space Station
onwards.
eliminated.
Earlier, SSG now, MIBR are the real deal.
DWG eliminated.
Fighting to be
Eminem,
champions.
Nip, Navi, and Rogue
They've
eliminated.
proven something to everybody here, myself included.
Yeah, the
I
trash
didn't think
talk.
MIBR
I mean,
necessarily had the potential to go the
I feel
distance.
like when you spend the
They have
entire
proven today
tournament
alone
screaming at other
that they
people, you can't be
deserve
too
their
surprised
position and
when
more.
they start screaming
They
back
go
at
very
you,
far
you
in
know?
this tournament. They've taken out some absolute titans, and their lower bracket run
DWG
continues
lost, yeah.
on forward.
So next will be Furia versus Dark Zero, another LATAM NA team. And then FaZe versus Elevate, which is LATAM APAC.
And we see the first North American team go home. Of all of the teams, Nick, it's the champions from 2020.
Yeah, that's
You can see
crazy,
the looks on their
actually.
faces. I don't think you can hang your heads after that bank performance.
They don't have these
That
games
was as
on
close as it
CGG in the
gets.
upcoming
And
games.
SSG, while they made some mistakes
These
on
ones?
that map, so did MIBR.
Well, so today's the 15th, we get all these games. 16th tomorrow, we get upper bracket semifinals first at 1 and 4, and then lower round 3. So these 4 games are gonna be
not bank. But that's just my opinion. That's
tomorrow.
It for you and I for today. Believe it or
And
not,
then
we
17th
still
is
got another
a
match to
break
go.
day,
Before we
and
get
then
there,
18th
let's
we
toss it over
get
to the analysts and see what they have
2
to say
games,
after
19th
this
we
break.
get 2 games, and then the 20th is the lower final, and then the grand final. Right, yeah, we still have these 2 to go today. That sucks for SSG. Sad. I thought that they would do better, but I'm sure they thought so as well. Alright. Space Station, MIBR, LATAM. Season 7 reveal on the 19th? Yeah. Playing a back-to-back for the grand final. That's really tough. Because it's a best of 3 followed by a best of 5. So, like, this is gonna be... Oh, these are my predictions, which are wrong now. You're so loud. My predictions are all over the place now. OXG did win that. So, I'm right about this. But wrong about this now. Which means the rest of it's gonna be all messed up. Right about the team here, but then wrong about this one. Although I didn't think Space Station was gonna be here because I thought they were gonna be... Or no. I don't know, I'm confused. I've confused myself. This one we're waiting to see. This one I got wrong because I thought TSM was gonna lose to Furia, but they actually beat them. Man, I'm so sad about APAC. We still have Elevate. I thought Space Station was gonna be... I thought they were gonna go a lot further too. Damn. Which means this one's wrong too, because TSM's still upper bracket. So Furia is in the lower bracket. Yes. Furia lost to TSM in the upper quarterfinals on the 14th, which pushes them down here, and so they play next actually versus Dark Zero. And then they gotta beat a bunch of teams to get back into the final, basically. So, anyways, PowerWash Simulator is a game which we will play. We gotta do something to fill the time, right? Oh, why is my screen all messed up? Wait, why am I down here? Hello? Chat? Hello? Chat? Why is my overlay weird? What happened? Odd. Whoops. I broke it. Oh my god, it's so rusty.
Welcome back to SI 2022. It's been a minute since I've seen you because all of our last games have gone the extra mile, all of them to map 3. But luckily we are standing here with one of our winners between Dom1, Kia, and Oxygen. I've got Foxa of Oxygen after a hard-fought victory.
You were joking.
I'm feeling pretty good,
No.
pretty jittery. I'm, getting kind of tired. Got a lot of energy drinks in me, so.
Yeah, you guys were sustaining yourselves throughout these matches with a lot of Red Bull.
Yeah, you
How
have
do
to
I-
actually, waking up
Can I put this in
early
windowed mode,
for the
maybe?
day, and then we gotta wait, and then some games go longer than others, and then you have to play a best of 3 series. Thank God that last map was quick. Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah, the two before it, though, you guys went pretty far, pretty deep. Tell me a little bit about Villa. What was going on there with the loss to Dom1, Kia?
Well, we played them on Villa the last time, and they were really good at adapting based off of their gunplay and individual play, like the way they would, I guess, move as a team rather than the strats themselves. So we figured it would be a fine map to go back to because it's easy for both of us to, I guess, counter each other as opponents. But obviously, when it came down to the wire, they were winning rounds, and that's just how the first map went. So
This is plastic. This isn't metal.
Tactical pause. You guys were down in points. They were on map point.
Out of metal cleaner. Oh, crap.
yeah, there wasn't necessarily too much to it. We know that we knew what they were doing, and I'm sure they knew what they were doing too. And so when it comes down to the wire off of who's getting the trades, we just mistimed some things. They timed it properly. They were able to exploit, I guess, those weaknesses, and they're really good at that, at being that kind of a team.
So you guys just took a minute to talk it out before the map got away from you?
Yeah, from the you're talking about Villa still?
I'm talking about, yeah, Villa. You guys took a timeout on map 1 and map 2 on match point, both of them. But you guys are actually down on that first one.
Yeah, on the first one, we just took a timeout to kind of get our heads straight because, like I said, they were kind of winning rounds by just getting right inside the crack of our positioning. But for map 2, we took a timeout. We were up in round count, and we just didn't want to, I guess, kind of fumble the bag. We knew what set they were going. Really wanted to take the time to, I guess, figure out who's going where, like what we're going to be doing, and if we need to do any type of adaptation. But yeah, you saw that round really came down to the wire, and we brought back a round that maybe we shouldn't have, and me and Lax were able to win on the 2-on-2, 2-on-3 situation, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. A huge swing of momentum for you guys, coming in really strong on Clubhouse for the third map to win yourselves a little step forward in the bracket. And of course, as we were standing here preparing for the interview, we heard a loud cheer erupt, and you told me that was certainly your opponent's MIBR. So how do you feel going up against them?
We played them at the last invite. We played them here. It's always a good matchup versus those guys. They're, I feel like probably, I would say like in game our rival right now. I don't think, I think we're pretty friendly to each other off of the computers. But you know, they're a pretty good team, like I said, and I feel like they match us really well. And every time we play so far, it always goes down to the wire. So, you know,
Like how my character is just laying on the ground, scooting around.
Well, I love to see that you got a sportsmanship and a camaraderie going up against them. We saw a little bit of that on display against Damwon Kia as well, shaking it out at the end of the match. Great energy here from all the teams, but a lot of that good energy comes from you guys on Oxygen. So, any you want to pass on to the fans?
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Damwon Kia. We scrimmed with them, like we said, after they beat us the first time. They were a really good opponent. They showed us a lot, and we're actually going to do like a jersey swap with them later after this interview. And yeah, again, like I said earlier to the fans, we're trying one step at a time. We're trying to get better to get back into our normal OXG fashion. That's pretty much it. And also, all the comments about people saying my pants were not it, that was really messed up. My mom got them for me, so I think they're really nice. So.
These pants are it. Can we get a full body shot? Is that possible? Oh, see? Fantastic. Well, Fox, always a pleasure talking to you. Congratulations on another victory. You have earned a well-earned rest. So why don't you go take that with your team, and we'll hand it over to the analysts now to talk about the match. Much Seltzer, victory for OXG. They are moving on in the lower bracket. Damwon Kia going home. They have been eliminated from the 6th Invitational. And Foxay there speaking in that interview, you know, he talked about how he apologized to the fans. This was a return to form, undoubtedly. Man, did they deliver there. And I love that sportsmanship comment and how he said thank you to Damwon Kia, and they're doing a jersey swap. So that's cool. We love to see that in Siege. But Dev, I'm sorry, another APAC team unfortunately being knocked out. See you later, Damwon Kia. But let's start off with OXG, though. I mean, that third map, we were shocked at how much they were dominating.
Absolutely. Considering that the previous time they played during the group stage, it was a very dominant 2-0 for Damwon, I think it's really clear from hearing from Fox that they had done their prep work. Also, I'm sure that having a chance to scrim them would have been a massive help, but of course that help goes to both teams.
This is
They learn and
metal?
understand each other a lot
This thing is annoying to clean.
map 3,
Yeah, they don't really look like
I hadn't expected to see them come out so fiery on Clubhouse. I think particularly it was that first half with the 5-1. Damwon just could not keep up on their defense. They tried all kinds of things and absolutely nothing would stick.
And Anne,
Yes?
Damwon is out. I mean, that's a little bit shocking to say. They were undoubtedly a fan favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's very much a shocking thing to say. I feel like APAC coming into this is probably one of the favorites for, Damwon coming into this is probably one of the favorites for APAC. And they were the first team to be confirmed in that upper seed of the groups after day 3. So them losing right now here is probably goes against a lot of people's expectations, I would say.
Yeah, and Dev, I mean, OXG, they played phenomenally. We have to give them kudos for sure. But Damwon Kia, they just seem to lose energy. They seemed out of steam.
I think those two go hand in hand, actually, because partly, yes, Damwon, compared to map 1, like there was amazing 2v5 from them where Coda's just hitting every shot. You cut over to map 3, and Damwon are losing 1v1s that they really shouldn't be.
Yeah, they were losing a lot of 1v1s. That's true. It sucks.
Winning gunfights, and of course, good team play, but I think that it really goes to show a lot of Oxygen strengths, the information, and then delivering and executing based on that.
Yeah, they definitely had a lot of information. I feel like that definitely pointed out on Clubhouse, whereas Foxy was peeking the CC window, and there was just yellow pings coming constantly of someone from Damwon Kia going to swing that window.
He got two like that as well.
But the information game was really strong on the side of Oxygen.
Yeah.
And I want to take us back to map 1. OXG, they are certainly a momentum team. Calling that timeout before OT, it seems strange, at least to you and I, Anne. And we heard Foxy respond. He said that he just wanted to slow things down, but I remember you took note of that.
Yeah, I was
Says it's still dirty, but I don't see anything on it.
Whilst you're leading and whilst you're on map points, but what Foxy said and how he explained it to us, it made
Hi
so
and
much
hi
sense.
chat,
So
hope
we
you're
know
all
Hello.
having a wonderful day, and
a great
everyone
day.
bought discounted chocolate and candies and actually.
They wanted to make sure that this time it wasn't going to happen.
Wait, what? Are you
So
selling
calling
candy?
tactical timeout, making sure you get all
Oh,
the
you
assets
meant
to
for
get that game plan going on.
after the
There were 2 times that they took tactical timeouts. Map 1 and
Valentine's
map 2
Day.
both on match point, but the difference is on map 1, they had just won a round and they called a tactical timeout. Now, in my mind, that gives their opponent a chance to talk about what went wrong in the last round. Whereas in map 2, they took it when they had match point, but the opponent had just caught up, and it was 6-5. So if they lost that, it was high stakes. It would be overtime.
All right, what are we missing?
Oxygen did a fantastic
The swing
job.
mirror, maybe?
It was a bit funny. We spoke briefly with Fox before his interview, and he mentioned that as soon as they were up 6-1 on that map 3, Kino, he just deliberately loves to troll them a little bit, and he just says, "Hey guys, don't throw, don't choke." I cannot imagine trying to play on a team with someone who's trolling you like that.
Oh man, Oaks
Yay.
has exceptional chemistry though, and we definitely saw that. And as you can say, a sense of humor as well. But Dev, the whole roster
To do
for Team
car,
One
I know,
is
right?
looking here.
Just the entire
I
thing.
don't know, the
Oh,
entire
hello?
series, it just seemed like they were making mistakes.
Yeah, definitely individual mistakes. I think underestimating Oxygen
I
could
broke
have been
it.
one of them. I think the information game and that example that you used on Clubhouse with the CCTV window peek where Fox found 2 of them.
I broke
That's
it.
a great example of that. Darmon just didn't give enough respect to Oxygen, didn't expect the drone, clearly didn't look hard enough for a drone. And yeah, look, Darmon really will put back into their place. I think Yas, one of the best players in Korea, if not the best, when shockingly, I think he was 1-7 on that last map. Not sure his final score, but I think that was the second last round. I noticed that, and as soon as you see an anomaly like that, you're thinking, wow, what's happened? And I think Oxygen happened. They came to play, all their fraggers were pumping, but I think just as
I think it makes sense what Fromage said, that maybe Damwon just needed a little bit more, to do a little bit more research on their opponents, because it kind of feels like maybe they didn't
Yes coming into this tournament, right? And yes, and then
give them the respect that they deserved, I guess.
I'm sorry. We were hyping them up coming into this tournament, and I feel like Woogieman kind of overtook that spot. He found himself in a lot of clutching situations. Finds himself somewhere at the top of the leaderboard, but before you get into a clutching situation, something's already gone wrong on the team.
Oh my god, this car is all fucked up too.
It's okay to say that Yas kind of underperformed.
Yeah, and look, the very first time these teams played
Metal.
during the group stage, a player like Vertical from Oxygen, he really struggled. Whereas on the flip side, Darm1 had Woogieman pumping it 1.26 rating, and that just wasn't present today. So Oxygen, they really tied a nice neat bow on it, and they get to keep alive during the bracket.
Okay, really quickly, we're running out of time here, but Dev, OXG
We're running out of
progresses
time.
to the lower bracket and we'll play MIBR. How do you think that's going to go? And Foxay said that they match well against that team, and it goes down to the wire, though. So I don't know. What are you thinking?
What's really cool about this one is it's another remax for OXG from their group stage. They've already beaten Dumwon Kia, who they lost to in groups, and now they're going to have to play MIBR, who they also lost to in a very close 2-1 in that groups as
This
well.
whole truck is metal.
Foxay said that they
At least
also
that's
played it last
something, I
SI,
guess.
and I'm sure that Oxygen, after sitting in the shadow of other NA teams, particularly SSG, who, spoiler, have now been eliminated by MIBR, I'm sure they're eager to prove themselves and surely eager to get past that top 5 performance that they placed at last year's SI.
All right, thank you both so much for your excellent analysis as always, but we got some analysis on the MIBR SSG matchup. As they were saying, a total nail biter, so make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Preparation, speed, precision.
The main thing about Thunderbird is if you can...
Is NA a major region for
Because all you got to do is, you know...
S6? For R6?
Kona stage,
I mean, it's NA, LATAM, APAC, and EU.
so that you can
I think the big regions right now are NA and LATAM.
It's really just about knowing how to work the roam and how to work like the defensive, I guess, offense, if that makes sense.
This operator is good for the support
It doesn't
role.
make sense.
Like, you can use the gadget from Thunderbird to heal the gadget, like C4 or Impact. It is really good also. It can deny the plant from the enemy planting.
Thunderbird in comp tends to play more of like a roamer offsite player. I think she works well with like making rotates, like with Oryx or someone, so Oryx can basically just make all the rotates in sight by dashing through the walls and then healing up, so he's on full HP.
Thunderbird has the spear, has the bearing, so still fast, has a nitro, and you know, if you're roaming, if you're running around playing like a damn maniac, just go hit one of the stations and you're, you know, back to full.
썬더버드는 로밍 보는데 최적화된 캐릭이라 생각하고 그 능력이 3개가 있는데 2개는 설치하고 하나는 가져다니면서 자기가 자가 힐을 하면 좋은 것 같다고 생각합니다.
If you have all the, you know, the boxes checked with all the shields and everything like that, it's really nice. If Thunderbird, you place one of 3 Kona stations, and it does like, is it 40 or something like that? And you can even overheal yourself.
My team doesn't play Thunderbird that often. I think she's.
I like how they like
good
cut off the
for
part where he's
plugging
just like,
into rank, so,
she does some amount of
I think
damage.
I would definitely play her in ranked because ranked is more gunfight focused. So I think she's a lot better in that environment rather than comp where you kind of just die instantly or like you get downed instantly.
I have played like Thunderbird in rank before, and our team also used the Thunderbird in the competition. I'm a support role, and I like to use it and then stay inside, try to help our fans if they call us for the help, and then boom, let's go for the help.
And that's how I fly.
Welcome back to SI 2022. My name is Seltzer, and I am joined by Falls from MIBR, who just had an incredible match against Space Station Gaming. It was a little bit back and forth, actually. You guys lost the first map on Villa, 7-2, but then you won 2-7, and then you picked up a long, long match on Bank. So let's work our way through it there. Tell me a little bit about why you feel like there was such a big swing in score between the two. Between the 3?
Oh, actually, the 2 teams are we are very prepared to the maps that they pick. Like Space Station had an insane villa, and we know that that's gonna be tough, but we try to counter them, and nothing works actually. So
We try to counter them and nothing works. Damn.
They win with a large result, and on Chalet, Chalet is a strong map for us. And we know, of course, we can beat them, you know, even with the studies they have, the counters they have. It actually was easy. Probably Villa for them was easy to beat us, and Chalet was easy for us to beat them. And Bank was a long battle, actually. I'm actually very tired right now.
Yeah, it sucks they're tired and now they have to go into like another matchup against OXG, which like they do too, so.
Being a little tired now because you've left everything on the floor, huh?
Yeah, Reps was so hyped, really. I never seen he screamed like that. That was insane. And, well, Bank was an insane battle. These guys are nuts. Fruits is one of the best players.
Police rules, fire rules. Wow.
Of course, and all the team.
Imagine thinking cops are better than firefighters.
Well, we 7-7. What can I say? Like, it was insane. And actually,
imagine being that wrong.
To our last invitational against NIP that we
Wait, the lights are metal? They're not plastic?
The 3 maps, and the last map was a clubhouse, and we lost at 7-7 on the upper final. So actually, it's kind of good to win this 7-7.
Yeah, bringing the team spirit up overall. You also had a lot of standout performances from individuals on your team. Tell me a little bit about Filippo X on Bank at a moment.
Oh, yeah. That he won a 1v1 against the Mozzie. I don't know who was playing with the Mozzie, but it was a really important round because if we lost that round, the game probably
can't see the front of this.
Change their way. So he put the 1v1 on our favor, and it helped a lot. It was an insane 1v1.
That's got to add a lot of fuel to the gas tank when somebody does well like that. Brings the team back up into contention. And now, as you continue forward in the bracket, you get a day of rest, so that's going to be good. You're going to bring your voices back up because you're going against another team that you're quite friendly with. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts about facing off with Oxygen in the lower bracket. Loser goes home.
Yeah, Oxygen is a insane good team. They are really hard to play against.
I gotta get underneath this, but I think I'm gonna have to. Oh, maybe. Hang on.
We are prepared.
Yeah, you get it from here.
After these 2 wins today, and I don't know if like this interferes, but we already won these guys once in this invitational, so I think that kind of helps on our confidence.
Hey, mental always counts for something, and you guys are great at keeping your heads in the game. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there who watched you, who are cheering for you white-knuckled through that last map?
Yeah, of course.
Oh. Network error? Twitch? Hello?
somos bem.
Twitch broke.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Falls. Congratulations
Yeah,
to
it likes to do that
MIBR.
sometimes.
Now let's send it over to the analyst for the breakdown.
Thanks, Seltzer. Falls showing love to their fans there and saying 7-7. What can I say? It was insane. We couldn't say it better ourselves. 3 maps, max OT, but we must say goodbye to SSG. That rhymed, and I did not even intend for that to happen. Anyway, SSG, you will be missed, but congratulations to MIBR. And we got
SSG's dreams are crushed into the dust. Oh, that rhymed. I
right into map 1. We'll take it
didn't
right
mean to
back
do that.
the beginning, and SSG starting off very strong on map 1, winning the first 4 rounds.
Poor SSG.
MIBR called a tactical timeout,
That
and Demo,
sucks.
I was sitting next to you, and you were like, that didn't help them.
It didn't, but you can understand why.
Alright, oh, the wheels, which I've been ignoring.
A space station around them like a ton of bricks. Yep. There's no, space to breathe against a team like SSG where they will just pick you apart one by one. It was a
That's
well
really
set
funny.
map, as we know. And
Wait,
yeah, I think
hello?
they called the timeout
Wheels,
maybe
please?
just to say, okay, we need to call out. We don't want this to turn into a massive snowball. And well, it did. So what can you say?
And Ollie, we're gonna work on bringing up those statistics here, but Fultz was on fire. Definitely in that map 1.
Really was. We were sort of trying to come up with a catchy phrase for it in the green room, weren't we? I think we set up with the Fultz on fire, and it was correct. +3 on the entry. SSG did such a great job of controlling the pace on Villa. We thought we might be in for a fairly quick series, but boy, were we wrong. MIBR, you can see there really isn't anything to write home about. They were very well prepped against. I think the SSG had a really good handle of how MIBR approached it. And MIBR, they were kind of their own worst enemy on that opening engagement, on that opening map. They were going in one at a time, all the time, and it was costing them in every single round. I don't think they got a single entry across those 9 maps at all. And it was very short, and we thought, well, SSG, they might just be here to run away with this, but we were a little bit wrong.
Yeah, and Demi, you look at that score, 7-2. You were frustrated with MIBR's drone work when we were watching Villa.
It's Villa. It's a big map. You need to be able to get your drone work in, and if you can't even do the basics, then yeah, like Ollie was saying, we thought it was going to be quite quick. If you can't do the basics, they look as if they were playing by themselves a lot of the time, like you said, just kind of pushing in by themselves. And yeah, that will correlate to every single map you play. That's not just map specific. That's every map that you need to do the basics in.
And Ollie, map 1, you thought MIBR, there was a lack of coordination. Obviously, they made up for that later, but on map 1, they weren't really playing together.
No, there was that sort of solo play style. They were really just trying to focus on just sending one guy in at a time, and there was the drones there, but there wasn't always the follow-up. There was windows that wasn't getting opened. It was just very disconjointed.
Fog
I think
lights.
that ultimately they needed that map
Morning
to warm
light,
up, and obviously
headlight.
throughout the series, we saw exactly what they could
Fog
do.
light, oh yeah.
They got a little bit of a warm
These
up under the
guys.
belt.
And
Handle
Demo,
and windscreen
these
wipers.
first 2 maps, they were so one-sided. The third map, an absolute dogfight, though. Why do you think it played out like that?
I think Bank was, in my mind, supposed to be kind of SSG side. I think, again, it's similar like Villa, where you have these kind of long rounds that take a lot of setup. SSG were able to show us that they can control that game oh so well, but no, MIBR just scrapped it out right until the bitter end. There were some big plays, I think, from MIBR all around. Again, I think Pals was a real standout, and it's someone that me and you mentioned earlier, Ollie, about if that guy's ready to party, MIBR can really make a good lower bracket run.
Yeah, and even over the top of the series statistics, Fowles was on top throughout the entire MIBR squad. And, we were sort of looking to someone like Fleepox maybe to have a big day or step in, but Fowles is just the guy that can do it all. There's got to be a point in the conversation where we argue this #1 support in the world, because Fowles has got to be getting close to that statistic with the way that he's able to drag his team through these maps. And, Bang wasn't flawless. There were mistakes in there, but SSG played so prescripted, I think it really hurt them, because MIBR, round after round, slowly were able to adapt. There were small things coming out here and there, some beautiful Osa shield placements, which we saw when MIBR were attacking onto lockers, and then in contrast on that last round, the biggest difference was bringing the Maverick. They were able to get faults out of Janitor, and they were able to force that top floor control, but still not perfect. There were nades missed, there were things that went wrong.
You can leave
but
her.
MIBR, they got it over the line. It was an 8-7. It really comes down to 1 or 2 mistakes.
Oh, so much fun to watch. Well, Demo and Ollie, thank you so much for your excellent analysis, as always. But all of you watching at home, do not go anywhere. We have a ton of pre-match analysis for our awesome matchups ahead. So we'll be back in a flash. See you soon. So much fun ahead. Don't go anywhere.
Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, They give us the edge in the field.
One thing that I love in Osa is you can
Commercials,
make some
it's all
crazy
the same.
plans. You know, you can just go inside the bomb and drop some smokes and put the shield in front of you and just plant. You know, relax and plant and go leave the area. That's it.
I think if the defenders aren't ready to deal with Osa, like if they don't have impacts in their lineup or like C4s, it could be very difficult to deal with. She has smokes so she can smoke off lanes and place shields for people to like plant behind and just kind of cover behind. So I think her potential is very high for like creating a huge impact on attack.
When Osa was first introduced, I think she would shake up the meta a little bit. You know, she's got 2
This
shields,
isn't fun to
really
watch?
impactful,
What?
and smoke
PowerWash
grenades
or
to
the
actually
ads?
Shake up the lineups a little bit.
After you put the shield, you can take it back.
The R6
So piggyback the shield if
stuff.
you are like,
I mean, I can't do anything about that. They're between games right now, so there's no games to watch anyways.
Your team to dominate another place. After you put your shield,
We just have to
take it
kill
back and
time
go to
until the
another
next
area.
match
And you have the
starts.
shield to make another play, whatever you want. You have 2 shields, so it's pretty insane.
You can honestly treat her like
This, I mean, they're just like, they're
clear it out if you wanted to.
using pro
And
players
people
to
gotta be
like
ready to
encourage people to use
There was a
new
game,
ops, I guess, and
DZ
like
versus
probably, I
Furia,
guess, pay for the
where
season
Furia was
pass
trying
and
to
stuff like
plant
that.
Gym with Osa, and they were just trying to plant right at the gym door, putting the shield down. But DZ had 4 sets of impacts, so they just kept impacting the Osa shield, and they couldn't plant and execute, and they ended up losing the round.
If it's your first time playing Osa, I'd recommend always bringing smoke grenades because it's good to cut off line of sight and also to just place the shields in any position you feel comfortable to approach the site.
Eu não tentaria colocá-los de janelas. Eu vejo que muitos jogadores iniciantes tentam colocar sempre a USA em janela. Eu acho que não é uma jogada muito boa. Tentaria sempre jogar com alguém atrás de mim para poder me dar o backup atrás do shield. E tentaria fazer algumas jogadas com plants. Eu acho que é bem interessante por ela ter smoke também.
I realize some of these players, I've like never actually heard them talk
I
before.
don't play Osa as my role, but my teammates
Like no
specifically,
idea
I guess Matt
what their
Oswald,
voices
he
sound like.
likes Osa a lot. I would say that we don't bring it out much, or haven't brought it out much in like competitive, but like in ranked, we play Osa a lot.
In my team, actually, we play Osa in sometimes like in bank because with the shield you can like make some really fast entrance like in the golden stars, you know.
Our team doesn't really tend to play Osa, but I do play her a lot in ranked because it's really easy to just push up against enemies, have some fun with your friends, you know, that get really close and just meme on people.
Just meme on people.
Not a scratch.
The lower bracket action continues, and oof, it has been brutal. These teams are out for blood. Teams getting knocked out one by one. And today alone, 6 teams have already been eliminated. And
2 more to
we
go.
aren't done yet. No, we're not. I'm Jackie Chang, and I'm with Jesse and Jacob. By the way, in my notes, I put JJ with J and J.
Aw.
I know, triple J's.
Every single like NAL and EUL analyst all have J names. Jacob, Jesse, Jess, and Jack. Now you're here, so it's Jackie. Gassan just needs to get with the program, man, because he's the odd man out right now.
Come on,
Figure it out.
Gaston, get it together, man. But you know, Jesse,
Change your
I'm gonna
name.
start with you. I just picked randomly. I just put my finger down and
Any of the J.
J.
I'll go.
Any of the J. Someone take it. But this is a Group C rematch, and oof. Okay, so the last time they saw each other, 3 maps, and every map was super close. So
it was, Jackie. I mean, Furia versus Dark Zero in the group stage was a really tight game, and it was weirdly attacker-sided the way it ended up playing out. The maps were Cafe.
They're commentating on what I'm doing, yeah.
Clubhouse 7-5 Furia, Oregon 8-7
The next match should start soon. They're kind of behind schedule, actually.
The attacker side, but still these teams seem to do a really good job on the offense. Furia, I think Hides was a big player for them. Obviously, he had really strong grenade play and vertical play on that sledge roll.
Let's
Felt like he was really
see,
coming into his own,
Glass.
and he's that player that we don't often talk about for Furia, but I was exceptionally happy to see him having a good game a couple of days ago when they played DZ. Fantasy was in it, but he kind of took a little while to wake up. I think first map he wasn't
Yeah, Fantasy
really
was
there,
slow, that's
but by the
true.
second map he was entry fragging, he was getting everything that he needed to do. He was back on full force and was that scary entry that we know he can be for Furia.
Of the of the 4 teams that were the #1 seeds coming out of their groups, 2 of them were able to win their first game, and 2 of them weren't able to do anything with that #1 seed and that first round bye. And Furia was one of them. Now, granted,
Need like a step ladder, which we should have somewhere.
Have gone down to the wire. Their last game against DZ, like you mentioned, was super close, and their game against TSM that sent them into the lower bracket was
Window's
also
not
really
clean?
close until it wasn't. At the very end of that game, it was a 7-3 on Oregon, and TSM sent them all the way back down into the pits of lower bracket hell. And now they find themselves back in this situation where, again, against Dark Zero, they were in elimination territory in the lower bracket of SI only 9 months ago for 2021, and to find themselves back in this position again, both teams, in spite of Furia's roster not being any different, still looks like they're
The Canadians picture.
close to it again.
What the?
Relaxed, and I hope they are, because at the end of that TSM game, they were really kind of losing the mental game. It felt like Miracle was kind of hesitant to walk and go for his plans. On roams, they were just letting people in, and Dark Zero hopefully can be taking advantage of that for their sake. This is a team as well that I think had a very similar story to Furia in their matchup when they played against one another. The roam crew was really strong. I thought Canadian got a lot of value from the Jackal. NJ was hitting his nades, and he was entering like a king on Cafe. And on the flip side, for both these squads, but certainly for Dark Zero, the roam game had its problems. I mean, we saw that against Na'Vi a little bit as well, but I don't really know if Na'Vi are the same sort of capable team of clearing the roams that Furia have been. So even if Dark Zero, maybe we have improved their defensive stat a little bit going from their last game against Furia to their second game, their first game of the bracket, I'm worried that trend might not continue against a roam clearing beast like Furia.
Yeah, for Dark Zero, it comes down to 2 things. One, their mental does need to not start out super sluggish. They need something to really explode into the lead as soon as this series gets underway, because that was something we questioned immediately. Their first loss on bank was...
What character is that supposed to be in the background? Callie, I guess? It's like anime Callie, I don't know what I'm looking at, I guess. I'm basing that on the gun, not on how the character actually looks.
Even if for some reason Rare, Miracle, or Fantasy doesn't pop off immediately, that's where we'll need to see them really come into their own as a team and group up yet again.
All right, gentlemen, we are moving into the map.
Yeah, it's like a very anime character.
Right now. So, gentlemen, tell me what you're thinking, and I'm coming in fast here. So
yeah, well, the Chalet ban was kind of the most interesting thing for me at the start. Kind of a curveball. I was expecting Dark Zero to ban Bank. You can see Furia have jumped on that and have decided to pick it up. Furia are 5-1 since Bank came out, and it's one that Dark Zero certainly have a lot of plays on. They also have a lot of losses on, so I'm a little worried for Dark Zero in that map too. Map 1 that we kind of skipped over, Coastline pick, super expected from DZ. They beat both SSG and BDS on this map pretty recently, while Furia have lost 2 really rough games
I'm
of
annoyed at this one.
To Empire and 7-4 to Damwon Kia.
The only map that we're seing as a repeat of their series in the group stage is Cafe.
I don't see anything that's dirty still, and I can't.
So if only because of recency bias, maybe we can.
Maybe I need to be like more underneath it.
And yet for Furia, it's a map that they've played.
I can't clean any more than this.
And Cafe is bar none Dark Zero's best map. So it's not a case like in the group stage where sometimes you have to play for 3 maps. This is just win 2 and you're done. You're not focused on longevity. But if Dark Zero are in fact playing,
There's nothing highlighted on this. What is wrong with you?
All right,
Hello?
gentlemen, thank you so much for your excellent analysis, as always, Jesse and Jacob. But our teams are ready to go. Is Furia ready to bring the Fury, or will they fall to Dark Zero? Who will be victorious, and who will be eliminated? Ace and Dad,
Eliminated.
let's go.
If I have to live with one of my teammates, I would pick.
Oh no, they're.
I would say Souls, because he's really quiet, and I wouldn't even see that he was there.
Honestly, it's so hard to choose because they are all annoying. When we are going to the bootcamp, it's like 2 or 3 weeks, and honestly, it's so hard to like. Yeah, sometimes they are.
It's like.
I feel like he's kind of the same person as me. He likes the same stuff. He's not too annoying. He'll just sit there and play something next to you.
I think it would be false. He's an easy guy to be around, and the rest of the team, I wouldn't handle them.
To live with.
That's fucking funny.
That's a hard one.
This vent is literally missing like one thing, and I don't know where it is. I'm
If I
upset.
had to live with one of my teammates for a year, it would be crime. Because
There's no
you know,
pixels on
he
here.
helped me motivate myself to get out and do more. He's quite
There
a
we
funny
go.
guy, and I think he could be quite clean. I'm not quite sure though. I have to see that one.
Eu acho que eu preferia ver com o Kamikaze, Porque eu sou um cara muito bagunceiro e, tipo...
This is a funny video. I like it.
Muito pra isso, eu acho que se daria bem.
I think I would want to live with Heis, you know, because he's a pretty funny guy, you know. He got his serious face and all of a sudden he just say a joke, so I mean... the man, it's too funny.
1년을 같이 살아야 한다고요? 뭐 지금 같이 룸메이트하고 있는 뭐 코티드? 일단 룸메이트고 그래도 뭐 같이 방 쓴 게 있으니까 좀 더 편하고 그런 게 있어가지고.
Me and Bosco have like a super close friendship. I mean, Bosco's pretty much my older brother. I look up to him in game and out of game. He's just someone I just have the utmost amount of respect for. So I would love to live with Debo. I
Debo.
Bosco, so
if I had to live with one teammate, I think I'd pick Pambazoo. He's like my little brother. Like it's just adorable. Like
oh, that is adorable.
I
teach him things. Oh, oh, that was sweet. I like that. I like that video. That was funny. I like the difference of like. First guy's like, I'll just pick whoever is just gonna not make any noise.
Who will be joining that list? FaZe,
And then Joystick is like, I just don't like any of them.
I am with Fresh and
Like they're all annoying. I don't know.
I am particularly excited about this match. What was this? You're like, hey, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they dragged me behind the analyst desk here. But man, there is so much to talk about here. Jess, I'm gonna put you in the hot seat first.
Sure.
I feel like FaZe came in here with a big target on their back, winning the November Major, obviously, but they're here in the lower bracket fighting for survival now.
I mean, I think it was very fair that we came into some of the first desks for FaZe, even after their bout with SSG in that very, first matchup that they had, and say that they were one of the favorites coming out of Latin America. I don't think that was unfair for us to say. After what we saw in Sweden, my God, they were a force, and they rightfully should be respected. And as the bracket and tournament went on, expectations fell, stats fell as well. I mean, there's a particular stat that I think I should highlight at the moment for everyone to give you a really good indication as to how they fell. Between all of the players on the roster, it is the most spread plants out of any team in the tournament. If you're wondering why that's confusing, well,
What do you mean spread plants? What did she say?
the coolest glasses on the world. He is meant to be their main support. People consider him in line with Bride
I don't know.
for EUL being one of the best supports. However, Astro 5 plants, Bullet 3, Cyber 4, Souls 9,
Spread
Cameraman
plants.
3. How are they splitting the plants around that far?
Why is that a?
team just that is just consistently inconsistent.
I don't think I understand why that's an issue.
Of having a support player planting if you've got more plants by the rest of your team in total than your support.
Oh, now I understand. Okay, never mind. I was like, I don't know why.
Inconsistent statistic to have. It's not one we see often, and this is the World Championship, so I am very concerned for FaZe that they are struggling to find their rhythm.
Okay, so this FaZe roster, oof. I mean, a potent, powerful team. Super Astro, he's been super on and super off. You guys were
Super Astro, super on, super off, super. Super Astro.
Surely, Jack.
Exactly. I mean, they're the major champions, Jeff.
Yeah.
They're capable of great things. And speaking of Astro in particular, he was one that we were looking at actually as a weakness in this roster.
He's just super. No matter what he does.
I know it seems you don't want to ever split up Cameraman and Astro, but he wasn't looking great coming into Six Invitational. Then he's had the tournament of his life so far. He's played so well. And
I gotta wash away the graffiti. I'm sorry.
Fix personal performance. It's much
I'm here to do a job, not to.
Okay,
oh,
Fresh,
this is gonna suck though because I can't buy any more metal cleaner.
We were like, this is
It's out of stock.
Elevate's international debut. They have a tendency to choke. I can't believe we were.
Can I use this one for metal? Will that work?
They have grown and developed so much here at SI, and then Onigiri breaking the kill record for SI. I mean, they're just insane.
Seems to work.
Checklist for Elevate.
Yeah, we do. Yes,
You ready,
okay.
Jess?
I'm ready. I've got my fingers ready. All right.
Okay. 6 chances
does
to
work.
get to a major tournament.
Wow.
3 on each of the Mexico and the Sweden major.
Yep.
I'm excited for
First
Elevate. I hope they do
international
well.
As a team is the 6th Invitational 2022, where they qualified from points. They are the first team from Thailand to play internationally at an international event.
Yep.
So they come to that international event, they qualify out of groups even though they have no expectations of themselves. Check. And not only that, but Onigiri then ties the kill record for a single map with 27 kills. They've gone above and beyond their expectations this event so far.
Yeah, they have.
One more to that, because Onigiri technically beat the SI kill record that already exists. I don't know if they'll let us quickly throw up a graphic to show you what we mean when we say tied the most kills in a singular map. We don't want to miss that little celebration, however. It's nice to see them, but now we're able to put this up on your screen. This is what we mean when we say has tied the singular map kill record, and that's what Onigiri has been able to do. And this is important because that you see right under Palu's name there, that was done against BDS at the OGA Pit Miner in 2019.
And that's the the gravity of the two tournaments.
2019
was a great tournament in its own right, but it's
so
not
long
the
ago.
World Championship tournament. And that's where, for me, Onigiri kind of takes this heads up as like, that is the kill.
That was a minor. It wasn't a major.
It wasn't a major. It wasn't
a sixth invitation. Correct.
Right.
Absolutely. So the fact that Onigiri can do that here is incredible.
That's kind of what I feel like.
And the playstyle in which he did it with, because
Still insane though.
when he played in that kind of, you think of the team play that was coming out of Liquid during that particular minor was incredible.
It was like 6 years ago. I know. Man, the before times.
He put his team on his
I don't remember that at all.
them completely. Onigiri literally has carried them into the next part of the tournament.
That's true. The rest of the team really needs to step up here. You can't rely on Onigiri like beating the kill record every map. You know, like you need the rest of your team to also do stuff.
Structures that prepare a map plan, that prepare an individual game plan, how we're going to set up defenses against certain takes. When Elevate just have that kind of inconsistency themselves that they dictate, they want to be difficult to read, and they can just come up with any strat and just do it on the fly. All of that goes
We need everybody on Elevate to be stepping it up instead of just one person getting a billion kills.
This will be very important at the bottom of the screens right now.
I just noticed that they switched teams, which means the other game already started. They showed the map ban for Dark Zero here, and then I just realized that that's not who's playing. That's so confusing. They keep like hosting. Oh shit! They keep hosting the stream on the other stream when it's ended.
However, is going to be the one to open us up with a kill onto Eclipse, but we have two go back in the direction of Dark Zero.
Yeah, two very quickly swinging back the other way. Good start coming out for the side of Dark Zero. Pushing them back inside the first 60 seconds. And you and I before this game, Tim, was saying you're going to see Furia coming at pace in this game. And that's exactly how they've started in this first round. Bringing all the firefights to the side of Dark Zero. But they're just throwing it back with a nuke. Canadian finding another in the round as well. A nice headshot coming in from the Frost. A 3 versus 2 and Miracle and Lender. Well, they've already got the work cut out for them in round 1, Tim.
They really do. They need to find a kill here and try and bring it back to 2v2. It's going to be practically impossible to get the diffuser down in the current situation. Lender, he's just conscious of somebody playing up above. He needs to get himself moving to go down and support his teammate. Otherwise, this is going to be 2 1v1s, or 3v1s rather. And Dark Zero will take that all day long. Lender's going to move himself round to the poolside entrance. I think that's the best bet. He needs to get himself involved. And look at that. As soon as he starts turning heads, Miracle manages to remove one with a kill onto Canadian.
Got the vertical on the hatch here, plus the smoke playing in behind the bar. So DZ very much doubling up on the Sunrise hold, not expecting that Furia will rotate off to pushing through blue. And quite understandable, I guess. I mean, you've got Miracle, who could open up that office wall, but they're committing everything towards this north side. Burning their way through a laser gate will be a surefire indicator that this is where the push is going to come from. A flash does get through, but a smoke is going to block the way. You're not going to be able to see the side of Furia step forward just yet. And out come the X-Kairos onto this single wall just inside the pool to give them a straight line of access in towards the sofas. They've got to get past, like I say, these smokes. Is a real good one, goes deep, and this is going to force them around the corner. NJR knows that someone's pushing in deep, ducks his head for a couple of seconds. A little bit of damage connecting on towards Lender, but it feels like a pretty tense affair, Tim. Just not quite sure when that big push is going to come in.
NJR with the
smoke canister.
Canister. Hyper holding a super long angle here, which isn't going to make life easy for Fury. It's going to be a difficult shot for them to hit him and NJR. Just looking to push forward there. They've got a little bit of access into sight, but not really as much as they might like. And Frostmats win rounds. There's Frostmats win rounds, and they're going to win round number 1 as Lender goes in, and he can't do anything. I think it was Miracle actually.
You
Sorry,
had
Lender
a teammate
get
get down by a Frostmat earlier in the
He's
round.
going to feel it. Snapshot, and that's the end of the round. 2 out of 3 hitting their mark in round 1 for those Frost traps.
Crazy how aggressive that round was as well. I mean, it's coastline, so you come to expect this level of aggression to some degree, but That was pretty rapid. Penthouse and Theatre, we step up to for round number 2. And on the defensive side, not tons changing. A castle being brought along is a pretty big indicator of what the game plan is going to be, though. Looking to lock off windows, for example, to give the defenders good angles to move down or good corridors to be able to move down, rotating back across site. And I wouldn't be too surprised, Tim, if the majority of Penthouse and Theatre gets opened up, so they've got these lovely long sight lines. There is no mirror on side, so they can't play behind those, which is why everything needs to be opened.
Certainly will. Like you say, we tend to see a lot of those long angles. You'll get, we refer to it as Swiss cheese, just absolutely full of holes in these walls. You can see the rotations already there into VIP. There'll probably be another one.
You know what they call that in Switzerland, by the way?
Just cheese.
Just cheese, mate.
Just cheese, that one. I wonder if it is. Interesting thought. Anyway, carrying. Well, because cheese is quite specific. If you buy cheddar cheese in cheddar, for example.
Is it, what do you call it, just cheese?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like cheese.
Still cheddar
quite,
cheese.
Yeah, cheese is quite
It's like if you go down to
specific,
Cornwall in the UK, would you still buy a Cornish pasty or would it just be a pasty?
No, it's Cornish pasty. They call it, yeah. Some things are quite specific like that.
What about like English tea? Because we call it breakfast tea in some places as well. I've never understood all this, to be honest. Tea, I do like tea, but I don't get the 20 different varieties of tea that you can get.
I mean, there's more than that.
Pass.
A lot more than that.
Pass.
Wait, isn't he English?
Furia, they're not going to want to pass on another round as they've already let Dark Zero have that first one, and they're going to be looking to move in and get some retribution here. It's attacking onto Penthouse. It's been opened up.
I'm confused about what was happening.
Absolutely everywhere.
I don't know, they were talking about tea.
To every corner of this site, every corner of the top floor of this map coming out from that site, and those work both ways. Something Dark Zero need to make sure they remember. That's unfortunate.
It is a little bit. Opened up like.
Oh, he said cheese? I thought he was saying
like
teas.
You might turn around and say. It does give them those angles in towards the double window. Stops them getting.
He
in
said
there.
he
They can play
doesn't
around 90
get
if they so choose. That's why currently
the
we've got a
different
couple
types
members
of cheese you
Dark
can
Zero
get.
dancing around 90. They know that they've got the ability to make use of this corridor.
But
again,
that makes a lot more
barricades,
sense
to what
since
they've
he's
got
from the
opened up, they
UK
can
and their
afford to
food is
play
terrible.
inside here. The
So
only worry has to be what goes on downstairs. They'll
that
be
makes a lot
relying on
more
the default
sense.
cam inside a lobby, I imagine, to keep that information flowing.
I definitely
And
thought
here
he
comes
said
a
teas,
tried
and I was like,
push through. They want to get
how do you
their
not
way
understand
inside the
different types of
VIP,
tea?
and rather than actually opening it up to
But
be
also,
like
how do you
step
not
inside,
understand different
they're
types
opening
of
up a number
cheese?
of,
Like, what?
Well, double, I guess,
They have
X
different
colors,
flavors.
holes. That's more to give you the sight lines in, as you're seeing being used here. They may well turn
Doesn't
around
make any
and point up,
sense.
eventually they can get through, and that's going to go in
It's
the
like saying I
bottom
don't
corner.
understand the different
Dark
types
Zero
of
Company
meat.
spending all of them
Like
to get that opened up, and they'll be able to step through into VIP.
Really wanting to get control of it. Heise is going to get on the double
What do you
window
mean?
as well. Once you've got VIP and double window, you're pretty much in control of Penthouse then. But there's going to be a lot of work he's doing before that can happen. Nades start raining out. Not going to be successful in finding any damage onto anybody, but they will clear out a Goyo shield. Rare manages to find Canadian, and that means the Furia push is underway. Fantasy not going into a Frostmat this time. Instead, he's going to find a headshot. Miracle onto Pamba, and it's all starting to fall apart.
Very quickly, NJR's down to about 30 HP. Plan coming in from Miracle. He finally put on his backside, but they're not going to worry too much about that because
That's
the
going
time that he was
down.
exerting the pressure
That's
that he was
down.
giving to the last two members of Dark Zero means that plan goes down
Almost.
successfully, and this is going to be so difficult to retake. It always is. Eclipse finding at least one back, but you've got to deal with a window, potentially two window players at this point, and one that can drop in
USA's
at a
best
moment's
branch
notice.
in the
Miracle picking up
Olympics?
NJR.
Do you mean in
Eclipse
the
left in a
Olympics
bit
or the Winter
situation. Gotta find
Olympics?
himself three. Going to spray through the sofa and find himself another. It's going to be ace or bust for Eclipse. He's got to kill every single one, but the difficulty is they're on windows, they're on hatches.
That was almost. That was pretty
Heise
close,
on
actually.
high
That
finds
wasn't
the
too bad.
closing kill. Second round going the way
Wasn't
of
too bad of
Furia.
an attempt.
Always gonna be a
Hype,
tough one
thanks
for
for the sub.
Furia,
Welcome to the
so
army.
for DZ there,
Hoagie,
once
thank you for the
they've got
53
that
month
plan down,
resub.
You had, like you say, man on the window. He was actually just inside of it because he'd repelled in, but you had the hatch covered. They knew where you were coming from. There was just too much stacked
Winter Olympics?
against
I have no
them. So
idea.
Furia with a successful first attack, and it was a nice one. Push into VIP, push
I
to
don't
a
know.
window, find a couple of kills, and in you go. It was as simple as that. It doesn't get much more straightforward inside a siege. We're going to be coming into round 3 at even Stevens at the minute. 1-1 on the scoreboard, and it's going to be hooker and billiards.
Tim. Look what they're picking. That's going to sound well dodged on a microphone, by the way. They're picking
Yeah,
up the
that didn't
Osa
sound
more
good
than
at
anything
all.
else I'm excited about. Dark Zero are a team
That didn't
have
sound
employed
good
Osa
at
on this
all.
map throughout the
You
competition.
should not do
We've
that.
used it to push through Aqua. We've seen it pushed in through Service entrance. Now it's Furia having a good swing of the bat and bringing it along with the Flores, as you mentioned. The Flores, I think, to me, is more of a reaction to seeing the Goyo picked up, and they assume Dark Zero will take it a little more often. Best way to get rid of those shields, if you aren't seeing Mute Mozzie being brought every single round, is always going to be those Rotero drones. I quite quite like how it's added a second option, because in a way it does stop Wamai and Jaeger being the must-pick operators in the current meta that we're in, right? You have to bring along the Roteros in case where there are too many of those. If they don't bring along any mutes or mozzies, for example, well, those Roteros are going to be able to fly through and pick up some things for free. That's exactly what they're looking for in this round, namely the shield coming out of NJR. That is going to be the #1 focus. And the bulletproofs. Well, bulletproof single.
Bulletproof single, which is just over to the left-hand side of the rotate from Billiards to Hooker, and it's going to look out towards Aquarium to try and feed information on anybody coming in for a potential plant. Now, Fantasy moving like lightning here. Already
I would guess snowboarding, but I genuinely don't know. I don't really follow the Olympics or the Winter Olympics. I don't follow any of the Olympics.
He's going to head straight upstairs, straight into luggage. He's looking to claim Aquarium for them, but he's obviously going to have to be very aware of the potential for a flank. Looks like he does a 180. And he's just come back to support Highs in this push of Theatre, but that's unreal. He takes out the default cam first, which lets Eclipse know that he's coming, but somehow Fantasy manages to just wheel around and find the man inside of Theatre, and that starts giving a little bit of map control over to Furia.
Just a great read, I think, by Fantasy, if nothing else, right? Was probably waiting for that camera to turn and flash blue, which means someone's looking at him, then shoots out. It's why he didn't pull the trigger as soon as he got at the top
Women's
of white
figure
stairs.
skating,
But a great flick
just
across
on the
to
fact
bring
that
down
Michelle
Eclipse,
Kwan's name was
who
so
was
huge.
sat inside
Yeah,
of
like
Theatre.
20 years ago, though,
5
right?
versus
Like,
4 Fury.
that's
Still
not
tons of
relevant
time to work
anymore.
with here, Tim. What makes me a bit nervous for the side of Dark Zero is the utility. There's 4 nades to come through. There's 4 flashbangs remaining that they can use to burn through any of those Wamai magnets that are scattered around the map, and they've still got to deal with an Osa. 5 versus 3 as Highs gets yet another.
I did say coming into this that I thought Furia would play an aggressive style and get up in the face of Dark Zero, and I was a little bit concerned about exactly how the North American side were going to handle that sort of pressure. Right now, Des, they're not handling it very well because Furia are having the run of things here. Also, Shield is going to be deployed in 2 directions. That's going to allow them not only to cover the plant, but also to cover the potential flank. It's a
flawless round. Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
To get the case down. And Dark Zero
What's
really
happening?
on the back foot there in Hooker and Billiards.
Yeah, they're being absolutely ravaged here so far, Tim. It is not looking pretty. And that was even really without the Ossa doing a ton of work. They were just like, hey, freebie, 5 for us. Highs, 2 in the mid-round as well. Just not really stacking up any level of competition so far. Again, I'll give a lean to Dark Zero. And I've been saying this a lot today to a number of people. It's a tale of 2 halves. Wait until we see what happens in the second before we draw any big, strong assessments. Sometimes it will carry on and Furia will just steamroll over Dark Zero, but let's not forget that Dark Zero lost bank in
Russia
their series
Russia
dominates
the
That was the first map, and then they came
women's
back.
what?
Caught up with Canadian
Wait,
earlier
didn't
on,
I
who
read
was
about a
going to
Russian
and asked him, you know, what happened on
figure
bank? He just
skater
said, we just weren't awake, to be honest with you. You know, first game of the day,
on
we weren't
drugs or
ready
something?
for it. We then got
Like
our stuff
performance
together, ready
enhancing
for maps
drugs?
2 and 3. We've said already that they've had chance to play a series today, so they should be a bit more turned on than they were earlier on.
Russia dominates women's figure skating with performance enhancing drugs.
We see all the way up to 12.
There's always a fucking scandal with the Olympics. The Olympics should be just like athletic people doing athletic stuff, and instead it's always just a fucking shit show.
And the damage that it can do. Saw it used by Dark Zero before,
It's
so
never
anyone should know what it
just
can achieve.
she was cleared.
They should, you know, it's. I think Ossa's in an interesting place.
She
We've not
tested
seen too
positive
much
in
of it yet,
November,
so
but she was clean last week. Oh, great. So she only used the performance enhancing drugs to get qualified for the Olympics, but she's not actually using them at the Olympics. That's fine. You could cheat on your way to the Invitational, but as long as you're not cheating at the Invitational.
Utility is always accounted for. Do you know what I mean?
good.
It's like you're
Great.
bringing along.
Getting
if
doped
anything,
by her
they bring more
trainers. What the
utility
fuck?
if they
How
could.
are people
They
not
want
being
that entrance
arrested
cover,
or
they want
something?
barbed wire there, they need a shield on that angle. They need a bulletproof camera there, and so it's not always
She's very
easy
young.
to actually dedicate those.
I mean, I'm not saying it's her fault, but I'm still saying, like, I don't know how you're not disqualified for that.
You've got to have that little bit of counterplay outside.
Blame
of
her
the game
parents
to
rather
think,
than her.
Are they going to bring it? Are they not going to bring it? How
I
are
mean,
we going to handle it?
I'm not blaming her.
They've got 4 frags on side. They've got 2 smokes in back pocket. They've chewed through a lot of these flashes from Miracle already in trying to clear out the utility inside of the site itself. Canadian, forced away from the back of his shield, has now got to take a slightly more defensive position. Just tucking himself in behind the bar at this point. That's a bit of a kicker. Imagine rappelling up and just not having any expectation someone's going to be stood there. It's like Chucky being at your window on Halloween. It's just one of the worst things you can imagine, Tim.
Honestly, it needs to happen. What I like from
heart
Dark Zero
medication?
there is that is a message to me that.
Wait, so then why did anyone care?
We're going to fight fire with fire. We're going to come right up to those windows.
It improved your stamina, which is
we're gonna
improving
surprise
performance.
you,
Okay, what I'm getting from chat right now is that there's a lot of question marks and that we're not really sure what's
they're
happening.
Suffer to it
I
as
think.
well. For the time being, they're trying to push Hyper and will push Hyper out of Hooker. They decided.
I mean, it's still like it sucks if somebody did that to her. That's obviously terrible. But at the same time, then like I still feel like you should be disqualified, even if it wasn't your fault. It's still.
Be careful about exactly where they leave themselves. I think he knows that Hyper's underneath.
That
him,
sucks.
They're both sort of doing a little bit of a merry
But
dance around
I feel like
each
you
other
should
at the
still be
minute, trying to
disqualified.
find anything, won't get a sniff, and now he's going to be able to potentially push down the cool
It's like
vibes
somebody
stairs.
cheated for
By
you,
my
but you
measure,
still
that
didn't
was
get
the
there.
first opening kill for Dark Zero on this map as well. 3 in a row for the side of Furia. The last
Of
one,
your
course,
own,
being
like-
a straight flawless as well, not giving a single one back. The
Of
round
your
prior, they found
own-
3 in a row. So they've worn
I don't
into
know
the
how
game
to
across
describe
the
it.
3
I don't know what
rounds.
the word is.
This is the first time they've been given a little bit of an impediment by Dark Zero, something to consider and think about and potentially pause. Hyper finding a second in the round, really starting to deepen the woes for Furia in this round, taking Fantasy, the go-to star player for this team, off the board.
The problem here is the Ossa shield is down, it's established, and there's no explosives to deal with it. Toxic Babe canister goes out too late, Diffuser is planted. How do they deal with this now? 2 versus 2 as Highs manages to mop up 2 on the top floor. Rare's looking for the vertical, and it's going to be very difficult. I mean, there is a world where Dark Zero could potentially use that shield to their advantage to protect them whilst disabling the Diffuser. It works both ways, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's weird to me that they like. How do you ban a country from the Olympics and then let them compete anyways? Like, what's the point of banning them?
Shield Highs is looking for the angle here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to find it, and if the hatch
It just
drop
is
is
weird.
covered, which it is, Dark Zero with a beautiful retake there. Well played from them.
Really well done, absolutely. Yes, slightly using the Ossa shield against them, but
Like, if they're
had the
banned,
laser
then
gate
they
on
just-
side as
they are
well,
banned.
plenty to protect them. No one on the outside from Furia to attack in from the pool entrance
If they're not
side.
banned, then
it's good that they're getting themselves back into things now, because
what's
that
the
leaves
point?
us
I
at
don't
2
know.
apiece as well. It's not quite an absolute rollover.
I
for the
just-
side
I
of
feel
Furia,
like
but
all
instead
of
it might
that-
just take a little bit of
I just
warming
don't
into
really
things. That's their
look
second round on
at-
the defense here on Coastline. Now we finally step across to the
I don't really look at the Olympics with the same respect that I think that you should, you know,
it's going to be kitchen and service in round number
with the
5.
respect that they should warrant.
Interesting that they've left this site to the end. We tend to see kitchen service a lot
As
more.
the opener, really.
Yeah, generally speaking, it tends to be a primary site at the minute, but they're going to do 4 rounds before they even try to see if they can get it over the line, to see if they can get another round on the board. Maybe they've been saving it for when they felt they really needed it, but it means they're only going to get to play it once in their rotation now if they win it. So, you know, if you do win
No
it,
Russian
you might
flag,
go,
no
"We'll
Russian
cut that
nation
2
anthem.
rounds out."
Right, but you're
That's
still letting the athletes compete.
Dark Zero, I'm sure, have got
Which,
a plan
shouldn't they just
in
not?
mind, though. They have this time brought along impact nades. We've got 4 on side, so they might just be thinking towards needing to deal with an Ossa here. They don't have one on side, so it's not the end of the world, but that could just be Furia playing into it a little bit and just controlling some of the utility that's getting brought along.
A little bit of a merry dance around, isn't it? You know, so the Flores coming out earlier, expecting to see a Goyo. There was no Goyo. This round, you're seeing that adaptation coming in. Just the kind of teams doing a dance around each other, not just around hatches like we saw in the last round, but also in terms of the operators they're bringing along into each round. On the downstairs, once again, we've got Fantasy pushing in very aggressive. And Tim, this is something I commended Furia for in their game against TSM. They're not a slow team. They won't sit there and drone something out for 2 minutes before making a move. They're willing to take the risk.
If she
versus
places in
reward
first, second, or
moments where they'll
third,
say,
nobody gets a medal.
We've done a bit of droning in
Wait,
the
so
pre-
they're just gonna punish everybody for one person?
Finishes off the damage that came in
Why?
primarily from Fantasy with the nade before getting traded out. That risk versus reward gameplay I spoke about.
I don't
You're seeing
understand.
it come through there in spades because Eclipse, clearly undrone inside of security, finds one back.
Exactly that, and that's what you get sometimes.
Why let
when
her
you're trying
compete
to
at all?
move as
I don't get
quickly
it.
And as aggressively as Furia right now, things will get missed as, and Dark Zero can sort of steer into that skid and try to take advantage of exactly
They
that.
get their
Now,
medals and they
they'll be
won't.
moving
There
in
will be
and
no
getting
ceremony.
top floor control.
But then,
Hyper is currently positioned on those cool vibe stairs, so he could come
But
up
again,
and
why?
run a little bit of a mock here.
Why
if
take
given the
away that
opportunity,
moment
but
from
I think that Furia
athletes
will
who
likely have that angle covered and
are
locked
like
down.
not
Very aware of the rest
cheating
of the
or
top
being
floor
used
as well.
to
They
cheat?
certainly don't want to be giving themselves over to any nasty little flanks here. Eclipse is just going to take a little pot shot up through the ceiling. He's not going to get any joy, but you never know.
You never know, Tim. You truly don't
Someone fix the
know.
focus on his camera.
Halfway into the round then, and with Fantasy off the board, you can see where the pace has sort of slowed down a little bit here, Tim. That kind of burst of aggression in the early round is now fell by the wayside as we settle into a much more standard level of round. Where it's a lot of
Oh,
control
nice
work and
shot.
not too sure about that one, Chief. Miracle also clearly not too sure. NJ
And he has the case.
might find himself losing out. He's going to cover this diffuser in a cloud of gas just to try and burn through the clock a little bit more. Highs trying to nade him out, puts him down to about half HP, sends him running for the hills. So a little bit of an exchange there in the mid-round, Tim, and things go back to being slow once again.
3 versus 3, nice and level coming into the final minute. Diffuser recovered by Lender. He's able to start thinking about pushing into service, but he's going to need some support before he does. Highs is up above and can try to use those vertical angles, and Rare's looking to move in. He's going to get caught out here. No, how does he hit that shot, Canadian? Had every advantage there. Saw the man coming, knew exactly where he was and started shooting first, but somehow Rare finds a headshot. Eclipse, this is just one absolute killer after another. Eclipse across the main courtyard finds Rare with a headshot. 2v2. Furious still trying to get deep enough into sight to put the diffuser down.
They've matched each other blow for blow though, Tim, as you say, down to a 2 versus 2 with about 20 seconds to play. The challenge coming in from courtyard. Going to be a bit of a stinger.
He doesn't have a boost. Now he has a boost.
He wins the reverse challenge coming out from NJR. Plants going down from Lender as he's tucked himself into the corner of kitchen. Eclipse has got to try and retake in through bathroom. Finds the one man.
Oh my god, he sees his gun. Oh, he used his boost.
Here, a 3K in the round.
Wow. Quad kill. Damn. Nice round. Holy shit.
My, it's gonna be one of those.
I thought Finka had that for sure.
What a performance in that round from Eclipse. He's just gone Kansan.
I've been waiting for that to come out. Beautiful.
We said we were going to try and bring it.
We did. For those who missed it earlier on, I think it was Lycan of SSG who joked about it on Twitter, said, I've already started saying, I was going to go Kansan here far too much.
I think the players would probably prefer us to say he's just gone Eclipse there. Which he really did. I mean, that was a great clutch from him. There was a couple of things that happened in there. Lender did everything right. Watch him throw the nade out now. See the nade? So that's to stop him pushing in through the door. Lender should have known then that the challenge is only going to come from the rotate, but still Eclipse manages to peek around and get the headshot onto it. It was absolutely beautiful from Eclipse. Perfectly played.
Got to match fire with fire, play aggressive at the right time. Exactly what he did. Gets a critical round for Dark Zero as we go back into Penthouse and Theatre. We saw this earlier on in round 2. Furia did come out on top with 2 members still remaining. If you recall, they did get the plant down there as well, Tim. So it's all about seeing what can change in this round for Dark Zero. They're the ones who've got to make changes, who've got to buck up their ideas and do something a little bit different.
They do. They've had 3 plants so far, Furia, but only 2 rounds on the board. And it's because Dark Zero have been playing pretty well in the retake. 2 of those rounds have been retaken. 3 plants and only 1 round has come from that for Furia. So as much as the aggression is working, it's getting them into sight. I feel like Dark Zero are sort of almost allowing them to aggress into sight. They're like, yep, okay, put your diffuser. Yeah, we've got the retake. And they're sort of comfortable in that. The positioning has been good. Fair enough, Eclipse on a 1v2 in the last one. I'm surprised that he wasn't covered off when he came into service. He got an absolute freebie on the man by kitchen window. Considering he'd already been challenged from courtyard and a further challenge didn't come, you've got to expect that Eclipse has maybe relocated.
Some sites on this map do really lean in towards retakes, right? Thinking about Kitchen, especially Fantasy, a big opener on towards Hyper. I think almost found Eclipse, or maybe that was High, sorry. Almost getting the second one back on the other side. Would have been a dream opener for Furia. For now, they'll have to settle with just one, but yeah, that retake point. I always use Kitchen Service as a great example. When you lose vertical control, defenders tend to step offside.
He's just crouched in the corner, surrounded by fire.
And
this is fine.
Into that kind of play style.
This is fine.
It can be an absolute nightmare because of the proximity of things like windows and external facing doorways. Defenders or attackers, can just get really far outside and look
that
to
was,
challenge from
I got
distance.
whiplash
NJR,
from that observer
away
switching to somebody right as they died.
Minute mark, we're in a 4 versus 4. It's so weird how that keeps happening.
It really is, isn't it? Pamba manages to find one onto Rare. 4 versus 3 now. 3 versus... No! Eclipse manages to get the kill. I thought Fantasy might win that one out, but absolutely not. It's going to be 4 versus 2. And Furia, they're staring down the barrel of a 2-4-1/2 on the scoreboard here. On the attack of coastline, you'd have really hoped.
It feels like this map has gone really fast. They've just been zooming.
The aggression, they brought a bit of flair, but it's just not really getting them anywhere at the minute. Dark Zero are looking, honestly, Des, possibly the most solid that I've seen so far at this tournament.
I'd go far as agreeing with you on that one. Yeah, they've been a bit up and down.
This is up there. It's up there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I almost go as far as saying again, the TSM game, although they lost it, was a really good game. They were very competitive throughout. It was really enthralling to watch, especially when you had the M&M Empire game in the morning that turned into a bit of a who's got the more competent individual fraggers. It was very team-based when it came round to that fixture. We know Dark Zero have got it inside them. The problem is now you're hitting that stage in the tournament where consistency is everything. You've got to give performances day after day. You can't use the excuse, oh, we just had a bad map, because that bad map can cost you an entire series.
Send you home, and this is turning into a bad map for Furia. They've been completely unable to get a hold of VIP. Pamba with another 2 to close that out. And Dark Zero looking very solid on the defense. They get themselves through to the half in quick fashion there. 4-2 now against Furia, and heading on to the attack with a lot of work for the Brazilians to do here on Coastline. So much so, Des, that they feel like they need a little tactical pause to start doing some of it.
Yeah, taking their own time here, just coming into the second half. We spoke before about, you know, well, why? You're just changing sides. Why would you do this now? Like, normally when you're going onto the attacking side, you'll take that time out, because something that one of the coaches I spoke to told me about was generally on the attacking side, you have less time to sort of correct issues. Defenders, if you know what your setup is, you can talk during the prep phase, you can talk during the round end. Attackers don't really get that luxury. But here, Furia are taking this time out, coming into the defensive side of things. The only real thing I can think of as to why they've called this now is something to do with comms, or something to do with how they're kind of approaching the game, right? You can see at the back, coach having a good chat, making sure they know what's going on here, just trying to get them all back on that middle level that Fresh and Friends Academy always aims for, Tim. That's what they're trying to reset here. Penthouse and Theatre looking to be our first site, though.
That's it. You know, if you're having it at the switch of the half there, it's obviously
I mean, he doesn't want people to know what he looks like.
It's not, you know, there's no point saying, right, we need to get more aggressive on the entry, because
Elevate.
you're not doing it in the same way anymore, because you're coming onto
Hello?
the defense, so it's not your job to get into the map anymore. You can see the Furia boys just high-fiving there. They're ready to go. They're looking confident. As I said, these are a team that they're not going to worry about a few rounds down. They know all about coming back. They know all about coming back against North American teams, Des. If you remember, we saw it. We saw it firsthand against SSG.
What was my prediction for Elevate? I think actually, did I predict Elevate versus FaZe?
Dark Zero, they've got themselves a nice
and I
foundation.
predicted a 2-0 for FaZe.
Just need to carry that through to the attack now and start finding those entry kills, because they've been playing
The
a
script
lot of
proceeds
these rounds
according to
from behind.
plan.
They are playing this round with 6 frags on side. Absolutely brilliant what they're looking to do here, because it's going to be incredible.
He wants to be anonymous
coming in from below.
at the world's, like, R6's world tournament.
Jaeger, there is no Wamai on side, which we saw in the first half. You know, Dark Zero were bringing along the Wamai, much more preferred over bringing along the Jaeger. Those discs, of course, you get far more of them than you do ADSs, albeit ADSs can recharge, so hey. The other side to look at, of course, is Highs, who's been 9-4 so far. Top fragging for the side of Furia has now been put on clash duty. So your top guy who's doing all the gunning is being put onto a much more passive role here. Not 100% sure how I feel about that in general. Of course,
Yeah,
we'll
that's
see
kinda
how
weird.
it works out. The one thing you're looking for in this round really is going to be the clock. Dark Zero need to be quite pacey, otherwise that clash only gets stronger.
It's their top fragger and they put him on clash.
Wasting a bunch of time with his drone there, just zipping back and forward under the sofa. He knew he was going to lose it, but if you can waste 5 to 10 seconds of the prep phase, why not? It might just give you an opportunity to catch somebody out when they're a little bit behind on that setup. Hyper watching that double window, very conscious of the potential for jump outs and peaks coming out of Furia, given the aggressive nature that we've seen them play with so far. It wouldn't be too much of a surprise, but all of Dark Zero safely to where they want to be pretty much, which is largely up on the rooftop. They're going to be opening the hatch, looking for the Penthouse Theatre drop. Just to basically to pressure directly onto site. Eclipse is going to take Fantasy out with a beautiful nade there, so they've got the
What a
hatch,
nade.
they've got Fantasy taken down.
I want to be that good at
looking
nades
pretty good here,
in
but
any
they
game.
need to start thinking a little bit further away from site. As I said, going through to the hatch, absolutely fine. Pressure immediately onto site, but they need to clear out VIP, and it looks like that's the job that's underway.
Absolutely. No nades to maybe come through first, or to have these Roteros come singing through, which is exactly what Canadian's job is going to be.
There's like nobody, there's one person on site.
Which shall go very, very easily. Of course, worth noting that with those EMPs,
Oh,
you
go
can
underneath.
EMPs. With the bulletproofs, you can EMP blast a drone as it comes towards you, but the smart thing being
Goyo should have a C4. Yeah, he does. He's only the one. He's the only one with a C4.
So they are slowly destroying this theatre hold that Furia could be employing here, and just forcing them deeper and deeper into the sites, which gives more room to think about and execute.
Drone training in, and we've got Dark Zero underneath with the Finker and the Sledge. Wonder what they're doing under
Oh, I
there.
do wonder, Tim. You know, I can't imagine they must have some really good ideas here on what they can do.
Maybe something new, something that we haven't seen before.
Yeah.
Well,
Finka and Sledge.
Can figure out what
4 frag
maybe
grenades.
they'll go and try and do something about it. Who knows? Lender's having a look through the floor there, see if he can find anything. Can't see his man.
Sledge is out.
NJR's
Never
going to
mind.
dip away, still 2 nades in hand, so he's not going to take those chances just yet. Lender does take a ton of damage though, and that was Hyper with a nade from underneath. Who'd have expected it, Des?
Yeah, Jesus, super weird that, Tim. Really, really strange. I mean, at this point, Rare's kind of acknowledged, okay, we are getting naded from below here. We need to have some downstairs control. NJR's almost trying to bait it out. Look, they know that he's there. He's being yellow pinged on his journey through the map. So all it's going to take is someone to catch up behind him and get him shut out of the round. Eclipse goes down, but look at that back and forth. Pamba does collect Rare, but my God, it's turned into a slaughter for Dark Zero as the kill feed turns orange. Miracle left in a 1 versus 4. And Tim, we came in a little bit worried about what we'd see from Dark Zero. All we're seeing so far is total
God.
domination.
Well, that's
What?
I was concerned about how they were going to deal with the aggressive nature of a team like Fury that got right up in their faces. But I think the game earlier has actually worked wonders for Dark Zero, because against Na'Vi we saw Pamba, we saw Hyper, we saw them really growing into the game and getting more and more and more kills. NJR after that rehost, if you remember, like 11 kills between then and I think it was 11 between then and the end of the round. You know, the end of the game, sorry, it was brilliant from them, and the fact that they've had that game where they've been able to go in and start finding the shots is fantastic for them. And it's really paying dividends here because they're just winning gunfight after gunfight.
Dark Zero coach, a former pro player. Yes, that's BC.
You've got 20
BC,
kills
right?
there between your top 3 players. They're absolutely flying at the minute.
And despite High's effort on the other side, it's just simply...
You've got Lender on 0.
And Fantasy on 3.
It's a problem. You know, they're not keeping up in
Used
the
to
gunfights.
play
I'm
for
not singling anybody
DZ.
out, but Furia, whilst bringing that aggression, they're not getting anything out of it. And Dark Zero have just absorbed it
EG, right?
on defense. And
Did he
now
used to
they're
play for
flipping it on
EG?
its head and saying, right,
Am I crazy?
there's some of it back.
And Lender, sorry, had a phenomenal game on Cafe, if you recall, against TSM.
That's where he
Lights out
originally
performance,
started.
Really putting up big numbers. So far, quiet. However, the one thing I'll give to Furia again is, just like Dark Zero said, map 1 can be a bit of a snoozer at points. I guess the nice thing in their favour here is this
Continuum before that.
They did choose map number 2 to go into Banks. For Dark Zero, they should be feeling comfortable on a map like this. High's looking to keep himself cheeky out towards the front door here, down towards lobby. Hoping someone runs in front of his line of sight, but Dark Zero, they're a little bit too wise to get caught out by that one, and nothing will come of it.
Yeah, in
Just gonna keep having a look,
2017.
but as you say, he's not going to get any joy there, especially not once they've heard the barricade knocked or the window glass smashed. They're not going to have any part of that one, Dark Zero. They're not going to be looking for any challenge. Look at that, absolutely
that was just
free.
ages ago.
Panda drops in the Twitch drone onto the little ledge, manages to clear out a lot of the utility at the top of Cool Vibes, and that is going to make life any easier for Furia on the defense here, because they've just lost a ton of utility there, including mute jammers, which is going to potentially allow the wall to be opened up. It's going to potentially allow drones to get in and out of there. It just makes a little bit of a nightmare for them. The Rotero drone being able to serve both of those functions, of course.
Absolutely. Looking out here towards the hookah balcony is their sort of starting point. 2 of them out here for the side of Dark Zero. We've also got Canadian doing his usual business here, dropping these Flores drones in, trying to see what he can find. He's going to get that one shot out. I was going to say the man was staring straight at it. Absolutely no issue at all.
Still 5v5, nearly halfway through the round. Dark Zero have been unable to find a starter just yet. They're trying to get inside of the map. Eclipse is working on that hooker balcony. It's sort of a two-phase approach here. They're sending a few directly to site, try and pressure and look like they're moving in there, and then try and do some other stuff in the background, from luggage, from aquarium, to try and get these Roteros in and soften up the south side of the site. But Furia are looking pretty solid at the minute. They're not being pushed around. They're happy playing where they're playing, and Dark Zero not really able to disrupt them as of yet.
Canadian's dying to get rid of that bulletproof that sat inside the single wall that sits between the 2 sites. As of yet, unable to do so. Still there to slightly tuck down, as you can see. And every single time he's at a triangle, there's always someone there just ready to shoot it out.
Yeah, he's trying to get that Rotero drone in there.
To make sure
He
no
can't.
one is lurking around. NJR though, first to fall, Lender with his first kill on the board in the game, Tim.
An important one that it is at that, managing to get themselves a little bit of an advantage. Kills going in either direction, but it's that man again, Eclipse, managing to lock one down, 3v2, but he's got himself cornered here. Gets another. Eclipse is going absolutely huge on this game so far. 11-5, and you just feel like there's more to come from him yet. He's going to watch Cool.
Only 7 rounds, he's already got 11 kills.
Where the pressure is going to come from. They need to get something going here.
He did have that 4K earlier.
Eclipse has the diffuser in hand, so has an opportunity. Surely, you know he's on the rotate.
I was about to say.
Saw the bullets, but didn't react to them. Pambazoo gets one. Can he get two? He knows the man's behind there. He doesn't have the case in hand, so he can try and get it. Oh! He found it, Des. I thought he found it. I thought he threaded the needle then, but no. Fantasy, he reacts quickest, and Furia managed to take their first defense.
Got gassed up as well. Look at it. Love it.
It doesn't take much for Furia, that's the thing.
I always love how they have to drink sideways because the microphone is in front of them and they don't want to move it, so they just drink out of the side of their mouth.
High, right? And we spoke about this with Dark Zero earlier on in their game against Na'Vi. Even when they won, very reserved, quite low energy, quite chilled out overall. You'll see more of that. Huh?
Unusual for them.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like a rivalry thing for Dark Zero. Like Canadian, you know what he's like when he plays against.
I was going to say unusual for any side with Canadian on it.
Yeah. To be fair, I think out of the non-Latam teams, because they are in a class of their own when it comes to this, the noise being made by the teams has primarily come from SSG and Dark Zero.
Yes.
They've been the noisy boys here. And while the halls may fall very silent from any non-Latam teams, if Dark Zero can't take away this series, they are up 5-3, so it's not looking too bad for them right now. As we head down into Blue Bar and Sunrise with Furia on the defense. Things have been looking a little bit close the last couple of rounds. Yes, they took away that last one, but it came down onto a dime. It was a 1 versus 1. The 2 rounds prior to that, round 6 and round 7, very, very dominant in the favor of Dark Zero. So although they've got 1 round on the board, I'm not convinced we're yet going to see Furia fully fight back into this game.
No. I think Dark Zero have definitely been the better of the 2 teams here on Coastline so far. They've had the run of things. They've got a couple of big performers coming out as well, particularly Eclipse. Not often you see the man carrying the briefcase also sitting on 11 kills.
I see it all the time when we stack together.
Oh, well, obviously, of course. You know, I'm talking about a more general audience, Des.
I wasn't about you, I was about Fresh when you die and he picks up the
fantastic,
case.
Brilliant, thank you. Got him.
Got him.
We're going to have the repel onto Sunrise. It's
surprise.
all too easy for Fantasy, but he can't hit his shots there. Hyper just managing to get himself away. He was obviously aware that maybe the peak was going to come because he reacted extremely quickly to that one. And it's going to just mean that he doesn't lose too much. Uses some of those nanobots just to juice up, so he's back up to about 75 health there and keeps himself in the round.
Absolutely. Here comes that step forward, Fantasy getting into a little bit of a hairy engagement early in the round. Pamba doing quite a bit of damage to him, and off he goes towards the high wind, scattered out towards site. Once again, going to work his way down towards Hookah and Billius. So rejoin up with Rare, who's also holding out on that side of the map. Miracle on site, and then it's Highs and Lender, the ones looking to cause trouble out towards the east.
Great work from the Oryx of Fantasy there. He's been very mobile around the map. He's going to take out a Rotero drone with him now as well. And he's making life difficult for Dark Zero at every turn. They try and get in the map. They try and get on a balcony. They try and get utility in. And he's not having any of it at all. Hyper, he's looking to hunt down the roamer who is underneath. It's going to be Lender playing down there at the bottom of the white stairs. Of course, Dark Zero attacking onto Sunrise here, Dezen. They're playing this as a more of a whole map sort of game.
Oh.
That was a little bit cheeky there with that drop coming in from Rare. Thought he might lose his head as they did see it for a brief second. But elsewhere, it's Miracle falling down. The smoke taken off the board, Tim. That's a real stinger for this site. I'm always talking about the requirement for a smoke.
I did play some power washing earlier. I actually still have the game open.
Now that he's gone, they don't really have a lot to go on outside of the C4 coming out of Lender, or of course those trusty guns in their hands.
Oh god, he almost didn't get him.
Onto Eclipse. That hero for DZ.
I was working on that van.
Fury, it feels like they need is, you know, we saw Dark Zero doing it with Hyper right up at the window in their faces, trying to match that aggression, and it's just tempered Fury a little bit. So the run out from Rare is, you know, maybe the catalyst, maybe the spark that'll just fire the rest of the team up and get them going, but it hasn't been successful yet. 4-3 in favor of Dark Zero, 4-2 now as NJR finds Fantasy, and it's all going from bad to worse for the Brazilians here. The vertical angle's getting opened up. NJR just just hunting for kills left, right, centre. Highs manages to find Hyper, and we find ourselves now 3 versus 2, 30 seconds left to go, and we've got utility being dumped into site. Dark Zero feel like they're in a position to start thinking about getting a plant down here. They've got Canadian inside a site, but NJR had to go and recover that diffuser. Pamba, however, manages to find Highs. 14 seconds left to go. Can NJR get back in time? Yes, he certainly can. He's going to be putting that case down on the ground, and it's all up to Lender. One kill is going to have
Does
to
not look like this map is going to go well for Furia. But it is also, Coastline is Dark Zero's map pick, so there's that.
Like I say, Tim, when they win Dark Zero, it has generally been very dominant. The one round that we've seen Furia win in this half has been with one man left alive, stuck in a 1 versus 1. It doesn't feel as close as maybe that one round suggests, because Dark Zero are indeed running away with this. Furia stepping back once again to Penthouse and Theatre. It's where we played in round 7, and things didn't look so peachy for them then. Dark Zero ending that round with 4 men still left alive. Just feels like they haven't really got an answer, even with the clash of highs being present last time around. It just didn't work out for them.
No, it didn't really have any impact on the round. It was Penthouse. It was their first defense.
Third map is whatever's left over after the teams do their
really
bans and their
get himself
picks.
Into the game. Dark Zero dealt with it very, very well, and I'm sure that they're going to probably be doing the same again, except it's been swapped out. He's gone for the 6th pick. He's going to bring along the Echo instead. It's going to be Yokai drones instead of a shield to try and bring that frustration.
Okay. I really want to say, like, straight away, it doesn't feel
How's
like that's
Elevate
being picked
doing?
for the late round. It's not being picked.
Oh, they
to
got
be
a couple
executed
rounds.
because Dark Zero,
Okay.
I'd say relatively regularly, aren't leaving it until the last 5 seconds or so to try and stick a plant. There's a bit more time being left there to give themselves some wiggle room, which makes you think those Yokais are going to be used in the more active way we've seen a number of Echo players doing. That is, you hop on the Yokai, you play a little bit of robot wars with the enemy drones, you get it out in the map, you feed information back to your roamers, and you look to get yourself nice and busy. So for Highs, he wants to dig himself away on site somewhere safe where he won't find himself getting picked out, and try and keep himself generally into a bit of a busybody. Here, at least, for the side of Dark Zero, they're starting most of them out towards this front side. They're going to work their way across, get up on the roof, smash the hatch out, all the good stuff you come to expect, and likely try and look for some good control inside of VIP.
The Oryx just climbing up the hatch there. The quickest way to go if you want to change floors. Fantasy just heading up to the top. Going to be getting himself into Hooker before pushing forward and getting himself around the map. He showed a great capacity for it last time around in the last round. Really made
Getting
a
a
nuisance
headache
of himself, but it still wasn't enough for Furia. You may want to drop underneath. We know that Dark Zero are likely to try and use some of those nades. They've got quite a few on side, 6 in total, and we know they like to get underneath and try to light up the feet of the defenders inside a site, and they've had a lot of success with it.
We already saw that in an earlier round as well. 2 of them playing on the downstairs for a short time before they moved away. And very cleverly read into Rare, who was trying to flank them, if you remember, Tim. He came down through Kitchen, and he was being yellow pinged the whole way through. They just knew what was coming. Pamba, with a well-tucked-in drone, is going to keep a very close eye on Fantasy. It's kind of surprised they can't see it, but I think because it's sat in the sort of debris of a smashed vase, it's just very hard to identify.
Vase.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Miracle, he's on the Cool Vibe stairs. He's looking for anybody coming in on the entry on that side of the map, but it's not happening at the minute. The Roteros are going in, looking to clear lines of sight and utility for Canadian. NJR takes them one step towards the finish line here as he gets a kill. Traded out by Fantasy, traded out by Pamba. It just continues, 1 for 1 for 1. 4 versus 3 now. Dark Zero got themselves an advantage. Highs, he's trying to hold on to VIP still, and whilst he's in there, that is at least a point to the credit for Furia. They're not likely to be pushed from both sides, but they have lost Hall of Fame, and pressure can mount on the Echo. If he's not careful, he might just overextend here.
Opening up that soft wall will get them a nice angle straight through into Theatre, so whoever's sat inside there will not be able to cover against the push that's about to come. I don't think on the side of Dark Zero they've currently got anyone looking to play on Big Window. All 3 of them are just looking to come pushing in through Hall of Fame. There's one pushing on towards 90 to give a challenge down here.
Oh, he's behind you.
Already going to lose his life. One goes deep though, and they might be able to get a plant stuck down here as Pamba finds
nice
yet
shot.
another.
Wow.
He's on a death march.
Wow.
He works his way through 3. Dark Zero are going to take map number 1, 7 and 3, and Furia have got some work to do.
Fantastic work from Pamba there. It was just a great triple at the end.
They look stun locked? What's happening?
Really power them over the line.
That was weird.
He is rotating over towards red.
Oh,
It seems
match
like
point.
Nerix might be aware because he's descending these stairs. There is something not right. Nay back on the side as well. They start to realize that something is tricky right here.
That's it. There was that moment of Elevate when they said, well, where are they? He said, well, there's one place we don't know, and that is Garage. And instantly, they try and flood themselves back. 2 extra players drop down to site, and as the pressure starts to come across here, you'll likely see a little bit more offer themselves some support. Nay and Nerix, they're locking in the door here, making sure that Souls can't get himself much further. The shotgun is popped and ready to rock here, hoping the Maverick makes a little bit of a mistake on the drop.
Might. No, not yet. Stands up, runs
So
away,
close.
gives away his position, so cameraman no, he escapes with his life there.
Yeah, there's a lot of the jump cuts and everything is just, it's kind of stressful. It's just hard to watch.
Early one there against Onigiri, not quite able to get that
My
locked in.
brain
DCH
gets
on
a little
big
bit
foot
addled,
round.
I think.
Has got his way, but Cyber, he's behind.
Elevator from Thailand.
Nerix, in the meantime, gets bullet.
Apex
Inside the
South.
site. Now it's a deep line across the top. They've lost the hatch, and Cyber's on a triple here, but he's sort of hungry for more. There's one back in the vault and one by the bottom of the elevator shafts. Nerix, he's at least saved by Sapper, who has that lockdown on the far side round, and Nerix is, well, not going to be able to save him entirely from that, but he's able to pop off at least another.
Diffuser there.
There's a swing onto green. There's the possibility that player, Souls has got it recollected, and the 15 seconds is going to be used to try and take that to the other side, but there he is.
Oh,
Get it out, FaZe.
just barely. That was close.
Almost stopping the inevitable, but on there, was there anything that would stop that?
7-2.
I don't know. I mean, that phase looked really strong.
That was really close.
Look at the FB animation. It's the IQ that's going off. You don't see it, but we do, of course.
Back to cleaning my van. That was so close, yeah. I mean, they still had a really hard time ahead of them because they were already at match point, so it was probably gonna go to FaZe anyway. Just because it's hard to win that many rounds in a row, especially when they were already down by so much. It wasn't close, so I don't know. But that was a very close clutch. Almost. We did finish the fire station yesterday, yeah. It didn't take too long, actually. I don't really like doing these ones where it's like you have to clean the same thing multiple times because it's just really rusty. Just kind of is more annoying than anything. Or it like forces you to go really slow like this. And it's still, look, there's still some there. I was using the soaps, which goes faster, but it's still, still not it. I don't know. Plus the soaps run out really quickly, like very quickly. Makes it kind of hard. This is the Rainbow Six playlist, yeah. This is a stream. I didn't mute it, I just left it. They're just in between maps right now. On both streams. So there's nothing to watch for our watch party. We just wait. Ladder done. It's really stressful for them to switch from lo-fi to that. Jesus Christ, my heart.
Dark Zero. We have just come off the back of Coastline where, let's be frank, Sim, and not beat about the bush on this one. Dark Zero slapped him silly.
They did, not two ways about it. I think Fury will be frustrated with their performance there. They started out well, they brought some good aggression, they got into Dark Zero's faces. Dark Zero figured out very quickly how to deal with that, and then were just on top of it. Simple as that. They were getting all the kills, they were picking up the clutches, there was just no stopping them. Is that going to be the same on Bank? I'm not too sure, because let's be honest, Dark Zero, they got battered on Bank by Na'Vi earlier, so Fury are going to be pretty confident coming in there. I think we could see a map 3, but before we go too far ahead of ourselves, let's have a look at our map 1. We've got the map summary, and we can see there's only highs who got into double figures, Des, and only highs who got into a positive rating for Furia. It certainly wasn't the high highs for any of the others. Eclipse, Pamazoo, 23 kills between the two of them. Very, very dominant. Excellent game from both of them.
So you could definitely make a very easy pun using all 5 names from.
You can just. I'm pretty sure Demo did it earlier.
It's so easy.
I'm pretty sure he did it on the first group stage.
I'm not surprised at all. Entry-wise, though, we're touching on, they are +2 on the entry despite losing 7 and 3. This is a similar story to what we had earlier on between Dark Zero and Na'Vi, where despite one team clearly coming out the map winner, the other side was getting a good number of entry frags. Similar story for Furia, which means they just cannot convert these rounds, and that is a problem. Lender was 1 and 6. You had Fantasy, it was 3 and 6 for the longest time. I think he ended 6 and 6, but he's your star man, and I'm not at all saying all the pressure should be on one player, but you need him to perform. He needs to be able to match up against the Clutch Master that was Eclipse with some big rounds in there, including a 4K, and potentially a couple of Frost mats that may have helped things out in round 1. In we go to Bank then. Fury.
After those Frost mats, I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was.
Acknowledging the stat line that this is the most attacker-sided map.
It was not close.
SI, they want to start on the attacking side of things.
Yeah, they gave us the playlist. They gave us the music.
Is it? No. I want to stop you right now for a second, Tim.
So,
you're not allowed to flame the hold for basement that's inside of open area.
What about if they try it twice and it fails twice again, so it's 4 times in one day? Because I think that's fair for me to say. I don't think that hold works at that point.
Maybe.
Flores not gonna be our 2 bans.
I'm so close to being
in.
done. Come on, what is it? Indicator? This one?
On Bank, as said,
no.
Not an operator necessarily picked up by the opposing team, but one for Dark Zero's comfort.
Because they just get so rattled by it. I think they rely quite heavily on bulletproofs. We've seen Maestro, Evil Eye,
Yay!
Everything coming out to give them information. And Nook, obviously the perfect counter to that style of play.
They didn't give us
the
files for the playlist, which is cool.
Earlier on, when they played it against Na'Vi, we saw a lot of Ying. We saw a lot of Flores. Canadian alternating between those 2 operators. If you want to play behind utility, play behind shields, for example. Just getting it off the board is always going to be.
I was trying to finish it. I was like, I'm so close. We can do it, I believe.
It's going to be Miro. We say this all the time, Tim, but those 2 defender bans are part of the go-to rotation that we're seeing in the bans these days. Lamai also up there as well. On the attacking side, though, the one to consider is that we do not have a Thatcher ban. So you're likely going to see that being brought out a lot. Maybe the other side leans into Kaid here and there, but don't expect it to become a commonplace thing. We're going to start out in the least played site. I think we went over the numbers earlier on, Tim. Was it 168 rounds of Bank have been played and only 8? Huh?
There was 8 that had been played here.
I'm saying in general.
That's 10 now.
Yeah.
Because they played it twice.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
No problem.
You've really got me covered. It was about 168 rounds in total, Tim, and 10 rounds of those have been played in Tellers and Archives. It is the least popular site by some margin to 3 or 4 times. It's the next site there being played. Can't quite remember which one that was. We were looking at the stats for Tellers and Archives specifically. But as we kick things off on here, Tim, we have got that Kaid being brought along. Hyper doing the Lord's work and bringing along the Thatcher just in case they need it to undo any roadblocks that might get in their way. Namely the Kaid, the Mute Jammer's also going to have a part in that. But you can't ignore, too, the fact that it's going to be able to wipe out a good number of magnets in a given area. And that's when the nades can start flying. The utility can come singing in and they can look for their execute.
The thing I would say about this site choice, and I'm going to talk slowly so I can check my notes as I'm saying it, is I seem to recall there was two sites, that two rounds that were won by Dark Zero on the attack against Navi on Bank. And yes, I thought so. In round 3, Tellers and Archives was one of them. Navi were able to defend it the second time around in round 6. But Dark Zero, if you remember, had an excellent attack onto this, whereby they just went in the last 30 seconds and they just killed everybody in about 4 seconds. They just like postured and positioned themselves really, really well, and then just hit them all at once. It was really effective.
Just didn't do much else right on that map, Tim. Was the 7-2 scoreline?
I need food.
I mean, it was one of the 2 positives.
It was one of only 2, absolutely. Let's see how this kicks off, though. We've got Lender playing. I was about to say, maybe not quite the idea you're looking for there, I'd imagine. To chuck a C4 up into that spot. Up through the hatch might be more of the plan. This wall has been entirely electrified off, which should stop a push up from open area up towards the north. So what they are expecting is that Dark Zero will push in through staff room, they'll push in through open area, and look to go for a plan up through the rotate. They've also got some control upstairs on the above, as you can see coming in here. Fantasy's playing on that. Doesn't want to contest downstairs just yet, I think, because his fear is that he might get pushed inside of Janitor. And he wouldn't be a mile wrong. There is Eclipse playing on the window. There was a man playing around square just a second ago, so he's being very passive in how he plays this.
Yeah, it's good so far from Dark Zero. Patient again, as I'd sort of explained last time around, that they just got themselves positioned, waited. I'm not sure if that Selma went.
Chat, I gotta go put my eye drops in my eyes. I have like antibiotic eye drops.
The EMP had detonated, which of course would have cost it its life. Now then,
and I need to use the restroom and go make some food. So I'm just gonna step away from the computer for a couple minutes, but I'll leave the game running, of course. So I'll be right back.
And then from there on, just pushed in. If you remember, it was the mirror, it was Blur on the mirror for Navi that was playing in the same spot now in Janitors, but he was just left out in the cold, effectively. Dark Zero looking to do similar, I think. They've got Miracle moved away and killed, and now they've got an opportunity to potentially push into sight. Eclipse is there on the doorway. He's ready to go. He's going to start getting this down. The cover is there for him as well, and Canadian just needs to hold that door, and this plant should go down.
And nothing they can really do about this outside of a big flank coming in from behind them. Flash is even raining through to make sure they got the cover. Pamba finding one into Fantasy, but by the looks of it, Fury are living in a bit of a nightmare. There's not a clue as to what's going on. They see a man through the shells, and they do find the kill, bringing it back down to a 3 versus 3 as nades start to rain through. This is that flank I was talking about, but it's shut down from on high. Pamba getting one back, a 3 versus 2, Tim. I don't really see how they fight this one back outside of an absolute miracle.
No way Fury should be winning this. Heiss has headed straight upstairs. He knows that there's cover from above. He's going to look to try and find Pamba, but he's probably going to struggle. Lender will go down. That's him effectively out of the round. Heiss is not going to have an opportunity to retrieve him, and he's just looking to move down the square. Skylight, there's nothing else for it. He's out of time. That is the job done, and that's going to be round 1 going to Dark Zero, regardless of what happens here. Heiss doesn't find anybody. Dark Zero, a great attack, and this is why I wanted to pick up on it. I'm glad I got there quick enough. It was a site that they played well on attack against Na'Vi, and it's a site that they've just played well on attack against Fury, and it makes me wonder, Furia, you've obviously watched the match, you've picked Bank, you've brought them to somewhere that they struggled, but you've gone to the site that they showed us that they can attack. Like, I'm not sure about that.
It was a really passive defense as well. I touched on Fantasy being shot with the sat with the shotgun inside of Janitors. And he was being very passive. He didn't feel the need to push out just yet. You know, didn't worry about sticking his head out of Janitor and trying to get a kill, for example. Just said, look, I got a hatch to play behind here. I can step across on that when needed. But Dark Zero just hit the site. And for a team that are playing so passive, Furia doing very little to stop them actually getting in sight and going for a plant, with the majority of both teams still left alive. Dark Zero with some good pace in round 1, and now going to slow things down coming into round 2. And Tim, maybe there's something to be learned here, because they attacked this site earlier on. They didn't have the best success. They're getting behind the Monty of Canadian.
They're trying to do something differently. Like you say, they didn't have a lot of success. They struggled. I commented on it that Na'Vi were able to successfully defend this site twice over, you know, with a pretty standard hold of just keeping themselves down inside a site. They didn't try to do anything fancy. They didn't extend into open and staff. They just locked it down, and there was not much that Dark Zero could do to muscle their way through it. So as you say, they are hoping to do something a little bit differently here. It's going to be probably, I would imagine, the old classic of push Monte into server and just try to bully his way in and just get the plant down inside a CCTV door.
Here we go. So really looking for where Canadian's going to start his march, and apparently it's up towards Tunnel. You've got a couple of members of Dark Zero looking to push their way into Electric as well. So starting out with getting square cleared, stop any flanks coming down behind them, and then start to step their way forwards. Here already, you can see where the Monty's walking up to. I think he's got a smoke right in front of his face, mind you. So we'll have to eat a good chunk of that, losing already about 50 HP on the back away, Tim.
That was well played by Miracle there. He just baited him in up to a point where he knew that he was going to get an absolute lungful of it, and that is exactly what Canadian does. And it's in the place he's pinged it out. He's been very careful edging forward there, so he knows where the canister is, and he's trying to bait him to detonate it now, but he's ready to dip away, and he takes a lot less damage from it.
It's so good because the fact that it's challenging on the angle means that no one can step up to shoot it out. They could maybe throw a nade in there, but do you really want to be doing that? I mean, Fantasy, again, just cannot find his way into this series. Shut down by Hyper with barely a knuckle moved. Far too easy for him. A second swing comes in. Pamba this time round. I tell you what, Tim, there's something in the water because Dark Zero look on fire today.
Yeah, they're looking good, and it gets better and better and better. And I'm just hoping that they can continue this momentum beyond today. Canadian doing a little dance of death with Miracle. How does Canadian get away with that? Takes a ton of damage from the Toxic Babe, manages to do a little pirouette around the man, and then he loses his life on the bottom of server stairs. A nightmare for Furia here, as this is a much better bottom floor attack coming out of Dark Zero, and it has all pushed in behind that Monte. NJR manages to get himself a kill, and that leaves Highs all alone up above. Whether Dark Zero are going to take the time, they can do if they want, to try and go in and have some sort of impact on Highs, but they don't need to. They've dropped the smoke, they get the kill. It's flawless from Dark Zero. Where were this Dark Zero on bank earlier?
It's a lot better, isn't it? And I think really the confidence from Furia just doesn't overly look there. I like that they're being aggressive with the smoke. It was really cool play around the Monty, but around the map, they're just getting swung on. Like, again, Hyper barely lifting a finger to bring down Fantasy. Pamba with a great swing up towards Janitors. Furia, when they play passive, are being pushed inside of sight and a plant's going down. When they're playing out on the roam to try and keep them busy, they're being swung on by two prolific fraggers on the side of DZ. And even when Hyper and Pamba are being quiet, you've got NJR putting up numbers. You've got Eclipse fragging out. What do you do when you're losing in every possible aspect of the game right now? It's looking shaky, and a 2-0 could be on the way if this keeps up, because Furia in these last two rounds have barely come close.
Barely come close is a good description, really. Like you say, they've just not been able to have any sort of massive impact within things here, and it has been a tough one for them so far. They're going to move on to open and staff, and they've got the Maestro and the Alder to try and chew through a few bodies as Dark Zero go on the attack. They're going to be trying to hold themselves down inside of Kitchen to begin with, I would imagine. That's where Miracle is going to start out. He's got his evil eye cameras there as well, and he's just going to try to make that his domain. We do see the occasional rush into this site. I'm not sure it's something that Dark Zero will bring to the table, though. I think they'll be a little bit steadier about it.
What we normally see is a smash coming through onto that east doorway, the one just inside of the staff room. It normally gets castled off, for example. A sledge will come through, swing at the hammer, and they are inside. That's the most likely rush that you might see. More commonly, what I think you get coming out of most teams is you'll get control of square, you'll open up the large quad wall or triple wall, and then try and step your way through once you've cleared out the player, in this case Miracle, who's sat just behind it. So that will probably again be the big focus they're going for. It's a quad wall. I'm a total liar. That's the one we're looking for, I imagine, here, but it does mean getting nades over the top, for example, and that's where something like a Wamai or a Jaeger would come in, of which there are none in this round, Tim. So my question towards Furia is, how are you keeping Dark Zero at bay? Because I don't see the answer to that or any way of stopping these 6 nades from flying through.
Nope. as you say, it's going to be something that they can definitely do some damage with. Hyper is established on the square skylight now. He's looking to catch anybody out on the rotate through tellers. There's one having a little think about it. We can see the silhouette just on the edge of the ADS there. He's not going to push forward just yet, but Hyper, I think, is well aware that Rare is playing down there. First nade comes in, not going to do any damage, but the explosives will no doubt continue to fly. There's 5 more of them, and as you quite rightly pick out, there's no way of stopping them on the side of the defenders. 1 minute 45 left on the clock. No kills yet for Dark Zero, but they've certainly got some good map control.
I was about to say, it's kind of a celebration moment for Fury. They've lasted half the round without losing a single man. Doesn't mean that DZ won't just burst through their defensive lines here as we get later into the round. Canadian on a little swing, no idea that a guy's tucked in just off to the left. Has the inkling that there is one in here, probably seen him on a drone, but doesn't want to go swinging in too wildly, so he's taking it nice and slow. His only real job there is to stop the man from below, like chucking a C4 up through the hatch, for example. So Lender knows that he's under pressure, has to back away.
The droning continues down on the bottom floor. Does he find Lender? Yes, they see him and now need to deal with him, or at least cut off his method of getting back into sight. Eclipse is going to open up that quad wall, or he's certainly going to try in a minute. He's just looking for the gaps in the mute jammers. I think that's what the little walk back and forward is, to try and wait until the symbol disappears, and that'll tell him exactly where he needs.
Here we go.
Canadian's here. He's going to dump it in.
Timing!
Bad timing from Fantasy. Nearly loses his life. Tries to push the door. Gets 1, gets 2. Big play from Fantasy after taking that damage from the nade. And the exothermic will not detonate. And all of a sudden, this looks like a Fury around.
So lucky there, I think, Fantasy. If that nade had been cooked for half a second longer, he'd be a dead man right now. Speaking of which, Hyper does get the shutdown. They've lost their 2. They've lost their hard breach, but these 2 will not be stopped. They're marching their way through, finding a couple for themselves, making it another. How do you stop this kind of play, Tim? They've just marched through sight and slaughtered Furia where they stand. Dark Zero with another round from seemingly nowhere.
Really, really important for Dark Zero here to be gathering as many rounds on the attack as they can, because it was defensively that we saw those real weaknesses for them on Bank earlier. They didn't win a single defense against Na'Vi. They didn't have too many opportunities, granted, because Na'Vi had themselves a good lead built up quite quickly, but they're going to have to do better against Furia. But right now, they are absolutely slaying on the attack. Shouldn't have been winnable for them, that situation, Des. 3v5, quad wall not open, and just having to push in and find kills. Furia have thrown that one away. I think they know it, and that's why they've gone to the tactical pause.
For Pamba as well to get 2 kills in 1 mag with the type, I'm just like, God. It's hard enough to do. It doesn't have many bullets, but it's walked away with an absolute slaughter there. 2 kills on the push in, not on an entry, but on a Hibana, on a hard breacher of all things. And I think, as you say, Tim, they know they need a conversation here. Twister, a good galvanizing talk to the troops might be what's required to get them back into this half. High fives all around rather than fist bumps. They're ready to go for this one. You can see what he's doing. Again, getting them all gassed up and ready to go.
Getting that energy up. It's something that a team like Furia feeds off. It's
still smiling as well. Okay.
Yeah. It's something that they feed off. It's that confidence. It's that energy. It's getting in and winning gunfights. And they are a team that can be absolutely lethal when they start doing that. The problem that they've got now is that Dark Zero are only 4 rounds away from making it to the final 8 at the 6 Invitational 2022. Des. When they started the group stages, that I imagine, probably not, because all these teams are, they have super belief in themselves, but you'd have to think that it was potentially a bit of a pipe dream at that stage. If you'd have said, here's last 8, they'd have ripped your hands off at that point, because it was a tough start for them in the groups. But they've grown into this tournament. I've said this before, form is sometimes the most important thing, and the team who might not be on paper the best in the tournament can still come through and win it, because they have their best performances at the right time. And Dark Zero seem to be building towards a crescendo here, because they're getting better and better.
That's exactly it. For Furia, their go-to game plan down in the basement is going to be what we saw coming out of, I believe it was Na'Vi that played this earlier on. Smoke and the Chanka together, and a C4 in the back pocket of Rare. They're really looking to play the denial-based game here. And it was played beautifully by Na'Vi earlier on today. If you recall, Tim, they identified Dark Zero as being quite slow. And when it got to that last 50 seconds or so, the Shumikers started piling in. When it got to the last 30 or so, Doki, who was playing FMG Smoke, started getting the smoke canisters out. They just played it so ridiculously well, and even in one round we saw a 2K coming out of secretly with a C4. Dark Zero should identify this as, oh hey, we've already seen this once today, and here is where we struggled. What do we need to change?
Somebody was just racing up the blue stairs there. Thought they might just lose their life, but Miracle will hold short and just trying to keep a hold of that. There you go, he's just up behind his shield up at the top. It was the speed he was moving with that just made me a little bit concerned there, but no. The angle had been held by Dark Zero. They've got control of the map very quickly. They are happy that they can start opening hatches, I think. They've got themselves positioned on square skylight. They've got everything locked down.
Well, think about the one time this really fell apart for the side of Na'Vi on the style of defense earlier on was when they got a bit too aggressive out in the map. When Doki was roaming, when Blur was roaming, they didn't have C4s and smoke players on site, for example. Furia are doing not exactly the opposite, but they are all playing in proximity to the site. Arguably, Miracle is currently the most risky, playing on the blue stairs with a shotgun. But outside of him, everyone else is dug back in and waiting for the push to begin.
Dark Zero going to need to deal with blue stairs, and that is exactly how they do it. They open the hatch. Miracle doesn't want any part of it. He's on the smoke. He knows that his gadget is going to be very useful here, and that is an unfortunate attempt at a trick there from Rare. It will be unsuccessful, so he needs to dip back as well. Everything's going Dark Zero's way at the minute, Des. They're doing fantastically well. Hatches are open. Blue stairs are theirs. They've got access to server. They can start thinking about potentially getting a plant down.
Absolutely, it's looking better. They've still got to chew through all that utility that will come out of Furia, and this is the first Shumaka being fired out onto not quite the default spot, but pretty darn close. NGR with a nade trying to go deep. They're trying to blow up the player that sat at the back here, really looking in towards the artillery of the team. The smoke and the Shanka sat all the way at the back. But they can get it on through. That one falling a little bit short, and they catch out one of those two players. That will be the dream start for them.
40 seconds left to go here. Eclipse is just waiting for his moment. Pamba manages to find highs to open things up, but it's traded out immediately by Fantasy, and that leaves us in a 4v4. Time ticking down, and they're just trying to bait out more of that utility before Eclipse goes in for the plant. Is he going to try and stick it this time? No, he has to move away as the Toxic Babe canister starts doing its job. The Shumaka launcher just continues peppering this plant spot with that fire. Canadian, he's holding on to the door, and there's 14 seconds left here. They might have to go deep. There comes the smoke, and that's going to be Eclipse pushing into the bomb chassis. Hyper manages to get one. 3 versus 3. Eclipse just keeps going. He's going to be down though. It's a big quad for Fantasy in the round, and that's going to be the first defense for Furia, and the volume is up already.
It's amazing that they can win, you know, one round there, being down 3-1 and still come out full of beans when they come away the victor. All of that coming down to Fantasy as well. A massive play when the smoke was going down, when there were C4s being tossed everywhere, when no doubt the comms were absolute chaos. He's got the composure to close out a big 4K and hand them their first round.
We're going to be heading into round number 5 then. Dark Zero facing their first adversity on Bank. It's been all their way so far in the first 3 rounds, but then in number 4, Furia managed to get a first successful defense. I don't think it's going to knock Dark Zero too much. They're going to expect to lose rounds here. They don't plan on going into the half 6-0, I'm sure, but if they could get a 4-2 or, dare I say, even a 5-1, it's going to be what will feel like a massive steal for them. Now, Furia are going to go up to the top floor. This is not a site that we saw Dark Zero attack earlier on because Na'Vi didn't use it, so it's going to be something a little bit different for them.
I like what we're seeing though. The Ying was banned away on the last map, and I really thought here we might see it employed a little bit more. Canadian though, rather than going over towards playing that, is bringing along something that DZ have played a few times on maps like Chalet. It's going to be that Capitao. Similar sort of idea, only you force defenders to move.
Oh no, I left and you guys are talking about Sense8.
Okay, you can toss a C4 while
Fromage loves that show, and I
can't do much about fire.
tried to watch it a long time ago.
Likelihood is they play on the windows here. Canadian smokes out the rotates, for example.
Couldn't do
one
it.
towards Janitor, one towards the single hallway.
Couldn't do
they
it.
have one player hold the angle, and you then bolt in and get yourself the plant down. The fire's also going to help make sure defenders can't push through certain bits of ground, so really good from Dark Zero, but obviously we need to see it actually be used correctly. It's all good having these ideas and the intent. If you can't pull it off because you're getting spawn peep, because you're getting caught up in early engagements, or because you're wasting time, things can work against you very quickly.
They absolutely can. I absolutely can. We're going to move into the droning phase as NGR is just looking inside of the first 30 seconds just to scope out this defense, see where everybody is positioned. Is there any cheap picks? Is there any utility that's key that needs to be cleared out? And then he's going to get onto the windows to try and do something about it.
It was too much. Yeah.
Inside of the office
It's my problem was like the acting. There's the one character and she's like a hacker.
In and around the top floor.
And at one point she's like,
I think, and then one inside of the corridor.
she's like, I'm just not that kind of girl. And I was just like, turn it off. Turn it off. Can't.
For the time being.
The dialogue
Canadian's
is
the one
not
pushing
written
up
well.
through, so maybe it's an assault here coming in towards Banana, which is where Rare is sat. I know that he's there, but I guess the one thing you got to worry about is, well, he can just move away. He can just run. I thought for a second we might see Magnets coming out, but there's obviously no Wamai on side. NJR opening up on to Rare, a C4 taken off the board, and Rare's having a right stinker, Tim. 0-5 so far.
I think he should have just run Des. You were saying it was a possibility for him, but he didn't.
I mean, yeah, that was the go-to. Just run. Forehead.
Fantasy manages to find NJR. That's a trade, taking him down off the rappel. They've still got Pamba up on the windows there, but that is a nice long angle there that Fantasy's managed to get that kill on. Not much presence inside of the map for Dark Zero at the minute. That's my concern for this attack. 1 minute 10 left to go, and they still haven't really got boots on
I'm
the
expecting
ground.
a phone
They've
call
not
back
managed
from
to
my
disrupt the
LASIK
defense
surgeon.
enough to make it
So if
safe
I
to
just
move inside.
mute and talk on the
So
phone,
they
then
need
now
to
you know
be
why.
pretty careful here that they don't find themselves running out of time. They're getting a little bit tentative, and I just feel that maybe they've run out of ideas, and Lender's going to have an idea or two here if they're not careful. He's going to punish them. He moves underneath into Tellers. Explosion, but Hyper was ready. 4v3. Is he ready for the second? Yes. Great play from Hyper. Big double Eclipse on the party. Closes it out with a double himself. And Dark Zero, as I commented on earlier, same sort of attack out of absolutely nowhere. Mop up inside of about 5 seconds.
It's just so easy for them at that point, right? Like, I feel bad for Furia because, again, it's not the wrong intent they've got, but when Hyper can swing you towards Janitor Corridor and just kill two without barely batting an eyelid, what are you to fight back? There is no easy answer, even with the entry, or the counter-entry, I guess, the trade being returned back by Fantasy. He's the only one currently in the server and delivering the goods right now. He's sat on 8 kills, but the rest of the team, there's 3 kills, Tim, between all the other 4 members across 5 rounds. You can't rely on one guy to do all the hard yards for you. Across DZ, it's far more balanced. It is just looking messy. Nothing to go on for Furia.
Furia
so
has
far.
like no kills. Fantasy has 7.
They've already taken
the rest of his team has 3.
They've got 3 more chances.
In
If
5
Dark Zero
rounds.
wins 3 more rounds, this is done. and
Meanwhile,
Furia
Dark
are
Zero
out without
has
barely giving a fight. That's what
17,
kind of sad to say is they were ridiculously close
22.
against TSM, you know, really close maps. They lost 2-0, but it came down to being a really good series that we saw between them both in the group stage and also in the bracket. Against Dark Zero, they just haven't turned up to play.
Not at all, and it's sad to see, Des, in honesty.
Very.
You know, we never want to see a team, I said it earlier, we never want to see a team limp out of the tournament. You know, we want every single one of them. There can only be one winner, ultimately. You know, 19 teams are going to go home, but we want to see them all go out swinging, you know, really fighting for their spot. And internally, Furia, you better believe, are fighting for this tooth and nail. It's just not happening for them, and it's a shame to see that that's sort of what it comes down to at the minute. I'm going to quote you back at you, Des, because I know you trust yourself more than anybody else. I know you'll believe me when I say it. It's a game of 2 halves. We've got to get Furia onto the other half and see exactly how it looks when DZ are trying to defend. That's where they struggled on bank earlier. Canadian, however, he gets an opener onto Rare, and that tough game just continues for him.
It was a battle of the 2 zeros in a way, both on 0 kills in the map, but it's Canadian who comes out on top. Hyper into a second. I've already spoke about him so much, but he's 8-1 at this point, Tim. How do you stop him? He's playing on the flex roll. He's playing a Thatcher, for God's sake, and he's slapping them silly. It's ridiculous.
at least able to still utilize the Yokai drones. Highs is still alive, so able to relocate.
Thatcher has the
ping
same
out,
gun
get
as
some information.
Sledge.
Fury needs something to go on here. They need a starter to get them on their way, but in a 5 versus 3, Dark Zero have got 2 minutes, and they're just going to hit the drones. They've got 8 of them left, Des. They've got all the information in the world. They're going to find these players, and they're going to make life a misery for them. Lender, however, he's able to laugh as he takes down Pambazoo, gets himself a headshot, and that brings it just a little bit closer for Furia. Back in touch, 3 versus 4.
I was going to say, surely wants to get himself juiced up here. He's looking a little bit low. I mean, I think he's found his way through 1. He's back up to about half HP. Was a little bit lower than that. There is still 1 more that he can run through and collect, I believe, up towards the other side. Sat on the triple on the quad roll that's been reinforced off, but not before first and foremost he finds a C4 kill, 2 in the round. And Lender, refusing to roll over and die in this round, refusing to let Furia go out without a whimper, has brought things back to a 3 versus 3.
Dark Zero desperately need to close this round out. They were 5 versus 3. They don't want to go into the second half defending when they've just come back out of a 3v5 loss, if that's how this one goes. So Dark Zero need to knuckle down and need to find a way here. They're attacking into open and staff. They managed to get 1. It's Eclipse again. He's having a big game so far. He's going to be able to start getting that diffuser down as well. Spray down. Highs manages to do some damage. NJR finds Lender. It's surely in the hands of Dark Zero now, as that plant will be successful. Eclipse has done so much work for this team against Furia, and he just continues giving. It's going to be NJR that finishes things off, and Dark Zero does the 5-1 at the half. They're absolutely cruising here.
Like I say, Furia, it doesn't feel have turned up to play. Dark Zero 2 rounds away from moving on forwards, and we commented on it after the last game, Tim. We will have a new world champion, and you said, will we see Dark Zero after that first map carry on all the way into the top 4, start threatening for a top spot? Admittedly, against a team that aren't really performing, it's hard to say, but they do look good. They have warmed up the longer this competition has gone on. Again, a really shaky first couple of group stage games where even when they were winning, many people were asking, what the hell is up with Dark Zero? But the longer the tournament goes on, the better they seem to play. They're going to rip a strat out of Na'Vi's strat book here and bring along that Chanka and Smoke. Both teams employing the same strategy down in the basement. And on Furia's side, we've got a Zero coming along, something that Dark Zero were playing for the longest time in the NAL. Bit of a change of roles here, teams all borrowing away from each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting.
Season 7 early access servers went up today, and leaks for Season 7 have started popping up online today. Rainbow has such a bad problem with people leaking stuff, to the point where, like,
probably not.
I feel like they invite too many people to do the season, like early season preview stuff.
What a great turnaround for them. Like, you know, coming into the day, they felt like one of the teams that was sort
How
of
many more matches? Just this one and the other one that's on at the same time.
Had good performances,
Which they might both end up being pretty quick matches.
And right now, they are just looking like a completely different beast. They're looking absolutely fantastic. They're coming into this first defense. They're not going to be trying to hold on to open and staff, I don't think. They don't have the castle and they don't have the mirror, but they do have Canadian Eclipse playing up there, which I'm a little bit worried about. They're trying to do it. It didn't work earlier, Des, and they're trying to do it with less utility. With the hatch open, it just feels like an invite to Furia.
You know what I always say about this, Tim? If you're wasting time on the roam and getting back to site, you're drawing any kind of utility, and they've dragged grenades out of the other side before to clear out mute jammers and things like that, of which, like you say, there are none in this round, so it's less utility, but they'll back away. They don't seem too phased about leaving this hatch open to give them a rotate back down to site. Eclipse, once again, is just sat on here hoping to pick up a drone or 2. They've already removed 3 in the round, so it's not a bad start, but the more time he can sit up here, the more he can collect and then back away, the better.
I'm worried about the mental game for DZ. If Furia manage to get themselves a couple of opening attacks here, you start thinking straight back to that Navi game and you start thinking we're going to struggle on the defensive bank again. So Dark Zero need to close this one out as quickly as possible. I know they've got a 5-1 lead and it can feel
sorry,
like
I'm trying to
that's,
open the Discord so that Ramaj just wanted to
work ahead of them to do. They're going to drop back to site. 1 minute
trying to
in,
join me
1
for the
minute
next
in,
couple,
and Furia have got control and they've got a hatch open for them.
They haven't got the control yet. He shot out a drone. They've committed 3 drones into trying to get open area control. He's killed off a couple and then drops himself away. Now that they've got it, they can get in and start getting things opened up. So there's no crazy janitor hole coming in. It's a pretty safe and secure way of getting back to site. Rare's going to step in towards the office now and get this hatch opened up. This is where Furia can start looking towards their attack. But again, you're looking in towards the denial game coming out of DZ. You've got 2 C4s, you've got the Pulse, you've got smoke canisters, you've got Shumikers. They've got so much still to play behind, and they still have control of the blue stairs.
They do still have the blue stairs. Work needs to be done by Furia quickly because there's a minute left to go.
They're going to pinch him. He'll die.
I think they thought
What was that
opening
word
the
he
hatch
said?
would be sufficient to move him, but it hasn't been. Pamba's committed to playing his life here.
They have
Hyperfine's
shimikas?
fantasy. There's
What was
the
that?
pinch, but Pamba has a reaction. Surely not two. He's got two.
Oh my god.
He's
And 3?
absolutely ripping-
Nope.
Oh, he tries to keep going, but Rare shuts him down. But what a cost! What a cost for Furia. They are now frantically trying to get that plant spot open. Miracle's working the hatch, but it's a 2v4. And Dark Zero, they can sit back and play
Who are
their
you rooting
angles.
for?
They've got Troy just feeding the
I
information
don't know.
back in from the pulse there. Miracle takes a drop. They should know about this. And the challenge will likely come in. Rare, he's trying to get
I don't
that
really
diffuser
care.
down. Miracle's doing critical
I don't remember who I
work to try
predicted
and hold it off,
would
but
win
no,
this one.
it's all falling to pieces. And surely it's the end for Furia. Rare manages to get one, but he's going to need 3 more. Tachanka just making things difficult, launching Shumika cartridges into sight. Eclipse finds the final one, and that's going to be Dark Zero on series point now.
They are rolling through them, Tim. And that blue stairs hold turned out to be everything they needed. Good presence as well from Pamba, taking the shot at the bottom, down in the 1-man. Not getting greedy and looking to finish it off, turns straight round to the top of stairs and finds the second onto the incoming Maverick. Really, really smart play, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from Dark Zero. They've kind of adapted this strat to say, let's focus less on holding down open and staff. We'll still sit there, we'll still kill a couple of drones as they come in and then drop into sight, but our focus is going to be on blue. It's going to be on site-based denial, leaning into playing on that smoke and the Chanka. Really good adaptation, melding together 2 strategies that they've, 1, used themselves, and 2, seen others do. Their last potential sight of this series could be against Furia, could be here in staff and open. And Furia now leaning into the Capitale by themselves. It's going to be Rare bringing that one along in the
Oh yeah, I
round.
thought TSM was going to lose to Furia. So I thought this was going to be
half a point there,
TSM
Des.
Dark Zero.
For what?
That there was a light attempt at open staff hold.
I don't
that was
feel
dropped
like I
back
have
to
strong
side. They
feelings
did
about
have
this
the
one,
hatch
though.
open. But what I will point out while saying it is, there was a lot less utility expended up there.
There were,
There
or
was
was.
no castle, there was no mirror. They had more of the tools on site that they needed to be able to do what they did.
I like it.
So
It's
I think
optimal.
Adaptable, maybe a little bit of a middle ground that I can get on board with.
Is this where we're kind of shaking hands in the middle and saying, yeah, now it's good?
Saying it doesn't work when there's too much utility because you'll lose too much when you drop away from it. But if you just want to extend a little bit to waste a minute and a half, not
My eyes feeling
necessarily the
pretty
end of
good.
the world.
It's like I say, it's the melding together of strategies there that I think is really cool.
During
and
my
seeing
break, I
that
called the
adaptability,
surgeon
the
to ask them a
evolution, the
question, so I'm
growth,
waiting
you
for
know,
them to call me
change
back.
is good. It's good to see it coming in and working wonders for them. 6-1
But
this
otherwise,
is that. As said, 1 round stands between
pretty
them
good.
and the end of this series and a spot progressing through into tomorrow's games.
Just
They
takes
come up
time
against
for
the
them to
winner
heal,
of FaZe
you
against
know.
Elevate, who are currently playing on the other stream. And in case you missed the games prior to this one, it's Oxygen versus MIBR as the other lower round game. It's looking nice and spicy for our closing teams in this tournament.
It really is. I mean, a final 8 is
Wait,
going to be
what?
Team Liquid, TSM, Team Empire, Sonics, Oxygen, MIBR.
Oh, he's
and
talking
then
about
the winner of
tomorrow,
this versus
or
the
the
winner
next
of FaZe
days.
and Elevate, and that is a fantastic final 8, but a few surprises in there as well, I'd have to say.
We're just looking at
Pleasant
Empire.
surprises.
Empire just waving the flag like...
Come on, Empire!
It's definitely not
DMRs
as
have
stacked as prior tournaments have been.
actually
As much, you know, as
been
LATAM
pretty...
fans love to
Onigiri
see
got
LATAM on top,
27
and
kills
I think
earlier
SI
with
last year, the top
DMRs,
6
so...
teams were all LATAM teams. It was ridiculous. Seeing a balanced like circuit where all various regions are competitive is the dream state to be in. Lender, great nade coming onto Eclipse to get things off and breathe a little bit of life into this Furious side, but I wouldn't get too excited just yet.
Not very nice start for them, but yeah, to touch on your point there, Des, I totally agree with you. I think it's better when we have a mixture of regions. It's well known, I'm an absolute lover of LATAM, but you know, you don't want to see them just coming in
But
and
the
being
nade
the top
kills,
4,
yeah.
top 6, top 8 teams at every tournament. Every time through the year, we want that mix up, and I came into this one saying I wanted to see, I was backing that NA resurgence, and they really are delivering for me at this tournament. We're going to have a number of their great teams. It's looking like 3 probably going through into that top 8, so nearly half of the teams coming from NA, and after the last year they've had there's not many people would have predicted that.
No, especially not Sonics, who've been really delivering so far.
Here we go.
But, oh my god, it's the slaughter Water once again. 2 kills coming in. Like I said, you can find the entry. You can think you've got an advantage, and then DZ just rip it away. Rare getting one back onto NJR and shutting him out. High's a second. Is
I'm getting
this the time when
whiplash
Fury
from the
fight
kills
back?
right now.
Apparently the answer is yes. Hyper has got it all to do. He's got the Roni in hand, but he's going to find the angle. Highs
Well, they
gets
got
the
one.
shut down. 3 left alive for the side of Fury at the end, and they prolong what feels like the inevitable for at least one more round.
Fury are just always able to find something, always able to dig deep. Never
Tomorrow
done
has 4
until that
games.
scoreboard reads
And then, yeah, a
7.
break, and
That
then
is
2 a
the
day
fact for them.
for
And they
18th,
are proving it
19th,
once
and
again.
20th.
They managed to get themselves one, but
Season
there's
reveal
a
on the
lot
19th,
more
I
to
believe?
find. There are
Or is it
no
on the
more
20th?
mistakes
I think
for
it's the 19th.
Furia inside a bank. There are no more mistakes for Furia inside of the 6 Invitational right now, Des. They are fighting for their very lives in this tournament. One more round for Dark Zero is all it's going to take. And they're going to be heading this time, Dark Zero, to Tellers and Archives. But you just feel like they're just waiting for that basement defense to open back up again.
That's the thing, right? You've got to rotate through every single site here, which doesn't really fill you with inspiration. We tried open, now we tried Tellers and Archives. Of course, always got CEO if they want to try it, but I get the feeling we aren't likely to see that coming through in this game. Hyper on the Oryx, we spoke about this combo you see a few times. You've got NGR on the Thunderbird to juice him back up so he can just charge around freely and live the fantasy that everyone has when playing on Oryx. You can just run through walls for fun without potentially losing yourself a bullet's worth of HP and really impeding yourself coming into a firefight. There he goes again, look at him. He's having a field day, mate, I'm telling you.
Absolutely charging round.
That's it, that's it. All these rotations being opened up.
We've got the corner stations being placed down. Interesting one there. It suggests that there's going to be a specific open and staff hold. Last time round when Fury defended this site, we saw them just reinforce the wall off and just electrify it all and have nothing to do with open and staff. But Dark Zero obviously wanted to play inside of there because otherwise the corner station is just free HP for the attackers.
That's how I felt about DWG. They won all their matches, and then the first one I was able to watch, they lost.
And the hatch was open, but DZ have reinforced it off. So again, very big stylistic differences coming in. In terms of the effectiveness, time will still tell. They're starting out
in the second one, for that matter.
Of Fantasy and Highs. Lenders up on the window on the north side here to make sure they've got that top floor control.
I know.
And make good use of the sledge
Both
that
of them.
Highs is playing. Start raining some nays down below. Clear out some utility. Start piling the
8:30
pressure onto the
EST.
defenders
Jesus
because
Christ.
You've also got that Capitao, Tim.
It's so fucking early.
Burn the
Well,
defenders
I
away.
won't watch that then.
Guessing as to exactly when their death will be coming.
Pamba
Unless you
just
wake up with
playing
me.
an important role there, but he's pushed
Even if
out
I wake up with
inside
you, I
of
won't be able
50
to be at my computer
seconds
that
with the
early.
aggression coming through from Furia, and it was
hire a
something
dog
we saw
walker.
from them on course line, and it looks like something they're going to try to bring again.
Oh,
Fantasy's
probably
not
just-
one
You were
to
talking
try and
about
back
tomorrow,
away
right?
from a fight. They spot the Oryx downstairs.
No,
and
the season
Hyperman
reveal is
just wanna
Saturday,
think about
but it's
relocating
at
himself after that because
5:30
he's gonna be
a.m.
pushed
for
pretty
us.
quickly if they get the opportunity here. But I think the cover's in place that's just going to prevent that happening at the minute. Furia
I can't.
sort of
I'd have to wake
wanting
up at
be
like
aggressive,
3:30 in order
wanting
to be
push
able to
forward,
be at my desk
but
at that time.
they just keep coming up against obstacles.
Oh,
I love that
10:30
box alarm, by
EST.
the way, that was on the back of the fire sign,
That's
just outside the
7:30,
double
so that's a
doorway
bit more
that leads in
doable.
towards staff room. We'll give them a lot of information if it ever comes down to it that someone is about to press through the doorway. They did clock it and shoot it out, so not going to be effective in this round, but one to take into your rank games maybe. Let's see though, as this floor now starts getting opened up by Highs. We commented earlier on that he's looking to get in this position to force the defenders to get squirming, moving away from those
Time
key
zones
locations that they
are
still
hard,
want to
yeah.
sit in. And for the side of DZ, you can see them rotating freely into open here. They've got one out towards main stairs. They don't look nervous, Tim, or boxed in. They're very happy to challenge them directly here as this floor is getting opened up further by Highs.
Nitro detonated, but will not find its mark. 59 seconds left to go. Big first kill for Canadian onto Fantasy. That could be the beginning of the end for Furia here. They've still got time, they've still got men, but that just keeps slipping away. NJR, big kill onto Highs. 3 versus 5 now. And you've got to say Dark Zero are going to kick themselves if they let this one slip away. Miracle tries to make the challenge onto main stairs. Does find a lot of damage, but Pamba ultimately able to find a kill onto Rare. 5 versus 2
It's
now.
all
Dark Zero
falling
surely
apart.
heading into
Oh.
the final 8. Lender
Surprise.
finds an absolute freebie onto the crouched Pamba Zoo there. 25 seconds left to go. It's all up to Miracle and Lender, and it feels right now like Furia are going to need a miracle, Des. They're going to need something special here. 2 versus 3. Here they go. Managed to find one, but time is running out. Diffuser's down cold. Hyper gets himself one. 3 versus 1, and surely this is it for Dark Zero.
Oh.
Surely this is
That's
another
bombing.
North American team heading into the final. final 8 after another great performance. Miracle, he has to stick this, goes through, does Panba, and he finds the final kill, and look what it means to Dark Zero, and that's been a great performance, a great Tuesday from them here at 6 Invitational 2022.
Some words a bit back and forth there by the looks of it from Troy, but for the rest of the team, yep, muted joy for sure. Again, they made themselves through in a very comfortable fashion. 7-2 on bank. They've rocked it from start to finish. It's good to still see a few smiles on the side of Fury as well.
Yeah, I thought Fury had that too, but valiant effort. I'm happy this map is closer than the last one anyway. I switched to the Elevate Phase 1, by the way.
And with 2 players back on the site and more pings and more E1Ds coming out, it's actually DCH and Nerix that suffer, but they pick up souls.
This one I
leaving just cameraman, but not for very long. Elevate.
Tie it up.
Bring it back level 5 apiece.
And Hart.
DCH in dying there is so important for that round. Picking up those 2 kills. And they are so hyped about it. Look at this.
Yeah, at least one of these is close.
It's just like, yeah, we're getting back into this. we're going to a map 3, believe it or not. And Astro is now picking the Kavera, but I think that might be 6 picked up. Or they're bluffing it. No, I don't know. Okay, there it is. I was going to say they might be bluffing it. Nerix is off the actual.
But you remember Prano?
Yeah, you remember Prano. He was able to upset the Signs of Elevate.
They watched the game, and that's the thing. FaZe obviously watched the game. They obviously had a read on this. Whether they fully expected Cafe to make it through or not, they're prepared from recent play. And here, Elevate, they're keeping themselves fighting. Onigiri is 15-7.
He could have almost hit 16 if it 2 rounds ago back on the bar. It was just a singular bullet away from making him be still alive and him hitting those 16 kills. So there's so many little things. Little moments that prevent him from rising above himself. So do the 3 entry kills that he was the victim of, for example. Imagine if he was alive in those rounds. He could have been already past the 27 kills right now.
Well, there will be a very quick rehost.
Okay.
Coming down. And, well, apparently a sound bug is the call, and it's a moment for them to have a moment this close to the end. Super Onigiri seems a little bit surprised.
I think he needed to put his headset back on. He took it off. You're not allowed to do that, I think.
Oh.
Oh.
Sound cancelling headsets.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Either way, as a result, you know, we'll quickly get back into it. It's just to get the lobby back going. Everybody needs to get back in.
What we can fill time with is a result from the other stream.
Oh, can we now? What is the result? Because I missed that one.
Cover your ears.
Headset at least, because he still has it off. So we know that it wasn't that.
It was a headset issue. Cover your ears if you don't want to know what's going on the other side. 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Dark Zero. 2-0.
2-0.
No. Yeah. I was told it, and then Dez looked at me and literally shook his head. No, it was 2-0. I know, Dez. I know.
What's happening now? What is the scoreline? Is it 2-0?
It was 2-0.
Okay. What is it?
So when there's a technical pause, you're not allowed to take your headset off? Is that what they're saying?
Normally you're not supposed to.
Oh.
But I mean, when it lasts too long, did you?
On map 2.
Yeah.
Onigiri is on 16 kills again.
He has 16 kills
He
again?
started to show up, and he's been entry killed 3 times. So
Casmarie, thanks for the 46-month resub.
All right, that's a big,
Hello.
big summary.
All right, he's gone now.
He's gone now.
Sorry about that. It was our mate Dez.
Rehost on LAN. Well, sometimes there's bugs.
Just ask what's going on here.
Okay,
Like players have sound bugs and stuff like that, so...
Obviously, it was a bit of a
Yeah,
headset
or you can have a problem with one of the
the fact that it was Super
Yeah.
Onigiri's that wasn't on, as you
Yeah, the
said,
computers will have issues.
that was broken.
I don't know what you're talking
Didn't
about, that
quite
never
have the
happens.
call. So we're just getting everything rehosted, reset, and retracked up. It's going to be a little bit longer than the previous headset one, which was on the first round, because this one we've got to input all of the rounds once again. So we'll let Sayano, the NA.
Did I tell you what they said after?
No pressure.
The other team, when they went to ask the other team if they were fine with replaying at least one of the rounds?
Yeah.
He's double checking.
Double checking,
did.
triple checking, probably.
Quadruple checking.
APAC.
Best back.
A little bit nervous right now. A little bit nervous. 2 rounds separate you from a third map, but also you from being knocked out by Latin America. And FaZe, one-time major winners this year, could also still be
So
one
you
of
were
those teams
hoping to
swinging and
see them
fighting
one in final.
for that
That's
hammer.
not possible anymore.
That could be it.
Right.
They
Who
could still fight
are you
for the
rooting
hammer, and
for
it's not
now?
over yet.
Well, let me look at who's possible.
Bring it back here
I
as
don't
well.
remember who's on where.
And they started doing that. It's 5-5 on the second map cafe.
OXG,
MIBR.
MIBR.
In terms of Onigiri. This time with just a
Furia just
mere
lost,
15
so
kills.
that's
Nothing too major.
FaZe and Elevate.
The map isn't even over yet, though, and that is, I think, the scary part. Honestly, I said we joked at the start. You know, what about we just start to break our own record? And
So it could
like
be
he's actually
Liquid,
going to try
TSM,
for it now.
Empire,
And that is
Sonics,
absolutely insane today. I don't know what it
Oxygen,
is about
MIBR,
the
Dark
records, but I think
Zero,
that
and
Elevate needs to
either
make sure
FaZe or
they
Elevate,
see
depending on who wins
same
this one.
Tomorrow, if they live through this match.
He wasn't on the first map, and that was a bit of a problem.
He wasn't on the first two maps in the previous game versus Rogue either. So it's, you know,
maybe we get a third map. Maybe we get a third map showing no one's ever believed in. Maybe.
Liquid, Dark
bomb.
Zero, maybe?
Imagine.
Only in the records of off-stream,
Okay.
off-competition games.
What do you
There
think?
he is.
Yeah.
Liquid Empire.
Never yet
Liquid
at a tier
Empire?
1 event. This is actually,
Yeah,
you know,
I feel
the
like
SI record
my
as well, so he holds that one. I don't know what the SI record was.
understanding of Empire's performance at this event is
Twice a day.
not very good because all of their games were like super early, and so I just like wrote the stats down in my spreadsheet, and I didn't really watch the games because they were all fucking early.
It's
So
not really broken, and
It's a match.
Um,
It's matched. It's joint. I'm not gonna sit on any side. I'm just
Let's
gonna
see.
weigh in right now because I know a lot of people will.
they beat Sonics 2-1, 8-7, 5-7, 7-5. They beat Nip 7-2, 7-4. They beat Eminem. No, they lost to Eminem 7-5, 7-1.
Yeah.
And then they beat Sandbox. I feel like I feel like Sonics was the only team that actually was like Eminem beat them, and then Sonics went to 3 maps, but Nip really underperformed, and Sandbox also kind of underperformed. So I feel like I don't have like I don't know, like they 7-2 and 7-0'd Sandbox, you know? So like was that them being really good, or was that their opponent not doing good? You know? And it's like kind of a combination of both of those things. So it's hard for me to gauge, like, are they performing really well, or did they just get lucky and their teammates were shit? Or not their teammates, their opponents, you know?
I see what you mean.
Sonics
I
beat
want
Eminem.
to see them in final.
Sonics?
Because Empire.
So
I want to see.
we're talking about Empire right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, somebody in my chat they're saying like Sonics beat Eminem, but I don't know why that matters because we're talking about Empire.
I want to see Empire in final because I like them. I like that team. I don't think that their way to the final is gonna be as quote unquote easy.
Yeah, that's true.
As for Liquid. Although it's never easy, and maybe Liquid won't be in final, you know, it's possible. But I would like to see Empire and Liquid in final, and we'll see. Sonics are doing a decent event, but Empire are too. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are doing the same thing than you, caring a little bit less about Empire. They're weirdly in the shadow this event, which is probably a good thing for them.
Mm-hmm.
Can always be surprised by FaZe if they get this game and they wake up for the rest of the event.
Yeah.
And be surprised by Oxygen too.
Sonics lost to Nip and Empire. Okay. I don't know why you're talking about Sonics. We're talking about Empire. We're not talking about Sonics. Lulu got a gun skin in Apex? That's sick. What? Hang on, I want to see it. I don't understand what I'm looking at. This video is stressing me out, 'cause it's just show me the skin instead of a bunch of videos of like parts of the skin without actually showing the whole thing. There we go. I mean, that's cool for her, I guess. I don't really like the skin itself, but it's just not my style, I guess. But that's cool for her. This is a very long technical pause. What's happening?
And it is 2 rounds left. It is round 11 where it's all equalized here. Yep. 5-5. Whoever wins this has that map point or a match point available to them depending on which team it is. FaZe of course have that first match, which means that if they do take the next round, they have everything to play for. And everything to lose for will be on the side of Elevate, who cannot afford a mistake at that moment in time.
That's it. It's 5-5. If you are joining us right now, you are in the midst of map 2, and the first map went very close. So we'll go with a quick interview that we've got of the team that is currently
An interview.
2 rounds away from progressing.
My name is Cameraman. I'm the IGL captain of FaZe Clan. We had not too recent roster change when I was playing in MIBR and I came back to FaZe. The roster change was fundamental because we found 5 people, including me, 5 people that have the same connection, the same goal. So it's easier to play with people like that. Comparing this roster to the others, I think this is a really good one, as I said, because of how easy it is to talk to them and how easy they get what I'm saying, and the staff as well. But mostly because we have great players, we have Cyber, we have Astro, we have Souls, like they know what to do when they have to do, so it's easy. The feeling to be back in Sweden, we just won the major, so I hope that the magic's still here, but we don't have the pressure, like we don't feel the pressure. We have a lot of fun playing, and I didn't have that in quite a few years, so we try to divide the time of relaxing, laughing, and get serious. Like, when you mix that in a match, during the match, it's, I don't know, it feels great. Like, when I think about winning 6 Invitational, there's nothing in my mind. I don't even can imagine that. Like, it's too much for me. Like, but at the same time, I think we are really capable of. So it's a strange feeling. My expectation is to end like the first in the group stage, but after that, only God knows.
It's really nice to just do this in between rounds while we're waiting, so.
Take it easy on us. We are beginners, so.
Take it easy on us. Wow.
And we
Lies.
should be back after that. The players are back. The lobby is loading in. The numbers are fixed, and so is the machines.
Oh, I can't keep track anymore. I need to write down how many kills on a gear you had.
Yeah, you gotta do maths now.
15.
Sorry, God. Wow. Were you sure it wasn't 16?
No, it was 15.
100%.
Yeah.
I don't wanna stress you out yet, but if you get this wrong, there's
you're
so many
fired.
people that
15.
Okay, it's locked in now.
I'll ask the analysts who might be watching. Please check the VOD and confirm.
Please count.
I think it was 15.
Oh, did it because they have to recreate the lobby or whatever, which means all the stats get reset.
and it'll find
I wish they had a way to not have that happen, but I'm sure that they also wish they had a way to not have that happen.
It's a pretty big country. But a magic pigeon. Why was that the first bird?
Medics. I know he's not observing right now, but just pigeon is so ingrained into my brain.
Good news.
They speak a lot? Well, they're casters, so should hope so.
Well,
These people who are hired to pay or hired to talk a lot and paid to talk a lot are talking a lot. That's just insane.
And you can see a little bit of,
Oh no. Rehost again.
I love how he. I'm sorry. I love how he said good news.
Good news. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Like, do you have something to share with the world?
My God, why is
he's smiling about it?
He's still smiling.
He's so happy about it. He's like, I'm doing this to everybody here.
And they're laughing with the admin. they're like, I can't believe this has happened.
I don't know. It seems like there's a.
He's dying. I just wanted to see what the chat said. Good news, rehost again. Oh.
Consideration. I'm smiling and laughing about this. A, because it's kind of funny how
When they do their segments between rounds.
We haven't seen too many.
So they interview, where they're asking them questions.
No, we haven't seen too many of these.
I don't really understand.
And that is what makes it.
Of course they're gonna talk a lot. They're being asked questions. It's an interview. Do you want a video of them just sitting there silently? Probably not.
How they
It's
deal
not gonna be
with
interesting.
situations well where it's elevated. He's all joking around, smiling, and having fun. You see FaZe trying to
Did
get
you
back
see
into that
Onigiri
focus.
in the chat?
Yeah, the Famouses are being put
When
in right here.
they
They're
came back
ready
from
to
the
go
rehost,
again.
he typed "good news, rehost again," and that's why they were laughing about it because they were like, "Why is this good news?"
We're loading back into the lobby. Please, boys, save the clapping until we're in and in around.
Save it for now.
The admins are
Good news, everyone.
This makes me anxious. What's going on?
Oh,
That's
no.
looking at. They're watching, seeing if everything works out. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No rehosts coming in yet.
The checking.
Yes. Checking.
It's like when you look to the referee and it's like check. It's like VAR. It's like checking.
Do we go again, or was this one nice? Was this one good?
I do not want to see good news.
Nothing going.
Yeah, they have to have something to fill
just type good
the
news
like
and
dead
then
air,
say no
basically.
rehost needed.
I'm glad that they have
Like, at
something
this point,
prepared,
we're listening in as well because we don't have the game
like
sound. We just have the
interviews
sound
or
on
whatever.
computers.
It's
And,
better than
you
just
look
like
to make sure that
watching
everything's
them stare at their computers
good.
and
We're good.
hoping they work.
We are gone. Okay, now everybody can clap. 5-5. We are so sorry about that. But sometimes these things happen. I guess, as I was saying before, for this tournament, I'm going to touch wood now because obviously we've barely had any Rios. It's really said it.
Oh
I
no.
know, that's why I touched wood at the same time.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
it's
these
okay.
last two
Good
rounds
luck.
are gonna take forever now
and
because
the-
you said
the
that.
bad luck.
Yeah.
It would come through.
Otherwise, demo will come in and do exorcism or something.
We've had as many rehosts as a duo at least, or at least I've cast, whether there were days that you weren't here, as times that we've had to stop because players injured themselves. Because there's been like 2 injuries I've been.
Injuries?
There was one where there's one where somebody cut their thumb, and there was one where I think a player accidentally exploded their or opened their hand warmer, and it had to be cleaned up. That might have been before you were here.
Well, it was definitely before I was here. I was like, what am I hearing?
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
absolutely
finish
no clue.
this.
I mean, I casted someone breaking his hand. Or actually, it wasn't me. It was what I was watching.
We'll save that story for later.
We'll save that later.
With 30 seconds in, and the approach has finally started to hit its way onto the top floor. Bullet, he's looked behind the goal.
Who are your favorite casters? Your favorite caster duo now?
Smell some of the approach that might come across the top. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit of warming
From
back
us.
in
To me?
for
Yeah.
this. And
Sorry, I realized that wasn't clear.
Sort of neck and neck. It's been a bit of a back and forth.
It's a
And
really
there's a
tough
pre-place
question.
there underneath the hatch is the
I
drones.
don't
and
really
Zappa
listen to
might be able to
casters.
get the call on that and the read.
The only two I would sometimes
I believe
listen.
Minute has
read the
passed.
password.
Utilities being
They're
used
on
by
and
either
kicks,
side.
so-
The smoke canisters already pushed through as grenades are coming
I
in as
still
well
sometimes listen
Won't find their targets. One of them
to
actually
casters
picked up
when
in
in
camera.
is casting,
And
but
onto Nate with a
it's
C4,
not,
a
I
pre-placed
don't know,
one.
it's not the
There it
same,
is.
you know.
That will find the Zofia. So a lot of utility off the board for the side of
I
Okay, just
like
to put you back into the consideration of how much is on the line right now.
as
This is
an
the last
individual.
APAC team, and
I
these
feel
are
like
the
she
last 2 rounds that
improved
they
a
have
lot
to try and lock this in. The Maestro over the top
she
of the
started,
bar, but there's a second player about to
so
swing in.
I like to
able
see
get
that.
one, looks for the second, can't get the connection. He's
She's
going wider and wider,
she
though. It's
takes
very
a
scrappy
lot
fight
of feedback
on the
too,
single
and
wall,
I do
there's
like
the
to
close
see
grenade,
casters
just to force the
doing
movement,
so.
but Soul's still
But
able to get it,
I
but
don't
there's the
think
trade
much of any
DCH
duos.
keeps it level. The 3 versus 3 almost slipped
I
away
don't
over the
listen
top
to
of the
casters
bar. There
enough
wasn't
to have
prepped
an
for just a
opinion, to be
little
honest.
drop down. And with a minute left, they've finally been able to at least find some battle back. A slip through in a rotation. The
right over his
just a little
head.
bit too high for Astro, who's made sure he has a bit more width onto the hold, and now he's going to see if he can slip on by. But the pings were here before, so he's being a lot of caution paid towards the pillar's corner.
Gets more information now, knows who's right behind the train. As Astro heard that drone, he'll take it out. Tries to move back in, but it is, of course, Anagiri that is currently locked into his position. 40 seconds left, and as he moves through back towards these holes that have been created before, he finds himself
NZA,
back
thank you for
into
the 10-month
a safe
resub.
ground area near that laundry machine. Of course, has to be very careful.
I think
about the
Flug and
hatch
Hap
to
are
be
my
opened up,
favorites
but also
now.
about Anagiri that's about to be pressuring
Always love
the 90
Parker.
area. DCH right above
Pengu,
as well.
I think he's
Anagiri
getting,
is looking to pick up some
he's
more
improving
kills.
really
Looking
quickly
to
for someone
provide
who's
some
only done
chaos
this like
to whatever
a couple
it is
times,
that phase
so that's cool.
wants to achieve here with 15 seconds left on
Oh, the
clock. He goes
timing.
down. Suddenly it's only up to Sepper now. He wanted to go for a plant, but they get shut down in phase. They
timing.
clean up that 3 versus 3 without taking any losses.
6-5. 1 round separates APAC from losing their last representative. 1 round separates FaZe from moving forward in the lower bracket and preparing themselves to a fight, and it's still scrappy. We might still see a third map here. Fireplace was potentially, but it's swapped out to Bar instead. A site that they're able to win before. They're not going to try and dabble on the mid-floor. They think.
Yeah, I feel like they're
Please.
RMK. No.
They can choose site, but they just changed.
What?
They went from reading to bar, and they said they can't choose site. Questionable things.
Liars.
We might
Exposed.
have to head for another round here.
What side did they?
They're bar cocktail now. However, they probably want us to go for a different site.
Okay, maybe
No
I
one
shouldn't
knows.
have said it. We haven't-
You shouldn't say it.
I'm so sorry.
It is what it is, and we just continue through as Emmy tries to crawl away in shame.
I'm so sorry, everybody. The players
Last
can-
map
oh,
of
they
the
can
day,
pick
and
a
now it's gonna take
spawn.
forever because Fluke
defenders.
cursed it.
Oh.
I'm
lost. I'm not going to try and make sense of it, but I want to watch
Take
some
it
scenes.
as it is. And there's not much to talk about for the 1 round we've seen. Anagiri's still 15 kills.
I know, he's not going to break
relax
the
a little
kill record, but he might break the
Well, he might still.
What's the Rio's record?
Oh no.
Still potentially 20 kills left to be gained.
Yeah.
So it could still happen. So likely, but we know, it could go through.
You know, I'm assuming, actually, I guess I'm just going to ask production now in this moment of this
I turned the
Are we in
multiplayer
A-stream
on, by the
right now?
way.
The A-stream game, I think, is done.
I'm on
Yeah, but
Mars
it might
right
be
now,
doing
so
some
Oh.
analysis.
Yeah, there might
I'll
be
join
the
you after.
breakdown.
Yeah.
They get, like, their breakdown and our breakdown
pretty cool.
here. But ours is
We have a different breakdown.
This is so sad.
different style.
Yeah, this sucks. It really
Ours is a
ruins the
different style of
momentum too for
breakdown.
the players. They have to like
Yeah.
sit there and do nothing
Hey,
for
you know, by the way, FaZe is currently
a long time.
on a
Yeah.
match point.
Sucks.
Yeah, something.
There's a fun fact. There is 1 round.
Singular round.
There's 1 round left in this game.
Well, don't.
And
say
there,
that.
over the past...
We got 4 rehosts for a single round.
We've had 4 rehosts for 2 rounds.
Yeah, and there's still 1 left in the regulation here, and who knows, we might
This game has co-op now, yeah.
see
Great.
the end of it. At the end of it, as in when the timer runs out, it's over and FaZe wins. But we can also still see overtime being forced. Why is Elevate called Castle in the lobby? Is this a silent hit?
I think that's a mistake.
That's a mistake.
Okay, you guys can't see it. I'm going to call out our observer for a second, Cyano, because you almost made us have to have another reset for calling them Castle, not their team name. Thank you, Hap, for catching that.
Yeah.
Because if we had to do another one...
I mean, I figured that moment.
The laughing while talking.
If we had
It's
to do
so
another one, I
funny.
would have cried. Okay, the players also started pointing it out as well. So
yeah.
there's some laughs in the chat coming from both teams. You guys can't see it. You can see their expressions though.
What is going on?
I'm so sorry.
We've
everybody.
lost it. We've lost it.
We'll be back in. We'll be back in as soon as we can be. And let me try and stop laughing and bring a little bit of this heat and this temperature back in, because although they're having fun and although we're having fun, we need to also just put it down how important this is and how there's one round. It's one round. It's one round that separates us into OT. And then it's 3 rounds that separates us from map 3. But it's only one round that separates us from just, it is over.
I know. Filling dead air is the worst. You're just like, what do I talk about? What do I talk about?
Fantastically. Let's not take anything out of this from their performance. The work that they've put in over groups, getting to this stage, taking down bigger teams or teams that people might have thought was a bit of a write-off, it could be a different story. There's claps.
Claps, fist bumps coming out. You know what that means?
I think, yeah, you guys are learning the lessons.
You're learning the lesson here. That means we're getting back into the game.
What's pick off rounds?
Hopefully.
Yeah, like I don't want to confirm anything until we're in it, but
no,
no,
no.
They
Okay.
look pissed. They're pissed. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know if you could pick that up from that.
I think you saw it. I think it's coming through. This is definitely going to be a bit of a longer issue to come in.
Oh no.
It might just
This sucks.
require a full restart.
Something is wrong.
At this point, have you tried turning it on and off again? You know, it's,
Turn the studio on and off again.
Don't break down yet, Emmy. We
No, I'm just
still
gonna
have a
sit
potential
on the
full map to go.
Flashbacks.
No, I don't. I want to conserve my energy.
All right, just sitting
Because I think that's the thing is there's still so much
Really
weight
not
to
fun
this.
situation to be in.
There's still so
No,
much
that sucks.
pressure,
FaZe
there's
is
still
one
so
map
much
away
power
from winning
in
the
this
whole
game.
thing, or
And I
from
want to make sure I keep that
their match
threat
anyway.
in and amongst all of this, because
and they
it's
just
so
can't
important.
play.
At least the question isn't to take some rounds
the
back
energy's
from
still
them,
there, and
which
we've
Yeah.
got
is
the
making
importance
it
of making
just
sure
worse.
It stays up. And to
No,
be
when
fair,
it's
I
the
don't
case,
think there's anyone that
that's
haven't seen
very
them
bad
having a great
situation.
time here.
Yeah.
No, they're smiling
Not
all
fun.
around, and every single time we're doing. Can we do a rock paper scissors instead? Is what I need to say.
Yeah, it's just
I mean, are they going into it? That's better. All right. Well, maybe that will sort it out in the end right away. For now, we are still waiting. We're still waiting to continue with this match here. And as everything is being prepared.
We'll check the team names as well.
Check the team
when it
names.
gets confirmed.
We'll see. We'll make sure we'll do the double check with Ciano because he's been doing this 6 times in a row right now.
Yeah, I think obviously observers have very long days. I think
They
that's
have very long days.
Those little fun mistakes, they're fine because they start very early. Our 3 amazing observers, Cyano, Medics, and Eve. And they have a very long run of it.
They make some of the longest days.
Yeah, I think that there's this part where I'm at right now where regardless of how this goes, I'm not on the post show today.
No, I'm not either.
No. Dez is.
He's on casting already though, so he's, you know, he can chill a little bit before.
No, but obviously
he has to wait until this game's over.
Yeah, he can't do anything until this is done.
It's going to be a very interesting topic, by the way. So
Might
I
even be a third match.
assure all of you to watch that.
Yeah, we'll do that.
But we aren't there yet. We're still waiting for that very final round number 12 to be played. Now could either go in phases way and then the map and match is over, and that leaves us with just 4 to go in stage 2 of SI. But it could also be elevated, we go to OT.
It could be an OT, and that's the thing. We also still might have a third map.
We might still have a third map.
We might still have a third map on the card. We might still have
Villa,
which, you know, could be a bit spicy because it's a hefty map, Villa. It's a big, heavy play space. When you're at the end of a long day, you suddenly find, you know, 10 feet is 100 when you're in a long day.
It is. It is. It's
All this
definitely a
waiting,
lot.
yeah, just for one round.
Especially with the delays that are coming in right now, you know, you're being taken out of your focus, and that could either benefit Elevate or it could benefit FaZe.
I'm not going to say what's...
I'm not going to say
No. The players are still talking to each other, but note that they're doing their best to keep
the fun in.
Keep the fun in. Hopefully we're in soon. And that's sort of where we're at right now.
Yeah, we're just waiting. We're just filling. For those of you who wonder, what are these two talking about? There's absolutely nothing useful coming out of this.
Should we recap this map so far? Because we're going to go back in.
Recap the entire series if you want.
Well, let's just do this map. Let's just do this map for now. So
all right.
The first half.
Let's do this map for now.
Elevate's defense, and it was 3-3. They were able to find success on barn reading and reading again.
I fell.
At the very end of the split. But then there was that core middle section where FaZe not only got the entry kill every single time on Onigiri in quite quick fashion. That was the disconnect there. Onigiri was off the board within the opening 30-40 seconds every single time.
Yeah.
They found the only plant of this showdown, too.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's the first plant in...
Yeah.
What is it? Like...
There wasn't a plant on bank.
Rounds or something like that?
Yeah, there wasn't a plant on bank. Yet again, this game has shown up here from them where there wasn't a plant on bank. The second half that we've seen, it's been a little bit of a juggle of sites. Bar was the first hold, and it was a success by Elevate on the top floor. Reading and Bar then went away. It went into FaZe's favor. And Kitchen was a take by Elevate to get themselves to 5-5.
Yeah.
And then back to a Reading success.
Now we've seen quite some big plays in this series as well. Cyber with a 4K in round number 5, and Agiri with an important 3K on the attack on round 6 as well. And that was really when he started to liven up, right? Because he was like 5-6 kills the entire time. But from round 6 onwards, he pushed himself towards 50 of those last remaining rounds. And if you haven't noticed yet, he tied the all-time best of one tier 1 kill record, we have to say. 27 kills. Equal the
It was great.
Yeah, it was great.
It was fantastic.
I like the graphic
Starbuck?
they showed on the command center as well, where they pulled up the stats from Palu back then.
The character is very strong.
Yeah,
Yes,
I hope
thank
we
you
get
for
to see
noticing.
more of that in the future.
It's a very, very cool graphic.
But we need to see more kill records to be broken for it. And at the point, we run out of kills to be broken.
Says
We have to
I
increase the
would
amount of
not have
rounds in a match
patience for
before that
this.
happens. But yeah,
What's happening right
there's been
now?
a lot of individual
not.
decisive moments in this
Ha,
game so
I
far.
can already hear
and
your
whereas
voice
FaZe will
yelling
their
at
defensive
people
rounds
there
be shut
if you were in
out
that
before it actually
situation.
reached
Yeah,
the
I
side.
wouldn't
The rounds
be.
that were won were on the back of some swift and decisive takes. from
Especially, like, if I'm
Cyber.
competing.
So that is something they need to work on here. That is something they need to push
Get
for.
your shit together.
Of course, the question is, can they? They've been taken out of their concentration a little bit here. We played round 11, which was won by FaZe. So it is currently 6-5 in favor of FaZe. And they just need that extra round on the board.
There we go.
They do.
And with that, Elevate need just that extra, just a little bit extra to push us to OT. Round 12 is what we wait for here. Round 12 is all that is left before we figure out if we have a winner or if we get 3 more rehosts. Rounds. Everything is sounding...
3 more rehosts, please no. The wall you could do
I mean,
if
it's
you
the
wanted.
end of a long day. I was just
I
quickly
can't put
looking.
this
It's
anywhere. Oh, there we
obviously... It's out here in Sweden, 20 to 11.
Yeah, it is.
And our day starts at about 7 in the morning for us on the...
It did. I could sleep in a little bit longer because...
Oh, okay.
But I didn't sleep as much.
Oh, I feel so bad for you. The Players' Day, obviously, there has been a little bit more length to it. Everybody sort of starts quite early on, and then from that point onwards, it goes on to a very different scenario. And here, you're at the tail end of it, and we might not even be at the end of it. Let's just sort of weigh that up once again. For all the times that we'll repeat it, is that we are just one round away here from either the potential end or the potential OT to a potential third map. Cafe Dostoevsky obviously was the map choice, the map selection here for the last remaining hope
How is there graffiti on the top of the chimney?
Was
Who the
where they
hell
wanted
is
to go
climbing
after
up here
the success they
to
had before. Look at
paint
this.
the
It's a
top of
wonderful
the chimney?
Little round breakdown that you have across the bottom as well. The 4-2 on the turn of the half.
Yep.
And only the singular plant that has otherwise been put down beforehand.
Did I get the? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, for sure. Just that singular round that is necessary now. FaZe need to find one more. And if they do, they proceed through the lower bracket. And if they don't, Elevate is going to push us towards an LT. And everything is starting to slow down a little bit here. Oh, they're starting to cheer. You see that?
No, boys, don't
cheer yet.
Don't cheer. No cheering.
Do not cheer until we are there.
They start cheering and I get really anxious.
I don't know if they hear, but we hear that. We hear that. We hear the players.
Oh god.
And it's one of the first times
Well,
we've
I
heard
need
something.
that to get down. I'm scared now.
Can they pick? They can pick. There you have it.
Just jump, forehead.
No arms are going up yet.
No arms are going up. I think if they needed to be another rehost, there would be a lot more visual action.
Visual action.
We might still have someone that wasn't able to. I think that was one of the issues we had before, so we'll just wait patiently.
This is stressful.
Everything should be good.
Should be, but is it?
Hope it didn't cast a cruise it. Either way, round 12 will soon be underway. Kitchen and service will be the site that we will see. And the question here is, it is not so much anymore about momentum. It is about who gets into this round the best. Who has been able to keep their focus.
Who gets
and
into this
momentum.
round? Well, none
Who
of
has been
them
able to snap
so far.
back into it the best. Because at some point you will lose that focus, you lose that determination, and as we are
They
in the
changed
way it seems,
screens?
we're there.
It's happening?
We're there. We will get round 12. Let's just hope that
Can we just
nothing breaks after
Can we
this.
just enjoy a moment of siege audio just for a second?
Yeah, we got the shotgun shells going out, we got the barbed wire that gets deployed, drones that jump around. This is such a pleasant noise to hear.
Ah, there it is.
There it is, the good old
There
siege,
is
the good old destruction.
Okay, let's get a little bit of pep in our step here for what could be the last round of this best of 3 showdown, or could be the start of a bit of a clawback. Elevate. They have one more opportunity here, one more chance to try and get a lock in, and the surprise factor may be in the pockets of Onigiri. Nook. We don't see her too often, haven't really seen her in too much of this exchange. Up to the top floor.
Hello.
Preparing themselves for a take. All the way down to kitchen, all the way down to that potential hold, where obviously they lost it before, and it was a bit of an aggressive back and forth. It was a bit of an aggressive take, and the drones are going to start wearing their way all the way. There is all of the FaZe players down inside.
No.
And I think this was a slight difference that they had before. I don't think they were fully locked in.
I think she ate whipped cream.
Underneath on the floor.
And I think this might be a crucial change as well. Of course, we just had a lot of downtime.
You let her?
I didn't let her. It was behind my monitor, and she was behind my monitor.
We had a short break with round 11. But they all have to get back into that focus, and maybe the roam doesn't really work that well.
Now she's
Maybe
licking
you
her
just need
lips,
to
and she
stick
looks really
all together
satisfied. She's got a
close
really
so that
smug
Elevate
look on her
work to
face,
get
you know?
towards
Hold her.
They have been pushed out of their rhythm as well. Time is not in their favor.
You sound like
Elevate
your
right
sister's
now.
Because-
your dog.
Because I can't yell at her now. It doesn't work that way. You told me that. She doesn't remember.
Wait, you said you just did it.
Yeah, but it's been like a minute now.
Trying to keep walls shut or to
Okay,
hatch
but
at this matter. And it's playing quite close around the brown stairs.
Demo Knight,
hoping
thanks
to
for the
catch one
38
elevator
months.
player off if he goes a little
She's
bit
just
too
chilling
carelessly.
back here eating whipped cream.
Well,
No!
that first day is able to get the opener
away.
here and pre-fires for the hope of a swing of the second, but they're not going to overextend the pop there. And Cyber's keeping a tight lock on the potential of the fight here, right round on
Too
that
much of
door.
that.
There is the pressure coming down from White, and that's the blow, that's the nook, that's
And
the
now you're gonna
potential
throw
of a
up, and I'm
huge
gonna have to
surprise
clean it up
factor,
because it's my
hoping
fault.
to get a very sneaky pick here, but with the grenades in the
Technically,
pocket,
it's
it
your
could burn
fault, but-
potentially on those ADS at first. But look at that, the other player that's just on the top of the hatch. They're looking towards that freezer control. They're getting the
Oh my
read
God,
that the
one
player's
second.
not out. They still need to deal with this single player here first. We hear a bit of a burn. We hear a bit of a burst, and it's a wide swing, and there's a bit of a Jaeger. But I don't know if that got caught by an ADS. It did, and there's an attempt at a second. That one just goes a bit over. The free comes through, the nuke shows up, and they're just able to connect. There's some revenge, and there's another player, the pistol. They're hunting, and they're locking
Oh
down.
my God.
Fury.
Nice.
With a double kill right there, we'll be starting to push Elevate through. They want to go to OT. They want to go to round 13 and potentially push us all the way over to Villa.
No.
As everything slows down a little bit here. Anagiri is going to be on that 1 HP. Just a single shot, but a Sapper goes down for the plant. It seems like no one on the side is ready. No, there is, however. It is going to be a Yokai drone. Can he find it? Yes, he will. But there is a second waiting. 7 seconds. He needs to time this perfectly. It goes up. He drops it and he moves it back up.
Oh, he got it! Wait, he didn't get it. What? I thought they got it. Jesus.
But they did have to. Yokai.
Oh.
And after a long time out, it is FaZe that will be able to
Well,
pick themselves back up even on 2-man down.
GG, no re.
Elevate home. Elevate, who have played
Was it
so
7-5?
well today. Unfortunately, we're not able to hang on, but they can leave with their heads held high because I believe many would not have thought they would have been making it out of the groups. And here they are.
APAC. You may at the
APAC
moment be a
eliminated.
little bit sad. There may be quite a lot of broken hearts, but remember, you also get to leave this tournament with broken
I feel like I
records
missed
under your belt, and that is such a huge
a lot of that.
signifier of growth for a region that is
Potentially pushes all the way over to waiting.
A lot of the games.
7 seconds. He needs to time this perfectly. It goes up. He drops it and he moves it back up. He gets the stop.
Oh, that
Drops it and he moves
confused me.
it back up. He gets the
I got really confused. Okay, nothing. I was watching the clip back because I got confused about the sequence of events, but I just rewatched it, so now I understand. It's just we've been talking a lot during this like whole event about how it is, even for somebody who plays a lot of Siege and or like played a lot of Siege, it's so hard to follow everything that's going on.
You think so?
Yeah. Like when you're watching, because like the spectator can only show so much, but there's like 40 things happening at once, you know? So like most of the time the spectator's like switching to someone as they're dying, and I feel like I get like whiplash sometimes because it's like they'll switch to somebody right as they die and then switch to someone else like right as they do something else on the other side of the map, and it's like really hard to keep straight like what's happening sometimes because they're like switching back and forth between like people are on cameras, people are attacking, people are defending, this dude's doing this. It's like there's just so much going on. It makes it really hard to follow. The like constant jump cuts that are just every like 3 seconds.
I'm happy the observers are using the top-down view more than they used to, though.
Yeah.
I feel like this is really good for viewership.
Yeah, but
Makes
it's
it more
still, it's just
clear.
chaos. The game itself is just chaos, and there's nothing like, it's nothing that they can really do. It's just the nature of it that, yeah, let me change my category. It's just the nature of it that they have to spectate like 10 things that are going on at once, like 10 people that are all playing at the same time. 10 people all playing at the same time, and a lot of times it's like 5v5 with 30 seconds left. And so it's just like they're like switching cameras, they're like switching to this person shooting and this person dying and this person, and it's just like the camera switches like 18 times in 10 seconds. And everyone dies and you just can't follow everything that's happening. It's too much. No! 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 Get out of here. Going back for seconds. Get. Yeah. Yummy. You're in trouble. She's going for it again. Oh, my eye. She's like, well, while you're not paying attention, I'm just gonna eat some more of this. You're gonna get sick, and I'm gonna have to clean it up, and I'm gonna be pissed about it. Because I've already had to clean up your puke a billion times in my life, which is too many times. Tired of it. She's trying to lick my plate. Did you fall or?
No.
Oh, okay.
You're
on
falling on my screen too.
Yeah. On my screen, you just like slid very far away. That was interesting. Rather like to see a post-game cast where the in-game replay gets used, edited, show the... That's what I was saying, is that I feel like if they could do a version, like, instead of doing a live broadcast, do it... I mean, it's already delayed by, like, 4 minutes or whatever, right? So, maybe delay it slightly longer, and then just do, like, an edited version almost, where instead of them switching to the perspective of someone right as they die, then they would know, okay, that person dies, so let's not switch to their perspective. And we'll, like, switch to the person killing them instead. Because that happens a lot, where they switch to somebody, and within, like, milliseconds of them switching, it's like, they switch as the person gets shot. And so it's like, they cut to a different screen right as they're, like, dying, and it's just, it feels... Stuff like that makes it really hard to watch.
Huh, it gets cold on the other side, so you come here now, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, she already ate all the whipped cream, so there's nothing interesting left anymore. I'm gonna leave this one and get the ladder instead, I think. Wait, did I forget to push to talk?
No, I heard.
After, oh, okay. I couldn't remember if I had used that or not. Okay, I can't pick up the ladder. I'm not allowed to use the ladder? What's happening? Okay, I can pick up everything except for the ladder.
Got her
Perfect.
yogurt and she's trying to eat.
God, this cat. She is a gremlin. She's gotta eat everything.
Yep. She's starving.
Didn't she just ate like an hour ago.
Yeah, she got treats too. But she's starving.
It's a fucking cat. No, I can't. I can use everything except for the ladder, which is the one thing that I want to use. Of course.
I don't understand where we forgot for the
There's the side that I'm on, the edges.
Oh.
The edges I'm doing over here. There's a little bit right there too. Oh, here.
Yeah. Now what?
This window in the front of that house that... Oh. Places it right on the thing so I can't clean it. Wish I could just drop the ladder. I don't know why you can't just put it down. Maybe we have to go on top of it. Okay, maybe the other ladder is a good idea. Okay. Roof is done, wall's done. Just
It's those are the stones. Foundation.
I keep
Some
seeing
of the
something when
wooden
I'm...
frame.
Yeah. Foundations, 9 timber frames, and then the door frame.
Ah, she's biting the monitor! What? What's going on with you?
Cat things. Door frame. What is going on with this cat? They gave us a music package. Some of these are really short though, they're only like 10 seconds. So I wonder... Some of them are longer. Just gonna open on a monitor I can't see. Oh, that's just the main theme. Oh, it was this. That's it.
What now?
I was just opening the music. We have an SUV and a treehouse. Oh god. The treehouse is gonna be tough.
Why when I'm on the... Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy the wood soap, which I know you can't use, but it'll...
Really happy to hear that. She stole the remote again!
Jeez. Nova has been stealing the remote for some reason for her, like, I don't know, her TV or something. I'm gonna start, like, up here or something since she's starting down here.
I don't know what she has today. I don't know what's going on. She's insane today.
Yeah. This is gonna be really fucking annoying. Holy shit, this sucks. So many fence posts and things. Oh god, it's pain. Why? Why would you do this? This is the SI, like, music they gave us, by the way. I haven't listened to the full thing, so I was curious. It's pretty sick. Because you only hear, like, you know, a couple seconds of it in between rounds and ads and stuff like that. She's a gremlin today. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. No, they gave us the files for the co-stream stuff. Oh, this is playing the theme. Hang on. Don't play the theme. It's not what we're looking for. Wait, are you only gonna... Oh, there you go. There you go. The FPS is way worse on this map. Not enjoying it. Jesus.
What?
Ding 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 ding. See you later, Shada. Oh, there's a waterfall. Sick. I'm gonna try to finish the upper deck. This map is making me a bit motion sick because the FPS keeps like going from high to low and high to low. I wonder if can I just set it to like I don't know. Maybe if we turn the graphics down so we can get more consistent FPS, because that's starting to make me feel sick. So yeah, see, it's like 60. What are you doing? I made it. Wait, I turned the graphics down and it's less FPS? Oh, I turned that down. I didn't mean to do that. I turned this down and I think maybe it did that automatically. 84 FPS, Jesus. How do I like the monitor? Love it. Big fan. And even with the graphics all turned down, the FPS is not doing well. I think it mostly happens when I look closer to my feet? I don't know. Tried turning down all the settings, but it's still rough. This is hard to look at. I'm sad that SSG got eliminated. Yeah. I think it's this tool, because it's like spraying particles. I kind of feel like it's... Is the curve too much when I got it? No, I got used to it pretty quickly, actually. I don't know. I don't think there's anything I can do about it other than just using a different tool. It's just this one is the fastest one for what we're doing, you know? Turn off shadows and there's still shadows. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying not to throw up. Yeah, the inconsistent frame rate, my brain hates it. Oh, you know what? I left this thing on. That's why I keep running into the... I keep getting too close to it and it freaks out. Is this game some form of punishment? For who? For me? Or for you? Out of wood cleaner. I'm worried that I'm not gonna be able to buy enough to clean this whole thing. Yeah, the chemicals do run out, and you can only buy, like, so many. You have to wait for them to come back in stock, too. I don't know why they made it limited. If I can buy it, then just let me buy as many as I want, you know? Like, I'm already spending money on it. Seems unnecessary to restrict that when you're, like, not restricting anything else, like water or whatever. For you, why you have to clean when you're so good at killing, better killing than cleaning, if you ask me. Oh, well, I didn't ask, but... I enjoy playing this. It's calming. It's relaxing. Just nice to play something different sometimes, you know? Rather than playing the same game or the same type of game every single day for 7 years. It's kind of exhausting. Money is finite, you need to upgrade your tools and accessories. Money is finite, you need to upgrade your tools and accessories. Wait, what? What does that have to do with the supplies being finite? I love randomly playing these simulator games. Same. I really like the car simulator, car mechanic simulator. I'm a huge fan of that one. It's really fun. I feel like the cleaning liquid just goes so fast, though. Like, why would I buy... It's a 5-liter bottle of water of cleaning liquid, which there's no way you're using... There's no way that's only what we're spraying, right? Like, we're spraying a mixture of that plus water, and it goes so fast. Like, just way, way, way too fast. I don't understand why they make it, like... You go through it, like, insanely quick. Luke, where did you even find that? Copy pasta. Farming Simulator next? We actually, a few years ago, I had a server for Farming Simulator. We played with subs. It was pretty fun. And I did want to play the new one. It's just that the wipe happened for Tarkov, and I've been really enjoying that, so...
going?
What?
How is it going?
Good. How's it going
blink?
for you? What?
You blink?
Yeah.
Nice. I don't.
Remember to blink. I know. I'm listening to the music they gave us for the co-stream. That's like the between breaks music, and it's actually really sick. I feel like you don't get a good concept of how it sounds just because you only hear like 30 seconds of it, and then they play like an ad or whatever, you know? It's actually really cool. Do you have a pantry full of pasta, Luke? Is that what you're saying? Okay, we got like the interior of this. I'm gonna leave the exterior for later because we're gonna have to remember to we have to access that from the outside. What are my thoughts about this game? It's fun. Oh god, I just flicked water on my face. No, I can't see. Is this wood? It is. I had LASIK done last week for those of you who weren't here. So I'm using eye drops to help my eyes deal with the healing. Oh, they were supposed to call me back and they did not. That sucks. I don't even know what I'm cleaning, I'm just spraying this thing. We can go back over it with other tools, it's just the soap is good for cleaning like all the moss and mold and shit off of it. Multi-purpose for the roof, got it. Out of wood cleaner. Yeah, and I think I bought all of it that we could. I wonder if it resets over... Yeah, it says out of stock, but does it reset, like, go on a timer? Or is it... Restocked on next job. That sucks. I just don't really understand the point of having finite resources when I'm paying for them anyways. That's terrible. Water, infinite. make you do this entire fucking job with like 6 bottles of soap, and we're gonna make the soap go like instantly when you use it. Think all the people who spammed soap to uber fast blow through levels and then made us think about not having enough money to buy new equipment or more soap. I mean... Okay. Seems kind of petty then to like punish all the players because some people were complaining about it. Or like abusing it. We live in a society. Oh, I just had an idea for something I can do for a stream with this music. This is looking really good. This is why I like playing this game. This, very dissatisfying. This, very satisfying. I'm loving it. Do you want to do this project and then go do the errands we were talking about?
Sure.
Okay.
Unless you want to play longer, but...
No. I streamed for like 9 hours yesterday. I think it's fine for me to... Or good for me to, not do that today. I've already been on for over 6, so... At least most of this is coming off pretty easily without the soap too. Even the mossy parts, it's not too bad. This part is gonna be annoying. Yes. Looks like something that you have to play in drug rehab. Man, some of you have never played a calming game just for the enjoyment of it, and it shows, honestly. You're missing out. There's an app called Just Mowing, and you'll play it for hours. Wait. Mowing? Like mowing yards on your phone? Uh-oh. I don't think you should have told me that. There actually is, like, on PC, there's a lawn mowing simulator. What?
It's making me asleep.
It's too calming, right?
Yeah.
My problem with the lawn mowing simulator, well, I had a lot of problems with it. It just wasn't as well made, I think. And I would love for that game to be made, like, better so that I could actually enjoy it. Because I don't think it's very good as is. This is really satisfying. I love this. Yeah, she's just chilling. We're just like not talking and just cleaning this house or this like tree house. It's just complete silence between us. It's satisfying. I don't know. I like it.
Can I grab a Red Bull?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the music was skipping, but it was in the song. That was cool. We're just vibing. Window frame is done. Okay, I didn't notice that one. Ding. This one needs to be done. Trying to get as many of the parts as I can so that I don't have to, like, go back over it. This window frame, I have not finished. There we go. Oops. I have a feeling I might have missed some of these beams, but we'll see, I guess. Oh, that is clean. It's just a dark piece. I see. Oh, the song's cool. This is dope. Trying to finish the eaves here. It's close, but it's just a lot of little pieces that it's hard to find everything. It's probably a lot gonna be on this left upper edge. And then on this outside right here, we can clean that up. Yeah, right here. Roof trim. Eaves, still no. So close. I just can't find what's missing. It's really annoying. Come on, man. I feel like sometimes you get like 99% of it done, or like sometimes they want you to get 99% of it done and then they give you the last 1%, and sometimes it feels like you get 80% done and they give you the 100%, and it's kind of weird. Like I don't know why sometimes they give you the whole thing. Maybe it's on top? No. Maybe it's on top. Nah, I feel like that seems weird. I just went flying. This is the trim. So like that, I had so much still left to clean and they just finished it anyway. I don't understand why. PowerWash therapy. Honestly, yeah. I mean, this is the most control I have over anything in my life right now, you know? It's great. I just feel like, I think being a person like who plays a lot of video games, your brain is attuned to being given a set of to-do tasks and then feeling very accomplished when you complete those tasks. You know, like side quests, solving puzzles, any of that stuff. And so games like this for me, I think are very satisfying because it's just like, here's your task list. Do these 4 things. You get a satisfying ding and some serotonin every time you complete one, you know? So stuff like this, like, just really appeals to my brain. I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna switch to the metal cleaner. Must be so slippery IRL. I know, you would just... This would be so scary. This is covered in moss. There's no way you would want to be up here without some kind of special gear. Yeah, he said he was gonna give us missing link facts, which is like Bigfoot, right? Metal cleaner? Out of metal cleaner. Can I buy more? 1. I don't know why they're so shitty about the soaps. It's really annoying. I mean, like, if other people were abusing it, that sucks. But, like, I don't know. Why is everyone punished for that? Just want to play video games. Does this part count as the roof cap? Oh, it does, okay. Okay. I think I still have like 1% on the eaves, but I don't see dirt like anywhere. Fascia is this thing, which is probably underneath here. Yeah. This is frustrating. What is this game? PowerWash Simulator. I just don't understand where there's enough dirt for it to not just complete it for me. There's so many other spots that we've cleaned that there's like a ton of stuff that's visible and easy to find and it just dings instantly, and this for some reason they've decided to be really picky about, and I hate it. This is pissing me off. There's nothing left. There's no... Okay, there you go, finally. Jesus Christ. Oh, here's my phone call. I was waiting for this. Okay. The LASIK person said that it's normal for that to happen.
Good.
Yeah. I have these
It's
like
annoying for you, but
yeah, as long as it's not like the medicine is expired or some shit, I don't really care. It's
Yeah.
just I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't putting something in my eye that was gonna be bad.
yeah.
I have these like eye drops and they were just doing something weird, and so I wanted to talk to them about it to be like, is this normal for it to do this or? But they said it's normal, so we're all good. You're so bored you play a cleaning game. I don't know, what is with this just like random people coming in here and hating on PowerWash Simulator? I just didn't ask you for your opinion. The hell? I know, I like this game. Go away if it's boring. If you don't like it, leave. Just leave me alone. I just want to power wash in peace. Here I am, minding my own business, just having a good time, relaxing, vibing with some music, hanging out with Fromage. You gotta come in here with your negativity. Be gone, demon.
I'm gonna freak out.
What's wrong?
This freaking barbecue side table.
Spray everything. Ta-da.
Oh, finally. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It is a thing, and it's a very enjoyable thing. It's very relaxing. Until you can't find that one piece of something that's not clean and then you freak out. It's relaxing until it isn't, like everything else. Nice. I do wish cleaning was this easy IRL, but sadly it is not. Especially power washing. Power washing is difficult. You upgrade the power wash? Yeah. We have like the third of 5 of the options, I guess.
Nice.
What's up, Anna Kenobi? Thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. True Chill, thank you for the 5-month resub. And Toaster, thank you for the 11 months. Where has any time gone over the past like 3 years? It's all just the same. Just a blur. I don't like when they put the dirt on the underside of this stuff, because it's like, how am I supposed to clean that? I can't go low enough to clean underneath it, so... It's probably the outside of that handrail that I didn't clean yet. 'Cause I can't get on that side of it. Liking this so far? Oh yeah. The music or, wait, the music or the game? The game? Yeah. Well, the music too, so whatever. Whichever question you had, the answer is yes. Nice. The grass mowing. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I liked that one. I liked the concept of it, but the execution is not good, unfortunately. So I would play that one if it were made well, but it's not made well, so. That's my issue with that one, is that it's just not good in terms of the design. Why is furniture so expensive? I know, right? I think it's the same reason that like mattresses are expensive, because you buy like one every 10 years, you know? So they have to hike up the price. It's not like you buy a new sofa every year, you know? Whereas like TVs, you just buy new ones like more frequently. At least some people do. Okay, that's pretty good. She's working on that. I need to work on the outside. On the underneath. It's gonna be annoying. Not to mention everything's just out of stock. Fromage and I have been having that issue a lot when we were moving in. We kept trying to buy stuff and it was like literally everything was just out of stock constantly. It's really frustrating. Like trying to order stuff online was an absolute nightmare. Yeah, it's always like, stuff is really expensive for some reason. And... my mouse cursor, hello? Everything's really expensive and nothing will ship to you in less than a month, you know? If you want it, you better be willing to wait for it for like 2 months.
Cute. That place reminds me of somewhere I wanna bring you to.
The house up top?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's cute.
And France, it's really cool.
Well, not even just the rent for the apartments, but like the actual stuff to put in the apartment, you know? Like your actual... all the furniture and everything is so expensive. And it takes, like I said, it just takes so long to ship too. It's quite annoying. Retro games from her childhood on stream. No, not really. Get mindlessly consumed in this? Yeah, that's exactly why we're playing it. Loving it. It's great. Head empty. No thoughts. Left click to clean. No worries. Big fan. The less thinking I have to do these days, just the better, honestly. Do you get the extensions since I bought them? That doesn't require soap, so... or I bought one extension anyways.
What is it?
If you hit E and then click the middle thing.
Extension. Oh, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, sorry, I should have told you earlier.
It changes the range?
Yeah, it just makes it like easier to hit things further away, and then also like more, it's more powerful longer, like further away. It's just if you're trying to clean something close to you, of course it's a little bit more difficult, but... Pretty good, pretty good. Playing this... Wait, buying this for your night shift at work. You play video games at work? Hell yeah. It's the best kind of job. Speaking from experience. Video games where you can play... Or jobs where you can play video games. Are you laughing at me?
Yeah, because you're like saying how it's so cool that that person has a job where they can play video games, but your job is literally to play.
I know. Well, that's what I said. Those are the best kinds of jobs.
Okay.
Where you can play video games. And then I almost said video games where you can play jobs, and I corrected myself, but that's actually technically what we're doing. So we're just playing a job. This one is not done. This side. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. So I play video games on company time. Every 6 weeks you gotta do 7 nights in a row. Wait. What? Oh, I guess I don't want to be invasive and ask what your job is, but it sounds like a... What?
There's that one cart. Can't see. Won't work.
It sounds like my friend was a Marine firefighter for a while. And he had like, it was like 3 days on, 3 days off or something like that. One of those types of schedules. But it was a lot of sitting around and just kind of like monitoring stuff. And just being there and being prepared for emergencies, but not like you're not actively doing stuff for the whole time, you know? You're just kind of chilling. This place is looking pretty good. I wonder if I can I hit this from here? Oh, I can. Hell yeah. Alright. Yellow nozzle, best nozzle. I'm team yellow as well. Are you team yellow? For the
Yeah.
best nozzle? Oh yeah. Okay, great. Good. We can still be together. It's good. Oh, nice. The spiral staircase. I wonder if there's some on the outside that's still missing. Can't tell. Red is too... I mean, it's good for specific purposes, but the best general one is definitely yellow. It's the best all-rounder, you know?
Say le plus polyvalent.
Quoi?
Polyvalent.
What is that?
It's like multitask. You can
Le
do the...
plus polyvalent. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I want this middle beam to be done. Oh, it's done. Okay, great. I was like, I feel like that one's like not finishing for some reason.
Sometimes I have to switch to the red though.
Yeah.
So I'm yellow.
Yeah, I mean, they like serve their purpose, right? But I just think the yellow is the better one for most stuff. Sometimes the red is necessary. But also when you're doing like the really big projects like that skate park, the white and the green ones are really good actually.
Push me.
Oh, sorry. This is kind of annoying because it's like, I think it's underneath the beam. Yeah, it is actually. It's annoying. It's like right behind there.
You can do the this part, I'll do the little corners.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. %. That one. There's some here. Which one's this one? There's still some here. The spiral guy out here. I don't know why they wait really long to give you all the just saw it somewhere. Window frame. That's probably
Oh, hey, didn't see the little light.
I'm hitting tab and nothing is highlighting. That sucks. It's probably up top, yeah. Upper house wall. Nothing is highlighting again.
I don't have a list like you do sometimes.
Yeah, and they don't give me the list until, like, the very end, usually. Like, or when... I don't know. They wait a long time. Oh, underneath. That's what it is. Okay. Because I still don't have the list, even though we're at, like, 99%. I think they only give it to you when you have, like, 3 items left or something.
Window frame here.
I just saw it over here. Vertical house trim. Just looking at that thing in the top left to see when it shows something that's missing. Do they give you a list? Middle deck rim joist.
Okay. So
Upper deck rim joist.
it's this one, the middle deck. I'm on it.
Okay.
Middle deck.
Lower house walls. I'll check for that. I thought that was
Middle
just a...
deck rim joist for me. It's done already.
There's got to be like one. Check around the trees too. The trees that are like built into the thing.
Yeah, the middle deck doesn't have.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's this one. Middle deck. Just this outside thing. Ah, there it is. Okay, so now upper deck rim joist.
And roof trim.
Roof trim. Okay, I'll check the roof trim. Or you can go from that side, I guess, if you want. I bet it's probably from on top.
There's a ladder. I don't even see something called roof. Ah, and
I don't see anything. I don't like when it's like this where there's nothing showing up at all.
I get it. Here. It's under.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, it's ready to get there.
How to find the
Upper deck.
Yeah, I can't find that one.
It's around those things.
Oh, here. Just saw it like behind this tree, basically. It's behind the tree. That's really annoying. Aha. Yay! Jeez. That was a big one. Fletch,
I
thank
did
you for
not
the 1
like
year.
this one.
Oh, it's tough. It's a cool house. We're just gonna do this one because it's really short.
Oh, we continue, okay.
Yeah, this one's really short. And then, I don't know. Just wanna do one
I'm
more.
stopping after this one. If you want to
Yeah.
continue, you can. I just
No.
want to get out of my PC.
Okay. We could go do the stuff that we talked about. I'm addicted. I just want more. This one shouldn't be too long though. If only it were this easy, I know. And like, carefree. We don't have to worry about stripping the paint off these cars or anything, you just go for it. Fog light. Neat. Easy clap. Okay. Tomorrow. Clean the penny farthing. $10. Just buy a new penny farthing. God. Weirdo. Imagine 6 people on that. It'd be done instantly. Okay. Thanks for playing.
Thank you.
Tomorrow. What do we got? Liquid. TSM. Versus TSM. We've got Empire versus Sonics. Oops. Lower round 3. Wait, no. Lower... Oh, this is my prediction. That one's not up to date. Okay, it's this one. OXG versus MIBR. This was 2-1 for FaZe, right? Or was it actually a 2-0, I think? Dark Zero versus FaZe. It's kind of crazy that none of the NA teams are playing each other and none of the LATAM teams are playing each other. They all managed to avoid each other for tomorrow. There's a lot less games tomorrow. I wish they were starting later instead of starting them at 1. I'm not really sure how they're gonna do that because, so like, hang on. Put it over there so you can see it better. For the previous days, oh, I guess they're just gonna have one stream. Never mind, that makes sense. Because the previous days it was like Alpha, Bravo, Alpha, Bravo, Alpha, Bravo, and instead it'll just be all on one stream, and they'll all just be sequential instead of... None of these games are gonna be at the same time, basically. Okay. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow then. Thanks for hanging out today. And I will see you all... I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Again. Forgot to remember, thank you for the 71 months. Have a good night. Goodbye.